Golden Wheel. Sorry, hold on. This fucking Dave Smith guy. Oh! How are we doing? Fuck, I got the hiccups. I've gotten like, I feel like I've had like 4 or 5 people that have tried to set up debates with me and this Dave Smith guy, and it feels like every single time he drops out, and now he's saying I'm making it up. Okay. Hold on, I'm make sure I'm not doxing these fucking people in these emails. All right. Quick 8:30 to help Forsen win. What? 8:30? Bro, you're not even trying at that point. Destiny, isn't your solution just post proof? Yeah, that's what I'm doing. But I can't, I don't want to just throw people's email addresses and phone numbers into the wind, so. You can play Starfield? I have like a hate-hate relationship with Bethesda games. I'm gonna be honest, okay? I have a fire alarm I cleaned my apartment completely like 2 days ago. So as part of that, I replaced the batteries in my smoke detector. All right. I bought a pack of 9-volt batteries. 9-volt batteries today. For 4 9-volt batteries from Walgreens, $25? Is that a real price?
My fellow DGGers, we finally made it to Friday. Enjoy the weekend with friends, family, favorite lover. Life is short and death is just around the corner. I wish you all a happy life. Enjoy the stream.
It's the Walgreens Miami markup. Thoughts on linear switches for mechanical keyboards? I feel like I heard about those once, but I don't know if I've tried them before. I don't know if I care about keyboard switches that much. I mean, I don't know. They're okay, but like switches in general, like, yeah. Okay, boom, boom, theme dark, text shadow medium, text size large, copy. Hold on, apparently my chat is really small here too. Boom, boom. Wait, Guppy, did that even change the text size? Oh, I guess it does. Not that much, but okay. Would you accept?
Just wanted to glaze you and say I love your content. Keep up the good work, bro.
Thanks, I love you. Would you accept a keyboard for you? No. No, people always want to give me like random like accessories and shit. I'm not. I don't have time to use all of your shit. Did I say comment on the Dave Smith response? Yeah, I just tweeted back. He's saying I'm dodging him. I've gotten like 5 different requests over the past like year to debate him, and I've said yes to every single one. And then now he's saying that I'm dodging him. I just posted like 3 emails. I just dug through my email real quickly. There's like 3 different emails I've had where and it's possible too for some of these emails that maybe he's like, he might be busy, which is fine, but don't say I'm trying to dodge you. Destiny, as someone who frequently engages in debate discussions, if you could have a conversation with any historical figure living or dead on your stream, who would it be? I don't know, bro. Einstein, because he's got such a big brain. Is there any new games you may be excited of them releasing? I don't know. I feel like there were like 10 games that I was excited for this year, and I feel like none of them have happened or are good. Like, what happened to Kerbal Space Program 2? Is it like when this came out, it was like fucked?
Hello everyone, and
like, what is the state of this game right now?
Space Program 2 video. What are we doing in today's Kerbal Space Program 2 video, I hear you ask? Well, I'll tells ya. I've always had a soft spot for air launchers. In the past, large aircraft after being dropped from a payload bay, like bomb, can't clear. We continue on our adventure. We're now on stage 2 of our 3-stage rocket. I mean, I guess it's kind of stage 3 if we count the plane as the first stage. But of course, the plane will be recovered, just not on this timeline. Once again, I must confess that this air launch is only possible by either killing all of the crew of the aircraft or killing all the crew of the rocket. You can't recover both, unfortunately. In fact, this has been largely true for pretty much all of my air launch missions I've ever done in Kerbal Space Program 2 and Kerbal Space Program 1. I think I've only ever done 1 air-launched mission in K.
Fear and Hunger is good? Is that game that was supposed to be like the hardest game ever made?
So we've got Hardened Heart, Leechmonger. Action.
I really like the feature on like YouTube Shorts and Instagram Reels and TikTok videos where you can't go forward or backwards in time. It like, because it feels like it's the real world. and I can't like go back if I mishear something, or if I just want to see what's in a video, I can't skip to the middle. I love that it like ropes me in on this like existential train track where I'm forced to just sit here from start to finish on the video. That's so awesome. I love that feature. Hold on one second. I need to do some record. You can on your phone app, but on the desktop? I can do your mom on the desktop. Oh! Oh no, fuck. Oh, hold on. Have you played Papers, Please? Yeah, that's, never mind. Just make your mom joke out of that. What do you need 9-volt batteries for? For my smoke detector. Dooba-doo-dooba-doo-doo. Dooba-doo-dooba-doo-doo. Jeez. Okay. Okay, wait. Sorry, hold on. I gotta record this good cum shot for your fucking mom. I'm almost done. Oh! Destiny, consider your background philosophy and engagement in online discourse. How do you see the evolving landscape of digital communication shaping the nature of intellectual conversation? Bro, are these real questions? Who is this guy? He's always shit talking. Ryan Stone. New hot new ACAB video just dropped. Wait, what is the ACAB video from who? Ryan Stone. I have no idea who the fuck this guy is. Why would I know about him? What kind of games do you like to play the most? I don't know. I play autism games. Ever thought about copying a bike and doing some cycling? Yeah, bro. I just rent the... There's like city bikes around here, so...
Can I help you?
Where that money at?
You need to get out.
What? Stop him. Where that money at?
I don't have any money.
Stop paying me. Where's that? Right now.
I don't have
right
cash.
Now.
It's digital world, bro.
Man, give me your wallet.
I don't have it.
Give me your wallet. Right now. Give it to me. Bro, stop.
You gonna shoot me?
Give me that wallet.
Get the f out of here. You don't want to get shot. Come on,
Give me
man.
that wallet, bro.
No.
Bro, stop paying me for I hit you. Bro. Give me that wallet, bro.
Oh shit, wait, he's got a guy in the car with him? Wait, what the fuck?
I got him on camera too.
Oh, look at you. Awesome. Not gonna lie, I'm super grateful for you right now.
Well, ex-military. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's insane.
Show me his gun.
Jesus. Baldur's Gate 3 not enter. I might be. Baldur's Gate 3 is a stream killer. That's the problem, okay? More than like most things to do. What is this? Trigger warning, hate speech, racism, anti-Semitism, homophobia, transphobia, pedophilia. I like how people have a trigger warning, so I know I'm probably not interested in almost anything you have to say. Okay, I'm good. What do you think of the Barbie movie? Bro, I haven't seen it yet, okay? Opinions on stealing expensive batteries as the means of wealth redistribution and reparations. What?
Don't have no.
Why don't you have any Chinese friends, Mr. White?
Wow.
They put it in heads.
I have 11 million. Ooh,
They put it in headphones.
They put it,
They put it in headshots.
I got 11 million, right? Let me tell you something. My life would be exactly the same if I had 5 million. So if I had to lose 6 million to destroy Wall Street, I'm ready to fucking go. Fuck them all. These people on Reddit are geniuses. This is the most fun I've had in years. This is why, though. This is why. These hedge fund cunts, I've been around them. Most of you guys watching this haven't been around these kind of people. I've been around these kind of people when I was kickboxing world champion, or when I was buying my Bugatti, or when I was hanging out in Monaco. I've been around these people. They're the worst people on earth. They're rude to staff. They have no respect for anybody. They're cunts. And they have no talent. They don't make money. They just have a pot of money, and they manipulate markets and make their little pot go up with other people's money, and they get bailed out by the government anyway. They're complete dickheads with no skill. When this cunt wakes up and his 13 billion 13 billion has vanished from the stock market and gone to Redditors. Fucking Reddit.
Is Tate right?
The problem with millionaires nowadays, they're such pussies.
I don't think I'm pretty sure they're memeing in half these fucking videos, okay? Wasn't there a whole video that you put up about how you shouldn't save money because it's better just spend it all now? I'm pretty sure in half these videos, these guys are like memeing.
I have 11 million. Ooh,
They put it in headphones.
They put it,
They put it in headshots.
I got 11 million, right? Let me tell you something. My life would be exactly the same if I had 5 million. So if I had to lose 6 million to destroy Wall Street, I'm ready to fucking go.
He responded, yeah, I damned him. We'll see what he says. But now the problem is he had that stupid little virtue signal cuckfest about fucking 9/11. No, not 9/11. The war in Iraq. So now I'm worried he's going to want to debate whether or not we should have gone to Iraq or not, which is probably something I agree with, but he's too stupid to read my initial tweet, where I'm saying that, like, if you want to say that, like, the war in Iraq was wrong, if you want to condemn the U.S. for past actions, that's fine. But saying things like war crimes and war criminals and they should be prosecuted for what? Under whose jurisdiction? For what crime? Like, if you want to talk about the legality of something, address the legality of it. Give me a jurisdiction, give me a crime or a statute that was broken, and give me how they should be, charged. But, like, there's a difference between saying they're war criminals versus the U.S. did actions that we think were morally condemnable. Those are two different things. Like, people are like, Biden's a war criminal because we killed civilians and accidental drone attacks. That doesn't make you a war. That's not a war crime, right? There's like so much more that goes into it than that. But we'll see. I DM'd him because apparently he's super anti-U.S. involvement in the Ukrainian-Russian war. I think that would be an interesting topic. We'll see if he's interested in that. But now I feel like he's just going on a debate because he thinks I'm like pro like Iraq war or some shit. But we'll see. Who is it that's just joined? Nobody joined. What are you talking about? Play Mass Effect. Are you still watching the 3-hour FNAF movie? I have to watch the FNAF movie because Nathan's gonna want to watch it. What if you did a bunch of research conclusions they actually did have WMDs in Iraq? Well, I mean, wasn't I'd have to go back and look, but one of the issues with, or wasn't one of the issues with the Iraqi invasion, wasn't it true that Saddam Hussein wouldn't let inspectors into the country to actually check his facilities? I thought that was part of the reason why Bush was able to get away with saying they do have WMDs. I could be wrong on that. I don't remember. But I feel like that was a thing. But I would have to go back and check. But I mean, in 96, Saddam Hussein did use chemical weapons against the Kurdish people. And I don't remember if he used them in the... I think that was in the Iran-Iraq war. In 96, I think it was. So, I mean, like, it's not like he didn't have them. Wait, let me check. Hold on. Get my dates right. The Halabja massacre was in 88. No, wait, 10 years earlier than that. And then the Iran-Iraq war was from 80 to 88. Oh, wait, I'm like a decade off right now.
3, 2, 1, Obama.
The invasion of Kuwait was like 90, right? Invasion of Kuwait. Just let me fuck my spelling up. It was 1990. Did they use them in against Iraq's use of chemical weapons? Oh, okay, they did use them in the Iran-Iraq war as well. Iran had suffered more than 50,000 casualties from Iraq's use of several chemical weapons, though current estimates were 100,000 due to long-term effects due to cost. So it wasn't like the most crazy thing in the world to assume that Iran had them, but... But I'm pretty sure most of our intelligence pointed at the time towards them not having active WMDs. That's my assumption. Has anyone considered just creating a country for Kurds so they stop getting fucked with? Kurdish people looking at Israel like, what? Wait, is Israel against Kurdistan? No, but I mean, like, Israel was a country created because Jewish people all over the world, for a variety of reasons, they felt like they wanted a place to call home.
Destiny, why don't you take positions on manifold markets after debates? It shows people what you think, plus keeps a track record. You take guilty. USA politics, Ukraine hold borders.
Okay.
Trump indictments, etc.
But I mean, like, Kurdish people are kind of scattered around the Middle East as well, right? There are Kurdish people in Syria, Turkey, and Iraq, I think, are the three big groups. They probably want like a little country too. But obviously none of the people in the Middle East want them to have their own country. They have like an autonomous region in Iraq. I think they exist in some fashion in Southeast Turkey and some fashion in Northeast Syria. But like nobody really likes them. I don't understand what this Pixie tweet is for. Oh, are there Kurdish people in Iran too? I don't even know about them. Yeah, there might be in fucking every country. I don't know.
Open the door. Something's wrong with my key.
Nothing's wrong with your key. We changed the locks.
Change the locks? Why?
And toe wakes.
Huh? Daddy!
I'm sorry, baby girl. She didn't give me a key.
Cece?
Here's some money for bus fare. Go to Sugar Mama's. It'll be worse than here. I mean, way worse than here.
Pixie tweets, in 1991, a 15-year-old Leslie Mahaffey was brutally raped and murdered after being locked out of her home for being out too late. Why it's so dramatic? Like, if there was a Disney movie and the parents were like, go to bed without your dinner, like, would Pixie retweet and be like, in 1874, a 12-year-old girl was starved to death when her parents refused it. Like, I don't know, it seems like really, really, really dramatic. Boom, boom. XQC still molding. Is Farah coming today? I don't know. She's living life right now. What is this? Worth considering that we developed this weapon in anticipation of meeting Russian body armor, to later discover that Russians have never met Russian body armor.
Are you going to do a deep dive into the Five Nights at Freddy's lore before we have the watch party? I'm so excited, Steven.
Yeah. Did you hear about the island burning down in Hawaii? I've seen videos of it, yeah. Currently working with the Forward Party / Common Sense Party in California. We're like talking about our efforts, what we're trying to accomplish. I'll think about it, okay? Oh, I think we've watched this before. Fucking vegan game. This guy, he is unhinged.
Hey, Mohammed, what the fuck are you doing? Get off your ass and get back to work. I don't think so, man. I ain't doing shit today,
Why
bro.
can't we have nice names? Hugh joins the stream every 3 days, but we can't have Baldur's Gate with the boys Daffy's dad.
Really? And why the hell not? Because I'm the prophet of Allah?
Who is the lover? Allah. Who is Ar-Rahman?
Servants, your prophet Muhammad has the munchies. And, what could I get you, oh glorious prophet Muhammad? I'm in the mood for some barbecue. Go kill me that goat over there. But, my prophet, surely you don't want to harm an innocent animal. Please let me get you some fresh fruit instead. Are you questioning me, the prophet of God? You either slit that fucking goat's throat open or you face the wrath of God. What's it going to be, bro? I'm sorry, my prophet. I cannot come to harm an innocent animal. Why you got to be racist, man? Islamophobia ain't cool, bro.
Who is the lover? Allah. Who is Ar-Rahman?
Hey bro, I'm totally going to fuck that little slut Aisha tonight, man. That pussy be tight as fuck, bro. My prophet, is she not just a little young? I mean, she's only 6 years old. Oh yeah, good point, man. I'd probably wreck that pussy too hard with this huge dick. I'll wait till she's 9.
Who is the lover? Allah. Who is Ar-Rahman?
Hey bud, I love your content and debates. Would love to play some old school Philly with you.
Better suck on this dick.
Who is the lover? Allah. Who is
Yo,
Ar-Rahman?
Ephraim, what's this shit I hear about you fucking one of my bitches, bro?
Please, Muhammad, it's not what you think. We were all alone and emotions were running high. One thing led to another. We didn't know what we were doing.
You want to know what happens when you fuck one of my bitches, man? You get the wrath of God.
And then he became a mass-murdering rapist warlord who was poisoned to death by people who hated him. The end.
I think he's had like a few of these. He used to do skits about me as well. Vegan Gains Destiny skit. Or it might not have been called Destiny skit, but I thought it was about me because he did the facial and everything too, right? Am I crazy? Fuck. Does anybody remember this was? Or maybe it was just Vegan Gains Destiny debate review. Fuck. Wasn't that Peter Coffin? No. Peter Coffin did, but so did Vegan Gains. Okay, no, fuck. Hold on. You guys are... Vegan Gains Lumberjack skit. Oh, fuck. Was it this?
Oh, wow. So, Lane Norton's a doctor? Spoon clap. So, what? Tell me if you feel any better. Oh, like this?
He had one of these where he was like dressed up as a lumberjack with facial hair, like that he was doing during a debate review of mine, where he talks about like murdering animals or something. Fuck. He might, but it might be in a deleted video now. See that vintage person from H3 debate drama was an unpaid paid actor. I heard about this, but YouTube, what is this? My grandfather's heart attack. Destiny, speaking of Walgreens.
Had enough with brazen thefts every single day at stores from coast to coast.
Walgreens is now trying a few different approaches, including a remodeled anti-theft store right here in the city.
Tia Ewing takes a look.
A Chicago Walgreens has a prescription to treat store theft, and there are others like it across the country. Inside this Walgreens on State and Roosevelt, right in the South Loop, the inside of the store looks like something straight out of the Jetsons. You need a card to make a payment, and if you don't see what you want here, behind this order pickup counter is a locked door full of merchandise that only an employee can get for you, but you must order and pay for it first. Back in May, Walgreens told local residents, quote, this redesigned store will have the latest in e-commerce offerings to increase customer service, mitigate theft, and increase safety for customers and employees. Daryl agrees with it.
Feel in their mind they could walk to stores.
What do you think about the idea of some stores requiring a credit card before even getting in the door? I mean, one, not everybody has a credit card, but two, couldn't you just like steal a credit card? I don't know, like.
Take merchandise, do things they want to do because the city failed the people as well as the stores doing the looting.
Justine lives in California and says locked up merchandise is common.
It's honestly really annoying having to go and ask for help just to get very simple commodities such as like toothpaste or things that you wouldn't necessarily have to ask for.
In San Francisco, shoplifters hit this store more than 20 times a day. As a result, Walgreens here was forced to lock up its freezer section after criminals came in each night to shoplift the entire supply of pizza and ice cream.
This is very reactive, but I think there's more proactive approaches that you can take.
In a statement, Walgreens says that retail theft is one of their top challenges facing their industry, and they continue to take preventative measures. It went on to say the company aims to deliver the best patient and customer experience. From the South Loop, Tia Ewing, Fox 32, Chicago.
Wow. Is this Peace Goes America? Shh. Okay, listen. I think I'm beating this game today, okay? This is a better Pisco solution.
Curious how the fake news media didn't show the redistribution of the stolen goods just now.
It's a sound you might not expect to hear outside of downtown Walgreens. The store is just one of several now playing classical music outside. But the tunes are not for ambiance. NBC5's Charlie Wojciechowski
What the fuck? What is happening?
explains.
This was the scene last month at a South Loop 7-Eleven. A teen takeover had left the convenience store in shambles. The next day, while debris still littered the street, speakers on the building blared opera. Music is the new tool here at Walgreens stores in River North and Greektown as well. But the reason for the music, according to Walgreens, is not to attract shoppers, but rather to discourage people from hanging around the store. In a statement, a company spokesperson confirmed at various locations, we have implemented a recorded music loop that plays classical music outside of some stores to help deter loitering on the...
This feels like a Boondocks or like a Dave Chappelle skit. Like, we're gonna scare away the gangster black teens with Beethoven. What? Is it just playing something loud is just annoying, so it like causes people to like walk away? Or is this a real thing? NBC Chicago. I'm not watching like an Onion skit, am I? Like, are black people like allergic to classical music? Does this actually work? Like, are they gonna start putting like libraries next to the most shoplifted items because they don't want to go near books either? I mean, I don't know. This seems like such a wacky
premises.
This is such a weird idea.
The company says we take steps to ensure the music is only loud enough for the immediate area around the store and cannot be heard by residents in surrounding neighborhoods. But some experts say this technique is nothing new and has had some success.
Okay. This is why I didn't like living in Poland for 3 months, okay? Bro, what the fuck is this name? Are you fucking serious? Bro. I lived in Warsaw for 3 months. Every single Polish street has some shit like this. What are we doing here? Can you imagine how many times this motherfucker has to spell his last name when he goes to the bank? When he gives his name for anything on the phone? Holy shit. Oh, just do my @ I'm Charlie Wojciechowski BC5. Like, just, yeah, at me, bro. Jesus. Paul goes to an ophthalmologist. The doctor shows him. Can you read this? Read. I know this guy.
Success in other places.
It works for the wrong reasons, though. It's going to move the problem. It's not going to solve anything.
Lily Hirsch is a musicologist and author of the book Music in American Crime Prevention and Punishment.
Wait. How is this such a big field of study that people are writing books on this? What do you do for work? I'm a musicologist. Musicologist? So like composition? No. I study the use of music as a crime deterrent outside shopping centers in American cities. That's a field of study?
It's being used to demarcate.
Why does this person look like Pokemon's mom?
Space and tell certain people, this is not your place. You need to leave.
But for some residents of Greektown, the music meant to deter is starting to attract.
Kind of makes me want to congregate around the store. Yeah, I don't know.
Doesn't bother me too much. No, I could stand here all day, I think. I
like the box.
Okay. Please tell me you got at least one black person for this fucking interview. Please. You showed 3. The block. Please.
Congregate around the store. I don't know.
Doesn't bother me too much. No, I could stand here all day, I think.
I like the Bach. The other 2 I could do without.
In Greektown, Charlie Wojciechowski, NBC5 News.
Bro, don't link me this shit anymore, okay? I just...
Not obsessed with PokeBTW.
Musicology is music and society at large. Crime is a subsection of that field. Oh, well, today I learned. I had no idea. Come get your boy, little bro.
I heard you was talking shit, nigga. I heard you was talking shit, bitch, nigga. Let's go. Let's go. Grab the...
Zerker tries to fight academics. Many in the community believe this is staged, though. Wow, that's a high IQ community. Go figure. This study basically proves why headphones make people assholes in public. I think that cities should emit an incredibly weak...
I'm sorry, a wondrous, rationally, and morally consistent one. I will never meme on dear leader again. Peace be upon him. P.S. Weebs rise, I clap.
An incredibly weak Bluetooth scrambler signal, so that anybody that tries to use a Bluetooth stereo outside, their shit gets fucked. I can't believe people that walk around. Why do people do that shit? I notice people do it on bikes now too. They'll be riding a bike down the street. They just got like some Bluetooth stereo like blasting. I'm like, why, bro? Oh. It's so fucking common in DC, Destiny kids with the rented scooters.
Music has been used for torture for sure, and this deterrent concept is not new. A famous example would be a few of Skinny Puppy's tracks at G-Bay.
Cool, bro. I DM'd Dave. He hasn't responded.
What's going on? Oh, we do have them? Oh, all right.
They really have a 2-hour debate on this? I know you said you don't like fish, but do you like fish and chips? No, why the fuck would I like fish and chips if I don't like fish? Lamppost, I super don't care. I just super don't care. Where are you? Oh god. Alright. Give me your spiel. What do you want?
Hey, am I here?
You are indeed.
Hey buddy. Okay, cool. So this is what we're working on, and I'm not gonna take too much of your time. I know it's like early in the morning or whatever.
Hit me up.
Let me mute my stream real quick so that's not playing through. Hold on. Okay, so basically, you know, I don't know if you're aware of like the state of politics in California, but it's like super fucked, right? The Democrats have what's essentially like a monopoly on our politics here. And it's, if you want to get elected into office in California, it's like pretty much impossible if you're not towing the party line. And it's a real problem, right? Because California is like a huge state. We got so many people, and more people are going to be coming here, right? Like as the planet heats up, as the economies get worse, people are going to start congregating towards the coasts where there's like more economic opportunity. And we just don't have the infrastructure right now to support that.
Okay,
right?
wait, hold up real quick, okay?
Yeah.
Are people really gonna go to California as the climate heats up? Isn't like how far north do we have to keep drawing water from to even get water down to LA? I thought that the shit was like going further and further and further. Isn't like California supposed to be like an uninhabitable desert?
Well, so one of the good things that's actually we were starting to see, and again, I don't know where this goes because I'm not like a climate scientist, but like if 2022 or in 2023 winter season is any indicator, we're starting to see a lot more rain in California than we've seen previously. And this might be due to changing weather cycles. Like California was in like a perpetual drought for 15 years. And over this last year, we got more rain than we've had in like the last like 20 years. All of our reservoirs and aquifers are filled again, like Lake Shasta or Mount Shasta, like the reservoir up there, which is the biggest reservoir in California, was at like 30%. Now it's full and it's overflowing. So water may not be an issue with the rain as long as we can control it, but we're going to need the infrastructure, right? We're going to probably start seeing like, again, this is a little speculative because nobody really knows right now, but it wouldn't surprise me if we start seeing like more flooding and stuff. And so we're going to need infrastructure to do that. And the problem is right now is that the Democrats aren't doing shit about this, right? So we got, you know, one of the biggest states, the 6th biggest economy in the world. Where's our fucking public transit? You know what I mean? Like, where's our trains? Where's our good, you know, high-speed rail? Why isn't this getting worked on? And the reason is because the Democrats don't really have any competition in our political landscape here in California, right? And, you know, I love California. I was born and raised here.
Where do you live in California?
What's that? Yeah, I live in Culver City.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember, we met at the fan meetup like way back when at the.
I did like a random one with like 20 or 30 people, and like half of the people there were like League of Legends fans. That was really
exactly
wild.
League of Legends. Yeah, so you know, here's my deal, right? I'm a software engineer. I've been doing it for like 10 years. I'm very like solutions oriented when it comes to like problem solving and stuff, because that's just how my mind works. I'm ADHD as fuck, medicated, but like it works. So you might see that a little bit from me, but I'm passionate about like fixing things. That's what I like to work on. I like to fix things, and I always have since I was like a kid. I've loved to like take shit apart and fix it. And you know, I got laid off in March, so I'm like currently out of work, tech layoffs. But I have some extra time and energy, and I've been looking at like, hey, who's kind of doing something right now in California to really make things better? And like the people that I've connected with, I got in touch with some people at the Forward Party. They have a branch of the Forward Party, which is currently called the Common Sense Party. It was established like 2 years ago. They wanted to change the name, but they already had so many like signups. And you know, in California, you need like 70,000 registered voters to register as your party to be like officially recognized by the Secretary of State. So you know, we're sticking with the Common Sense Party in California for now, but we're on a big push right now, like a huge drive. We got 49 days right now to get about 73,000 people registered under the Common Sense Party in California. And it's you know, we can do it. Like we're organizing a lot of grassroots efforts. We're going to be having students like all around, you know, up and down California, you know, organizing at campuses, doing like farmers markets. We're doing some digital outreach. We're doing like Facebook, Google ads, and we're on kind of a time crunch right now, I'll be honest. And like this is really important because the September 29th deadline requires that we have all of these signatures submitted, or I'm sorry, all these signups, you know, people switching their party affiliation to the Secretary of State. It has to be done by then for us to be able to get on the 2024 ballots, right? For us to be able to run our own candidates. And we really want to do that. We really want to start putting some pressure on the Democrats, if only just to like show them like, hey, we're nipping at your heels here. So you got to start fucking doing your jobs, you know? So that's kind of like what I'm working on right now. And like, you're a smart guy, you know, like I've known that for a long time. You've got good ideas, you know, and I would like really, really, really like to at some point, you know, I'm going to be at the the Democracy Summit or whatever in Los Angeles next month. I don't know if you're going to that, but I'd love to like coordinate. I'd love to like talk to you about like what are the things we're working on, some of the solutions we're working on. We got a lot of really cool young people. And this is one thing that I can say about what we're doing here that I haven't seen yet is that like all the people that are involved right now in our efforts have been surprisingly talented and like excited and young and like trying to do stuff. Like this is not a boomer movement. This is like a real movement. And we're, you know, like I'm working with the other engineers. We're putting together, like we just started a Discord server because we weren't utilizing that enough. And we're doing like Typeform integrations so that we can get people organized quickly. We've got, you know, their technology stack sucks. I'll be honest. I'm looking at the technology stack that all these political organizations are using and it fucking sucks. We're going to revolutionize that. We're going to change it. We're going to upgrade it. You know, and the same thing with our political systems. We're going to upgrade those because like we're on this, you know, 200-year-old political technology. Why don't we have politics 2.0? Why are we still using this like shitty electoral first past the post bullshit, you know, where it's like you can only have two parties? So anyway, that's what I'm working on. And I'd love to like hear your feedback and kind of see if you were interested in possibly helping out in the effort.
So wait, what exactly are you asking for help with? Like so you're kind of promoting now your signature thing, but like, I mean,
yeah.
In terms of what's going on, like in the next year's political season, I'm proud. All my efforts are probably going to be going towards helping the Democratic Party win the presidential election or like federal seats, so for like Congress, like Senate, House of Representatives.
Cool. And I support that. Like, I'm a lifelong Democrat. I'm very much a liberal. I love liberal ideas. Of course, I'm an engineer. I like solutions. But that said, I ask people. I say, like, who here is happy with our establishment two-party system? Does anybody like this?
Yeah, I'm happy with it. I think it's pretty good.
I think it kind of sucks. Like, I mean, you go to like McDonald's or Chipotle or whatever, and you like want to get a soda. There aren't just two choices for soda. It's not just like Coke and Pepsi. You know what I mean? Like we're all so different. America's the melting pot of the world. California is kind of the melting pot of the United States. Why is it that we're all expected to choose just like either red or blue? It's like, I don't know. I don't love it. Personally, and one of the issues with it, and again, this is what the systemic issue is, that we're not seeing enough competition in our political landscape because the Democrats control the process. And so we're not getting people who are like people who've wanted to push for solutions, wanted to implement infrastructure and transportation changes in California. They're getting fucked by the party because the party's saying, hey, we got donors from General Motors, from Ford, from fucking Tesla, from all these people. We're not going to piss them off.
I feel like, isn't the problem more that one, these projects end up being outrageously fucking expensive, and then two, the fact that like it's just really, 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 really hard to partition out areas in Southern California for public transport? Like, what happened to that $1 billion, like the train to nowhere or whatever?
I'll tell you what happened. It got all the funds got eaten up by private interests, by government contractors, which is fucked. We can actually build public transit in California. It's not even that hard. Like, what I would do, and this is what we've been talking about, is like truly what we should be doing in California is we should be coordinating with the Japanese, right? The Japanese have a very similar geographical landscape to California, earthquakes and coasts and, high population density, and they've been able to make it work, right? So if the fucking Japanese can do it, and they're one of our allies, like the Japanese and the Americans, we've worked very closely together for the last 70 years or whatever. We could fucking change it, but we don't want to. Why? Because there's too much money in government contracts. And the Democrats, the people who are, Nancy Pelosi's worth $150 million, dude. When she got into office, she was worth $3 million. How did she increase her net worth by 50 fucking times serving the public as a public servant? Suck my fucking dick.
Well, wait, how do you think she increased her net worth?
You want to know how? I'll tell you. It's through fucking insider trading and through back-end deals. That's how.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure it's because her husband manages like a multi-million-dollar hedge fund. I think that's where they've made most of their money. But I don't think there's ever been proven
It just went up 50 times just because that's like normal, right? When you manage when you have $3 million net worth. Now, Dianne Feinstein, her husband was actually like a legit like fucking.
Well, how long? How long has she been in office for? Like 40, 50
Nancy
years?
Pelosi's been in office for like 30 years or something like that.
I don't know if a 50x increase in net worth over 30 years for an active investor. I'm not sure how. That's a long time to be working for.
Nancy Pelosi is not an active investor, my friend. She's a fucking public servant. This is different.
Right?
Well,
but her net worth is determined because she's married, so they share their net worth, right?
That I'm actually not aware. I'm not sure of. Maybe, possibly, I'm not sure. But like, doesn't anybody think that that's a problem? Like, I think that's still a problem. Like, I think our public servants should be people who are more closely related to the general public, especially if you're a fucking Democrat. If you're a Democrat, you're for the people. You're for the average people. How are you supposed to relate to these people being rich off your fucking ass? 150. You know what I mean? Like, you know who we have as a good public servant? Karen Bass. You know who she is?
I'm not sure. Tell me about her.
She won the mayoral race in Los Angeles last year. So Karen Bass was a lifelong, her mother was a nurse, she was a nurse, based here in California, amazing woman. Like, she was my local congressperson, actually, before she ran for mayor. And I would get emails from her every week, every 2 weeks, and she would do virtual town halls, even through COVID, every week, asking her constituents, talking to them, seeing what their issues were. She's a real public servant. Karen Bass is never gonna be worth $150 million because she's doing her fucking job. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Nancy Pelosi's not. Nancy Pelosi's doing the job to get rich and to help other people get rich. And that's a problem, especially if we're the Democrats, especially if we're supposed to be for the people. So this is my issue. This is what I'm working on. I'm really passionate about it, obviously, because I'm fucking fed up, dude. Nobody's doing anything about it. Mm-hmm. So I'm doing something. And I have skills. I have experience. I'm a technical product manager. I've worked in tech for like 10 years. I'm leveraging some of my coordination organizational skills. We got Airtable hooked up with like our project management tools. We got that integrated into our fundraising platform. We're working with engineers. We're gonna crank this thing up to 11, and we're gonna do it fast. And like I said, we got 49 days right now, and that's our main goal. It's like, if only to put some pressure on the Democrats to show them like, hey, there's going to be some competition soon, so you guys better up your game, right? Competition makes us all better. I mean, you know this, right? Like, you're a competitive guy. One of my favorite things about competition is that, like, it drives other people to be better. And we don't have enough competition in our political landscape in California. That's got to change. So that's where I'm at.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Wow.
If you're interested, if you would like to, if you'd be interested in helping, the one thing that we're looking for right now is we need to drive these signups. And so, if you'd be interested in like talking with anybody, I'd be happy to like talk to you about how people can get involved. We have a Common Sense Party Discord. I could give you like potentially a link that you could maybe share if you're, again, we're not trying to do anything crazy. We're not trying to like, nobody has to change the way they vote. Nobody has to change their political beliefs. All we want to do is like show the establishment here in California that, hey, there's going to be some competition soon. So, start moving your fucking ass. And that's kind of what I'm working on, man. And I would love like we're asking right now for like support from people who feel the same. So if you do support that idea, if you do support, or any of your viewers support that, we really need people. We're soliciting help right now too. Like we need a lot of people. We need boots on the ground. If you're at a college campus somewhere,
Who do they? Okay, if you want them to reach out and help, who should they reach out to coordinate? I guess with you if they want to.
Coordinate with me directly.
Yeah, but I don't know if they know where to find me. Where should they, like, is there an email or is there a...
What exactly are you asking? Who should reach?
If people in my audience want to help or do something, if they're inspired by your speech, who should they contact? How do they contact you?
If they want to contact us, the best way that they can do it is right now is through our Discord server. That's what we're pushing hard because, like I said, we're using 21st century tools. Discord has an amazing ability to create like a community space where people can organize. So we have a Discord. It's at like bit.ly/CSP_Discord. So if people are interested, like I can put it in like the chat real quick so people see what it's bit.ly. Let me see, https bit.ly/CSP Discord. And that link should work.
Every time I hear I'm a software engineer, I mute the stream. Don't you have some Jira bugs you should be shoveling, nerd?
Literally like 2 days ago. We're moving fast. We don't have a lot of time, I'll be honest. You know what I mean? I kind of got involved a little bit late.
Okay.
And but we're trying to supercharge this thing, and we have a lot of people who are like young and interested, who are like want to make a difference. And I get it that like I'm a little excited, truthfully, because that's just kind of how I am. Honestly, I'm a passionate guy. I care about things, and I am, like I said, I got some ADHD and whatever. But I'm excited to talk to you. I'm excited to like do anything that I can to help put some pressure and change some things, because I see so many people just kind of fucking sitting around. Nobody's really doing anything, so I'm just trying to do something.
Okay, cool. Well, hey, listen, maybe in the future we'll cross paths, and I wish you the best. Even if we might disagree on methods, it's always good to have people passionate and involved. So
yeah, for sure. And like I would love to talk to you about some of the solutions that we're working on, like how we want to change the voting systems, what we think about how we can fix the housing situation here in California and the rest of the world.
What's the solution to the housing situation? I'm so curious.
So the working philosophy right now, right, is like the only solution to the housing crisis ultimately is to build more housing, right? Like that's, you can't fix it without building more housing. And we have more people pouring into California, and people say, I know there are people leaving California, but we have just as many people coming in. Like California's population is not really on the decline. And the problem is that all of our housing is getting outdated, right? So it's like we have this old housing.
This guy makes me want to play hacky sack.
There's like a scarcity of, and people are kind of like fighting over these old. It's you know what it is? It's remember when we stopped making new cars during COVID?
I don't remember that, but I'll trust you. Okay.
Okay, so during COVID, production shut down, right? And so there were like no new cars that you could buy between like 2021 or something, and like only until like recently you've been able to like buy new cars again at like MSRP. Most of the time they've been at like a significant dealer markup, right? Okay. And that's because we weren't producing. It's the same thing in California, right? One of the reasons why we're seeing our housing prices going through the roof is because we're not producing. And one of the reasons we're not producing, there's a couple reasons for that. One is because of like NIMBYism, like zoning laws, which are preventing the construction of new multifamily residential housing. And then the other part is that there's been obstruction in the state, at a government level, and favoritism towards contract builders. And so, the working philosophy right now, and this is something, again, we're still fleshing everything out. But here's the thing about our party is that we're open to ideas, right? We're really trying to solve this thing. We're trying to get smart people involved who really want to, you know, make a difference. And so what we're thinking about, and this is like kind of our working platform plan, is we think that the government, and you know, it may be the state of California, needs to establish what we would call the Civil Construction Corps, right? And the Civil Construction Corps is something that we don't really have, but I feel like we should, because you know, we have a military, right? That we hire people essentially to go out and like fight for us, but we don't really hire people to build the things that we need, and as far as infrastructure, housing, you know. And we used to do this in America, right? Like under FDR, under the New Deal, we actually did this. Like America employed, like what was it called? The Something Works program.
Okay.
You remember this one?
I don't remember under FDR now.
Yeah, so under FDR, there was something called like the Something Works program, but the government was employing people directly, right? And that's an important thing because that reduces waste and it makes sure that our tax dollars are going directly back in to the working population. It's going right back into the economy, right? And so we have what the government needs to do is they need to establish essentially a civil construction corps, which is like the military, but instead of wielding a gun, you wield a hammer. You know what I mean? And you run it like the military. It's strict. It's no bullshit. You know what I mean? And we have jobs that have to be done, but they should pay well, you know, $120,000 a year. And we can get people in and we can get them educated and trained and we can run it with our former veterans. We've got a lot of veterans involved right now in the Forward Party who are interested in this. And, you know, we're working on it. We're working on real solutions, you know? And this is why, like, I'm excited about this, is because this is not like, I've seen a lot of bullshit fucking movements around. I've seen a lot of people who are kind of just, you know, saying shit, but not actually, I'm witnessing it myself, right? Like I'm in this thing right now. I'm working probably 12 to 14 hours a day on this project right now. I'm unemployed, so I have that time to contribute. And I'm seeing the way people are moving, and we've got smart people. And I'm a little excited. I'm a little scared too, truthfully, because like the stakes are high, you know, but like, I really think that we can get this thing done, but we got to start taking it seriously, you know. And I'm trying to encourage that. I'm trying to tell people like, hey, there's a sense of urgency, right? Like we all kind of know things are not really getting better here in this country. You know what I mean? We all kind of know that like our fucking politics are fucked and that our leaders fuck and that they're, you know, they're too old and they're, you know, we got too many boomers in office and we need to change that. And that's not changing fast enough. But it needs to. So anyway, if anyone is interested, seriously, we're soliciting help right now. We need help. Check out California Common Sense Party if you're in California. If you're in anywhere else in the country, Forward Party. And we will get you in touch with people and tell you how you can contribute. If that's an hour a week, 2 hours a week, we need people reaching out to new volunteers or doing phone outreach, email, text, Instagram outreach. We're gonna start using like the big social media platforms, Threads, Twitter, whatever it is. But we're gonna mobilize, and we're gonna use technology tools to help us mobilize. You know, some of the best in class. Like I said, I'm a technical product manager of 10 years. You know, I'm a software engineer. I know how to write code. Like, tell me, you know, like I'm not full of shit. And we're gonna solve this thing using real solutions, 21st century fucking solutions. And so yeah, I just, you know, this is kind of like I'm throwing up the bat signal right now. This is a call for help. This is a call for like, hey, if you guys are interested, I'm 37 years old for anybody who's asking. And if you've got any skills, like we're creating a type form. I'm working on that right now. So if you got graphic design skills, if you know anything about digital marketing, if you know anything about social media management, if you know anything about video creation, editing, whatever it is, we need to push this thing, and we can push it, and we can make like real fucking change for the first time in a while. We've got the people to do it, but we need more people. So, you know, that's what I'm working on. You know, and I'd love to, like I said, any amount of time or energy that you want to talk about this, I will spend as much time talking about it with you as you want, because you've got a fantastic platform. You're a smart fucking dude who I think has a lot of potential to like make a real fucking difference. And I would love to like have your help on this thing in any way, honestly.
Gotcha. All right. Well, one more time, you want to give people the link to your Discord, I guess, so they can go.
Yeah, so I'm going to put it back in the chat again right now. bit.ly /CSP_Discord. Now this is just as a heads up, everyone, this is the California Common Sense Party Discord. This is specifically for people who want to get involved in California. We also have a Forward Party national one, but California is really important right now because we've got 49 days left to get another like 20. I think we need like 50 40,000 signatures, I think is what we need. We need 40,000 people, not signatures rather. We need 40,000 people in the state to change their party affiliation through the California Secretary of State website from whatever it is, from whatever your party affiliation is to Common Sense Party. And we're going to be at college campuses. We're going to be at farmers markets. We're going to be out at we have some teams going out to the WGA, SAG-AFTRA picket lines. You know, because here's the thing, dude. I was out at the picket lines the other day, and I was asking these people, I'm like, hey, like, you know, and these are good people, and they're fighting the same fight that we are, right? They're fighting against like inequality, which is it's a problem, and nobody's doing anything about it. And I asked them, I said, hey, where are your Democratic leaders out here picketing with you? Where are the people, your Democrats that you elected, threatening to legislate against these companies if they don't come to the table, threatening to legislate against AI or, threatening to legislate for minimums for certain contract workers or writers? They could legislate it. You wouldn't even have to picket anymore. Where are your legislators? And the thing is, those legislators, you know why they're not there? Because they're on the other side of the fucking fence, man.
Gotcha.
They're you know, they're involved with the studios. They get money. They get, you know, they have a vested interest. So anyway, I got some calls coming through right now from some of the people. This is one of the guys I've been working with. His name's GPS. He's one of our awesome guys on the team. He and I have been working side by side like 10 hours a day. Hold on a second. Hey, can he say hi to you?
Yeah, go for it.
Hey, GPS, you're on speaker. This is Destiny. Say hi to him.
Hi, Destiny. What's up?
Hey, what's up?
Can you hear him? Said, hey, what's up?
Yeah.
So,
hey,
anyway.
Yeah. Cool.
Anyway,
make sure you were aware of what's happening to our Discord.
Yeah. Oh, are we getting some influx right now? Okay, cool. That's all good. We don't mind. We're gonna start reaching out to these people. And everybody who's joining, thank you so much. Like, seriously. And if you know people, especially if they're in California, be in touch with us. Like, if you're in California, we need you right now. I know it's like it's a Hail Mary. I get it. Like, I fucking know the odds of success on this thing, but it's not impossible. You know what I mean? And people will like think like, oh, you know, whatever. And I'm open to that possibility, but I'm gonna act as though we can do this thing. And so, you know, like I said, you're gonna see. I'm gonna do it with my fucking actions. I'm gonna show you over the next 49 days what we can accomplish with this thing. And so, you know, keep in touch with me. Follow along with what's going on, and you know, fucking let the proof be in the pudding. So we got a fucking train. It's got no fucking brakes, and we're not moving left. We're not moving right. We're moving fucking forward on this motherfucker. And we're taking it to Capitol Hill, you know what I mean? Because something's got to change, and these fucking boomer-ass establishment politicians are fucking us, and it's got to change. So anyway, that's where I'm at. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Destiny. Like, I'm gonna maybe send you an email if that's cool, and maybe we can coordinate about the Democracy Summit if you're gonna be there. Yang said he would love to talk with you and maybe like have a discussion or something, if that's something you'd be interested in.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
All right, dude. You're awesome. I appreciate, and just as a personal note, dude, like, I super duper appreciate you. Like, everything that you do, you've got the right ideas. You know what I mean? Like, you are a strong net positive in the world, in like our political sphere. You know what I mean? Like, I recognize that. I have for a long time, and so I just want to like take a second to just like tell you that like I do appreciate that.
Cool. All right. Well, thanks a lot. Be careful. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much. You're awesome. Take care, dude.
See you later. Bye.
All right. Bye.
Okay. Jesus. Okay, what are our choices here? Intrusive analysis. And then one of your people runs away. If you locate him and enter the house, all your people die. Good one. Do you want to see how long you keep going? Why didn't you cut him off? Listen, he can do his spiel, okay? Oh, wait, so you lose 4 crew members and get 1 back? Bro was 37? Listen, just... Is the Anna Kasparian thing still happening? I have no idea. Stop. Hey, listen up. Stop. Listen up. Hey, just as a heads up, if you guys, if I find out that you guys are going to other people's discords and trolling them, even that discord, I will permaban you on every single platform I have, just as a heads up. And I encourage people to snitch. We are a pro snitching community. I hope all you guys snitch to each other, so. No leaks, but the next update will be absolutely bonkers. 0 details will be given. Just know that Believer stocks... Oh. Zero details will be given. That's what I thought initially.
Weigh in much. But then somebody posted and said Ludwig claims Ethan Klein is being mean. And like a news article. I didn't say he's being mean. I think he is mean. I don't think Ethan's a nice person. I think he's a dick. He did something that rubbed me the wrong way. I think he's mean because of it. Because one time Cutie was crying on stream after the A-Truck thing, and he brought it up on his show and laughed at it. And I thought ever since then, I do not think he's a nice person.
Oh, I remember that Cutie thing. Fuck.
Because that's not what a nice person does. And I think that's a fine thing to think. Weigh in.
That means you're mean too? I am mean. Jesus. Establish a long term. And then if you locate the guy, then you can't. Okay, so you just lose a person, I think. Okay. I'm okay. To lose one person for that much science? Hell yeah. And then what's going on with this? Would you ever live in this car with Melina? This must be like the last galaxy, right? The retard bait that you laid backfired. Oh no, Nick! ESG and the WF are using ESG scores to make you eat bugs and own nothing and be happy. ESG investing is not only more responsible, but is also likely to lead to better risk-adjusted returns over the long term. Poor Nick. He got baited. What? I tweeted out a while ago. What was the tweet I tweeted out a while ago? I don't know if you guys are retarded or if you thought I was retarded. Let me see if I can find this. Fuck. I made a tweet about medians. Does anybody remember this tweet? Good job. So this guy, I'm assuming this guy's a stats guy, bangs head into wall. So this guy tweets out, it's not true that 61% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. As of 2019, the median household in the United States had a net worth of $121,000, $26,000 financial assets, 5,300 transactions. And then this guy replies, millionaires drive the median income up, so it's not a true measure of the average American's income. So this guy's putting bangs head into wall because medians, by definition, are not averages or means, if you want to sound smart. A mean is just taking an entire set of data, adding it all up, and then dividing it by the number of data points. That'll give you an average or mean. But the problem with an average or mean is that that data set can be heavily skewed, or the mean can be heavily skewed if you've got some really big outliers in the data. 1 trillionaire combined with 10 poor people will give them an average net worth of, what, $10 billion each, right? So the mean isn't good there, right? But a median, by definition, will exclude through different techniques. It's either the middle point of data, excluding top and bottom deviations, whatever. But a median, by definition, will exclude those outliers. That's what a median is. So this guy typed banks head into wall because a median, by definition, will exclude millionaires that are driving up net worth, right? So I replied, I mean, the guy's making a good point. If you want to do more diligent stat analysis, you should take the median but exclude extremes at either end so they don't skew your numbers. That's the definition of a median. But then I tweeted this out, and there's a lot of people that apparently... you don't need to exclude extremes with median. That's the beauty of using median over mean. Yeah. Apparently, Ayla didn't catch this either. Jesus Christ. Is that an ad? Okay. That's the definition of median. Literally the midpoint, not the averages. Bruh, the extremes you're talking about only account for like 1%. This person doesn't know. Bat chest girl. Ooh. I agree with whatever she says. Destiny, what's your point? I don't really understand. I just shouldn't have done this joke, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I was too dry. Ooh. Canadian news is already starting to be blocked on Facebook and Instagram. Damn. Destiny, what you said is fine. Well, if you shave off the same extremes of medians from both ends, you just get the same median as the original set of the median, but it's pointless. But yeah, I know. I'm just saying that's like the definition of the median, right? Shut up. Stop. Red Bull. Destiny, income isn't normally distributed. I don't think it matters much, my dude. If I had to guess, let's see, could I guess an income distribution in the United States? I'm sure there's a name for this type of curve, but I'm not gonna be able to tell you what it is. If I had to guess what the income in the United States was, let's see if we can guess. Something like this would be like a guess. For what age group? This is just like distribution of income across the entire US. My guess is it would be something like this. You probably have a hump here in the middle. You've got some pretty poor earners, and then you've got very few ultra high earners. What digital piano do you have? Some really nice Yamaha one, a CP50. Yeah, and I got a lot of hard drives on it, okay? I don't know why it's called that. Your movie sucks, Adam gave it to me, okay? He's a cool dude. MSNBC Math.
Somebody tweeted recently that actually with the money he spent, he could have given every American $1 million.
I've got it, let's put it up on the screen. When I read it, tonight on social media, it kind of all became clear.
Okay, this tweet was a meme, right?
Bloomberg spent $500 million on ads. U.S. population 327 million. Don't tell us if you're ahead of us on the math. He could have given each American $1 million and have had lunch money left over. It's an incredible way of putting it.
It's an incredible way of putting it. It's true. It's just.
Oh no, wait. I thought the joke was they were gonna make fun of that guy, not realizing it was a meme, but it was a meme, but they are believing it. No, wait.
Disturbing.
It's true, and it's disturbing. Hey ho. I'm moving to the US now as a political consultant. $1 million campaigning spend for every voter. I want some of that action. $500 million, 327 million people. That's about $1.50 each.
Listen, okay? This fucking piece of shit. Every time you watch this guy go on air, he's probably got a different set of glasses on because he looks like the kind of guy that gets his ass whipped by some kangaroos when he leaves his fucking house in the morning. Fuck this guy. Fuck Australia. You're all a bunch of felons, and you hate your indigenous people, and your island is too hot, and your accents suck, for most of you. Don't ever make fun of my goddamn country. I hope you sink, you fucking losers.
¿Quieren conocer mi sueño rodante? Vamos.
Bro, stop. Oh, this is what you asked about to live in?
Mi sueño rodante. Vamos.
Okay. I'll say it. Get some goddamn pasties, okay? Jesus Christ, okay? Jesus Christ. Lord have mercy. Or you know what? Don't. But don't get mad if I look, okay?
¿Quieren conocer mi sueño rodante? Vamos.
It just looks like a normal, like, trailer home thing or whatever. No? Or like a normal RV thing? I might, okay, I don't know. I'm sorry, hold on, what is this? Police launch investigation into teenage girl's arrest after lesbian Nana comment. West Yorkshire police have received a complaint after a mother said her autistic teenage daughter was arrested for saying a female officer looked like her lesbian Nana. Nana? 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 The officer took it the wrong way and said it was a homophobic comment. It wasn't, in parentheses.
How much do you pay for rent in New York?
I actually don't. I actually converted a van.
You converted a van. Could I have a tour of that van? Thanks for having me. Oh my gosh, this is pink.
I am 5'9", and I literally fit exactly.
Jesus.
Water system with all the tubing I did myself.
And I like the details of all the flowers.
Thank you.
So you have your bookshelf up here. Yeah. Jigglypuff.
This is my closet. Full all of my clothes, like from bin.
Your bookshelf up here. Yeah. Jigglypuff.
This is my closet.
What is this? What?
All the flowers.
Thank you.
So you have your bookshelf up here. Yeah. Jigglypuff.
This is my closet.
Jesus Christ.
Closet. Full all of my clothes, like from bins. And then all my different hobby stuff, so my dance shoes and...
This is so organized.
It has to be, otherwise it feels like chaos. This is food storage. This is all my cooking gear, so I can like have a stovetop up on my counter and everything. This is my fridge. It opens up, it's pretty simple.
It's like so well lit in here.
And then even have the second pair of lights.
Ooh, mood lighting.
Yeah.
What's your favorite part about the van?
Definitely the skylight.
Is it dangerous to live in New York City in a van? What does she do for work? Why does she live in a van? Go to my YouTube channel and watch the full video. We're going to tour a van today. We're right outside the van.
It kind of feels like my own man cave. The build was like $17,700 and the car was $31,000.
I guess this is like Van Alley in Brooklyn where all the van life people live. Watch this be the wrong van. There is 2 red ones. The door's a little cracked, so I think it is. Hello? What's up?
Hi, how are you guys?
How's your walk? What prompted?
I was lover out of like breaking things, and I also people being build that for you, like, oh, your brother's gonna make that, and just I kind of was like, I want to break that stereotype of people being like, oh, you're a girl and you're building it, like, and I wanted to make it like, yeah, I am, and I like girly things, and I also can build things. My silverware, like all my dishes, all of the water in the world because it gets so hot in here. It's a metal box. That's my gray water, and that's my clean water. And this thing is a monster. It like screams.
Is this wallpaper that you put on top of it?
Pretty much. It's like a sticky like contact paper from Amazon on like a regular piece of plywood.
It looks like granite though, so I think it's achieving what you wanted it to be.
Good. And then I have like all my
Yo.
Hello.
Hello. Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, what up, G or Q?
Okay. How are you? How are you?
I'm doing great. How you doing? Did you just wake up?
No, I'm doing good. I didn't just wake up. What? Do I sound tired or some shit?
Yeah.
I mean, I am, but no, I didn't just wake up. Fuck. Wait. Speaking of being tired, aren't you going to like travel in the next few days?
Tomorrow night. Hopefully after our Keep or Kick episode.
Yeah, I've been working on that. Actually, it's gonna be a great one. I'm not gonna lie. It's gonna be a fucking great one. Okay, episode 10, milestone. Yeah. So, I'm planning a banger. You know what I mean? Shout out to everybody that's been helping out. But
cool. I messaged Low Tier God yesterday. He hasn't responded, but I did message him. But okay.
Okay, that's rough.
Just letting you know, I did message him.
I mean, here's the thing, right? I don't know if I sent. No, I didn't send you the clip. Yasuo, right? Somebody asked him in chat, in his chat. He was like, "Would you go on Kick or Keep Destiny show?" He's like, "Yeah, I'd love to go on. You know, Destiny messaged me. I'll go on 100%." So, listen, you're both verified on Twitter, so you could DM him, tell him, "Hey, I got a show tomorrow, Saturday, 1 p.m. Eastern time. Would you come on?" You know, because I've tried reaching out to him like through 3 separate people, and he hasn't responded yet.
Yasuo. What's it? Do you know if his name on Discord is Yasuo?
I don't know. No, I don't know.
DM Yasuo. Hey, someone mentioned you wanting to come on Kick or Keep. It's tomorrow at 1300 EST. If you're interested, let me know. Smiley face.
You really think niggas know what 1300 EST means? You really believe that?
In the United States, yeah. Well, no, he's fine.
Okay, I think it's the complete opposite. In the United States, niggas would not know what 1300 EST is. Europeans go with that shit though. I don't know. It's a bit weird.
We'll figure.
Wait, you know what? I've never asked you this, and this is crazy. Just knowing, at least my history here, but. Speaking of Sweden, right? Sweden with all the sweet men. Shout out Tyler. Wait, is it Tyler? Yeah, it is Tyler, the creator. What's your type in men?
Is Tyler? Wait, is Tyler
the
Swedish?
Creator, no, he's not Swedish, but he had the bars. You know, Sweden, sweet men. When ASAP Rocky. Anyways, don't worry about it. What's your type in men? Pause.
I don't really have like I don't date men. Okay, I just like.
No, but like you sleep with them.
I'm not gonna talk about my gay shit escapades with you. It's fucking weird. Okay.
No. Well, I'm just asking. What's your type? Are you into the Caucasoids? Are you into like the brothers? You could just say, listen, I'm for all the people.
Listen, if you look like any of the guys on Game of Thrones, okay, that's my type, alright.
Okay, so you a freaky ass nigga. You go for like the mountain type motherfucker, 7 foot, like a bear. Okay. I mean, I kind of expected that, but it's good. You know, it's good to get some confirmation. Oh, by the way, I assume we're not gonna do any Kick or Keeps when you're in Sweden, correct?
We're probably gonna miss one, yeah.
Oh, so you're gonna be gone for a week? Okay, but listen, fuck. I'm doing this show here. You know, the reason I fucking sound sick, I mean, tired, sick, whatever, it's because I'm in a fucking hotel room, and just today, like, some fucking old German white dude knocked on my fucking door, and he was like, "You are so loud. Keep the voice down."
What are you in a hotel for?
Wait, I swear to God, I already like explained this a billion times. I had to leave Malaysia because I'm fucking renewing my visa and I can't be inside the country, so I had to go somewhere. So it's like, what's the nearest country I could go to that doesn't require my ass to get a visa? You know, my scuffed passport won't allow me to get a visa, so it was Cambodia. So I was like, fuck it, I came here. So the first time I'm here, niggas don't even shake hands. They just, you know, put their hands together. They do the prayer emoji thing, and then they like do the Japanese, like, you know, what's it called? It's not crouching. But cool, I don't know. Somebody can translate it. Anyways, it's pretty, I don't know. It's fucking weird here. I'm not racist or anything, but I'm not used to it. It's my first time in like a super foreign place. It's a bit fucking scary. Half the time, I swear I'm not racist, but half the time I think somebody's gonna eat me. Half the time I'm like, don't piss nobody off. Like, I'm super fucking polite. I'm generally polite, but I'm very polite with these people because they're so friendly, but at the same time, I'm like, I gained a bit of weight, you know, since I went to university. And honestly, if somebody were to eat me, I don't blame them. Like, I have a lot of good fucking nutrients on me and shit. Anyways, we're not gonna do like a week of kick or keep, okay?
Jesus.
Interesting. What? Wait, I can't just speak the truth every once in a while?
I don't even know what I'm gonna be honest, I don't even know where the fuck Cambodia is, so okay.
I mean, it's next to Vietnam and Thailand.
Yeah, like all those Southeast Asia places, like Vietnam, Thailand, all that shit just like blends together for me. I don't know, and it's like the northeast of the United States. But
I mean, that's fair.
Anyway.
Although they're very different. Shout out to all the fucking Vietnamese people.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why I said that. I'm Cambodia. Shout out to Cambodians. You know what? Somebody said this, and I forgot where I heard it. Like, before you started streaming, you were a carpenter, correct? Or am I wrong?
A carpet cleaner.
So that's like, wait, I upgraded. You should have went with the fucking carpenter words. Okay, so you're a carpet cleaner. What made you fucking even decide to start streaming?
Hold on.
I mean, I'm thinking about it, like back in 2011 or whatever, like it wasn't popular to fucking be a live streamer. How the fuck does that come across your fucking like Nebraska dude went to university for fucking music, drops out, cleans carpets, becomes a streamer? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, because I played a lot of games in school. It was always fun to like play against people. It was a fun experience with everybody. And then a friend suggested basically that I try getting into streaming because a few people were doing it and it seemed like a funny way to share your gaming experiences with other people. So I started doing it.
Okay, so you started it off as a hobby.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was only a hobby back then. People didn't like do streaming full time. It wasn't a thing. There was like barely any people that were even did stream.
It's like YouTubers that started it because they just wanted to create videos. You couldn't make money off of YouTube. Okay. So when was the shift? When did the shift happen where you decided to fucking take it from a hobby to, you know what, I don't want to fucking spend the rest of my life cleaning carpets. I want to fucking stream. Like, when did that switch happen?
Probably around 6 months. When I started to get some PayPal donations and I saw how much time I was putting into carpet cleaning versus how much time I was putting into streaming, and I was making about the same amount of money.
Oh, okay. Was it ever like a do or die thing with you, or was it always like, if I feel like this, I'll just go back to carpet cleaning?
I mean, I'm a person who works. If you have to work, you just work. I mean, I don't know. It's always, everything is do or die, right? I mean, if it didn't work, then you go back to carpet cleaning, right?
True, but did you think about it that way? Was it like, I gotta give it my all type shit? Like, I gotta fucking commit myself to this push? Like, just go insane because you don't... Because I assume you didn't fucking like carpet cleaning.
No, but I mean, I also had like a child on the way and I had a house to pay for. So it's not like I could just do this for fun and then see LOL. Like, I'd only do it full time if the money was working.
Okay. And then within 6 months, it fucking worked, basically.
Yeah, basically. I figured I could just stream like 16 hours a day and make about as much as I made carpet cleaning, yeah.
Would you say you got like super lucky compared to everybody else that was starting at the time?
I mean, like, in a way, it was all because of my work, but then in another way, it was because I was lucky. It depends on how you look at it. Like, in one sense, I was lucky that I was born at the right time. In another sense, I was lucky that I was a fan of the right kinds of games because I grew up playing StarCraft, and StarCraft 2 became the most popular streamed game for probably like 2 years. In another sense, I was lucky. So, like, I mean, I played StarCraft. I was good at it. So, I mean, is that lucky, I guess? I don't know, maybe. I'm also lucky that I was like really into computer hardware and stuff and some software stuff. So I was able to figure out a lot of streaming stuff that a lot of people just couldn't. Like the average person today, 99% of streamers today couldn't have streamed back when I streamed. They wouldn't be able to figure out all the technology. If you put these, like these people can't even use OBS. They have to use OBS Streamlabs integrated. If you were to sit the average streamer in front of Flash Media Live Encoder, they would kill themselves. There's no way they'd be able to figure anything out. So. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, so like in some sense I was lucky, but in another sense I was willing to put in like a lot of work. Also, like I was like the leading quality streamer for probably 3 to 4 years. Like I had the best quality content of anybody on the internet, like bar none. Nobody was streaming at the quality I was. Like if
quality as in like HD. Fucking,
yes, as
like
in
that type of quality?
I'm streaming. Sometimes you're limited to 300 to 500 300 to 500 kilobits per second. 300 to 500 kilobits per second, and to squeeze out, and I'm on a, man, what was it back then? I think it was an E6750. I think the dual core processors. To squeeze out anything from these chips at that bandwidth was insanely difficult. Like the level of customization I had to do on these like I think it was it even H.264 back then? I don't think so. I think it was VP7 or VP9. Like these encoders I was using, like if you go back and you look at my old YouTube videos, like the frame rate is low. The quality is decent though, considering these videos are 12 years old. Like you can still see what's going on everything that's happening. Like it looks okay.
It's not just a bunch of, it's not a bunch of pixels basically.
No, yeah, it's like it works. Yeah, and like this, like the quality and everything that I had out was like way above anybody else at the time, and I put a lot of work into like figuring out like all the streaming shit back then. Yeah.
So you'd say that was your differentiator basically, the reason why you came out on top, as opposed to, because when we speak about luck, obviously you could take it back to as like, oh, I'm lucky that my parents found each other and they fucking married and I was born. You could do that shit, but like if you just reduce the fucking variables and just keep it to you and all the other people that were streaming the same game you were at the same time, what made you lucky compared to all those guys that you shared that shit in common with was your quality, is what you're saying, correct?
Yeah, I guess I was willing to put in a lot of work to figure out like the software hardware optimization, which was really difficult.
And that was purposeful. Like it wasn't just like, oh, I'm super nerdy and I just like to fucking invest time in like quality. No, it was like, I know this is what's going to fucking, you know, gap me compared to these fucking dudes. So that's why I'm going to do it, right? It wasn't just like something that you did because you just wanted to do it. Because I assume you needed money to fucking buy all that equipment and all that fucking shit.
Maybe. I got really lucky. The first big streaming computer that I bought, I actually, because I played a little bit of poker at the time, I won like a $1,500 sit and go on PokerStars. And that's how I actually bought my first.
Okay.
Was it an i7 930 or 980? I'm trying to remember this chip. It might have been an i7 930. I bought this first streaming rig. This was way back then, but it was because I won $1,500 on like a $60 sit and go or something on PokerStars. That was the only reason I was able to afford that first streaming computer. So yeah.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is like a stupid amount of luck, basically.
But I mean, like I say luck, but I mean it was skill too. Like I mean, I knew how to play poker decently well. Especially back then, the tables were way softer because I don't think poker must not have been banned yet in the United States. If I was playing sit and goes on PokerStars, huh? When did poker get banned USA?
A lot of people acknowledge luck. A lot of people acknowledge luck, but they don't like when people put it the way that I just did, right? When I said, oh, you got really lucky. You're like, yeah, of course I got lucky, but let's not forget all the fucking skill and hard work that went into it. Like, do you think that me saying that you got lucky was dismissive of your hard work?
No, I think I probably attribute my rise to luck more than 99% of people in the entire fucking world do. So, no.
Most don't. No, most streamers won't even fucking acknowledge that luck was a factor. So I'll give you that much. I'm just saying, like, every time I brought up, like, you're like, yeah, okay, sure, I got lucky, true, but like, let's not forget, I'm super skilled at poker, and I also worked really hard to fucking make sure that my quality was great.
This is the good definition of luck. Luck is time. Or luck is preparation meets opportunity. So in some ways, I was incredibly lucky because if I would have been born 3 years later, I'd probably be a nobody, right? If I would have been born 5 years earlier, who the fuck knows? So that's lucky. The fact that I played StarCraft is lucky. That's luck, right?
Yeah, but I told you let's reduce all those fucking variables and just keep it to all the people that you streamed with. So everybody that you shared.
Yeah, but in terms of skill, I mean, like socially, like comedically, you know, like amount of hours I was willing to put in, like skill I had at the game, ability to simultaneously read chat and play games at the same time, like all of the software, hardware research and everything I did, like that was all intentional. That wasn't really luck, but the fact that I even knew to do that or had the skills to do that could arguably be luck. So it's kind of hard to separate those two out. I mean, it just depends. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. I don't know. I've just been thinking about this fucking streaming shit, to be honest. I'm like, okay, what differentiates somebody like Speed, who got fucking popular 6 months in, versus somebody like Valkyrie, for instance, who took a fucking year to get her first viewer? Is that story even true? Or am I just like fucking spreading lies at this point? I don't know. I've been thinking about that. That's why I'm asking a couple of people, like, okay, do you think you're lucky? If not, how so? I'm doing my
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a little bit of
research
luck in like everybody's rise to success, but like there's also a lot of it is pretty intentional too. If you ever think something is just luck, you're probably missing a lot that's going on under the hood that you're not paying attention to. But then if you think
that's why I was looking. That's why I wanted you to like elaborate on what you thought fucking made you that guy, basically. And you said quality and fucking just skill. I'm good at the fucking game and I know how to fucking entertain. Okay.
Because
just,
Destiny
okay, so
is an ice cold hustler. That's why.
wait, this is so fucking random. Apostate Prophet. Do you just usually into the fucking call?
I just let myself in because I was looking around and I saw that Destiny is live. I was looking for something to listen while I'm working on something. Then I listened in on your conversation. And then I thought I should just come in here because Corantos is there and he loves me. Yeah. So.
Wait, how old are you, by the way?
How old do you think I am?
I don't know, maybe like 31 or some shit.
Lows, I'm 52. Yeah.
There's no shot you're 52. You're trolling.
I'm just kidding. I'm 30. I'm 30. Wait a minute. How old am I? What year is it? It's 2020. Okay, I'm 32 years old. Yeah.
Okay, so you're 32. When did you leave Islam, by the way? Curious.
Long time ago. I don't remember.
Your whole channel is built on you being an ex-Muslim. I'd assume you'd remember the first moment you became an ex-Muslim.
I'm playing chess right now, so it was 2013 or 2004. It was 2014. Yeah.
Okay, so when you were 22.
Something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Why'd you delete the tweet with Dave the emails? Because I leaked something I wasn't supposed to.
It's a good choice.
I'll think about it. Okay.
Oh,
1,000
good.
gifted subs, boys. Wait, Kelly, are you in here for the same reason? You like to use Liz Steve's stream as like, background noise?
No, I came in here for a reason, and then you started talking about carpets, so I went to go get a drink.
Kelly, your microphone is like 7 trillion times quieter than it
He's
should be.
getting drinks. She's talking from the kitchen, probably. Give her some time.
No, she's not. She's in front of her mic, and it's either set too low or the wrong mic is selected.
Is that better?
Barely. Turn it up like 2 times higher.
Is that better?
Turn it up like 2 times higher.
I can't. It's gonna go in. Really
See, that was approximately 65% higher,
Is
so it's
that
not good
better?
enough.
This is like a little bit quieter, and you're good.
Quieter.
Yes.
Yeah, he likes you loud, but not too loud,
Here?
Sure. Yeah, that's good. Okay.
Okay. I wanted to ask if you could ask Cena to check her messages.
No.
Oh, yeah,
Why the fuck would you message me at trying to get? No. What the fuck? No, I don't do that. I'm not
I
running.
messaged her twice. I messaged her on Discord and on Twitter, but she's schizo, so like it's like a random chance.
What?
It is satanic that you're trying to slide in with her after, your ex-boy dumped her. It's a bit crazy, I'm not gonna lie. You Miami boys play some crazy games together, I'm not gonna lie.
What are we talking about?
What are we talking about?
Wait, hold on,
Confused.
Kelly. Les
We
Steve
went
and
after the
Sneeko
show tomorrow,
fell off.
don't
No, hold on. Les Steve and Sneeko, had a falling out, and then Sneeko was basically fucking backstabbed, quote unquote, by his fucking girl Xena. And then all of a sudden, Les Steve comes in and now he's fucking chatting her up. It is fucking crazy.
We were first of
Niggas
all,
is cold. Wallah.
we were chatting before anything fell out between the two of them. Secondly, we're just chatting. Damn, I'm not hooking up with her or anything.
She's also been on the last 2 streams, so
Yeah, she was on a Kick or Keep.
I'm so confused.
Okay.
Wait, has she been on a Kick or Keep?
Wait, hasn't she? Or did I just make that up?
She's been on episode 4. She's
Yeah.
been on episode 4. She's been
Oh,
on.
okay, she has. All right, just get her to reply the messages then, because we're always like short on girls, right? That's the issue.
I don't mind it, you know what I mean? Since I am the fucking sausage master, but
Great.
I mean, listen, I don't have a problem with having girls on as long as they bring the energy. She brings the energy, so it's cool. You know what I mean? But like, why would it not look great? I'm curious. Like, do we need to meet a fucking quota over here? Like, I don't get it.
I mean, we
I don't get the importance of always filling a panel with girls.
It doesn't have
I
to
mean-
be full, but it's not even anywhere near half, is it? We have 2, and one of them's me. So I don't know, man.
I mean, we have 3, but you did say, oh, one of them has been on. Like we could technically have 4. We could have 5. I could have like an entire panel of women tomorrow. Like that'd be easy.
Well, I only meant like, I mean, repeats is fine, but I was thinking of people that weren't on literally the last one, because like Malik literally won the last one, so it's like it looks.
Wait,
like
the last
stale.
one was your that it wasn't Malik. Malik was the one
Oh,
before
actually,
that.
you're right. Okay, never mind.
So she could come on technically. Either ways, I'll look into it. But yeah, so that would be a big one. Lil Steve, make sure you fucking read the DM if he replies to you and you don't air that shit. By the way, just send him an invite to the server and make your life easy. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Just tell him, join the fucking server and then GG's. That's it.
Gotcha, buddy.
I forgot. I came in here for a fucking reason. I'm not gonna be allowed tomorrow. I already had the white man on my fucking ass. I don't want them going to the fucking reception saying, this goddamn nigga in this room is fucking like, I don't want no problems. You know what I mean? With the superior chosen people. White people.
You already
man,
wait.
it's
What
not
are
the
you
other
talking
ones.
about right now? Did I miss something?
No, the guy I already had a noise complaint and it's only my fucking 3rd day here. You know what I mean?
Oh. Wait, you're in a
Like, I'm
hotel for
breaking
3
records.
days? How long are you in a hotel for?
A week.
Jesus, get an Airbnb. How expensive is that? Oh my god.
Oh, I thought about it, but then I was like, what if the owner has a key and he fucking comes in and he just grabs my booty? Or like, I swear, like I'm so fucking paranoid, it's abnormal. I was
Or
like, I
actually,
trust the
wait, you're
hotel
like in
way
fucking
more.
Cambodia, right?
True, the nigga could eat me. Come on.
Well, I was gonna say that
Think
should
about
be
it.
a cheap fucking hotel, no?
No, the Airbnb is way cheaper and way nicer. Trust, like this is a 90% fucking increase in price and like probably a 10% improvement in quality. The fucking Airbnb was 1,000 times better, but I still went with the hotel because I was like, if I went into another nigga's apartment and then like the nigga slid in, like I don't know what the fuck I'll do then. I'm fucked. At least the hotel is fucking organized, you know? Like I get room service and shit.
Okay.
You get what I'm trying to say, right?
Sure.
You get where I'm coming from? I'm telling you, paranoia saves lives. I swear to God.
Why
I'm
don't
telling
you
you.
just get an Airbnb that has a lot of good ratings?
Ooh.
No, that one had like fucking 9.2 out of 10 or some shit.
Then what's the
Even more
likelihood?
suspicious. 9.2. Really? Fucking Cambodia 9.2?
What's the likelihood
Aight, buddy.
anything bad's gonna happen? Like,
I mean, hey, listen. When it happens, listen, here's the problem. When it happens, it's already too late. So I don't like to play the odds game, okay? So I'm like, it's either I'm 100% comfortable. Honestly, at this point, I was like, fuck it, I'll book a flight to Somalia. You know what I mean? I'm dipping. I'd rather fucking overpay than stay in this fucking place. Although there's nothing wrong with it. Beautiful country, right? Very nice, welcoming people. I'm just very fucking paranoid, okay? Also, like, my fucking mood is down here, you know what I mean? I'm a fucking atheist, you know what I mean? Like, I'm miserable over here. Fucking happiness left my body the moment I fucking came here. I don't know, it's weird. Either ways, little Steve, I'm not gonna be tomorrow, you know? I'm not gonna be speaking a lot. Like, I'll do the welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to episode 10. Like, I'll do
where
that
are you?
shit.
Where are you
And
from?
then it's done. Where am I from? I'm from Somalia.
Somalia.
Mhm.
Okay. Why don't you live there?
Oh, that's where I'm going after a week. That's where I'm fucking going. I'm gonna stay there for like a month or some shit. And then I'm gonna go back to fucking Malaysia to continue my studies, which I only fucking took up just to continue streaming, which is retarded, but you know, it is what it is.
You're
Anyways, we
studying?
cool, Lil Steve?
What are you studying?
What are you studying?
Software. How many fucking times do I need to say software?
I didn't
Guys.
It just doesn't seem like something you would do, but fair enough.
I know I don't seem that intelligent. Also, there's no intelligence involved with fucking university degrees, by the way. Okay, I know how to read. That's the only things you could give me props for. You know how to read. Good job. Anyways, listen. Please, Little Steve, for the love of God, have the timer set up, have the overlay set up, have the fucking what's it called? The ad thing set up. You know, the ad. You know those people hit me up. They're like, hey, Karatos, how did it go? But I had to light through my teeth. I was like, oh, we had some technical difficulties, blah, 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 blah. Because you know how many conversions we had? I don't know why I'm saying this online, but fuck it. We had like 1,500 people click the link, and we had a total of 0 conversions. 0. You know what I mean? Okay, all you niggas that are fucking balling out on the tier 5, how about you give it a break for a month? And fucking, you know what I mean? Use the HelloFresh fucking link, okay? Code ShowGG7111. Shit code, but, you know, we'll live with it. So have that fucking set up, the overlay, the timer, all that shit. You know what I mean? It's the 10th fucking episode, so I'm trying to have it look fucking beautiful. Because you're gonna fucking travel and we're not gonna do it. It's gonna be fucking annoying. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
We're good?
Yeah, I'll do my best, okay?
Hey, Destiny, I want to work for you too.
I'll see what I can find. Okay.
Okay. Anyways, I'm out. Okay.
Bye.
Take care, all of you. Even you, apostate prophet. You listen, apostate prophet. Take care, you too. You know what I mean? Keep yourself safe, all of you.
Thank you, thank you.
I know
you,
see you tomorrow.
You love me. You just pretend to hate me, but you actually love me. So.
Did you call him a prostate prophet on purpose?
Okay.
That's
Okay,
what I heard.
Okay, dude. Listen. Yeah, I'll be safe. Alright.
Hey, Destiny.
Hi.
Good that I came here. You need to talk to Sneeko for me.
Well, I don't know why you think I'm in contact with Sneeko, but okay.
Of course you're in. I thought it's like it's like the streamers, you people, your kind, you're all like in the same organization, the same room. It's like the Illuminati, and you all have constant contact to each other, and something like that. You could organize something. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, what's up?
I want to have a conversation with him because I think like I would like to invite him and have and talk to him. I mean, you could join, and I would. I think he would be a very wonderful person to talk to in terms of like intellectually enlightening the people as to why he converted to Islam and all kinds of other stuff that he recently said. The Nazi stuff.
Intellectually enlightening.
Good job, Kelly. You picked up on the sarcasm, Kelly. Congratulations, you did it.
So what is the purpose of it if it's not to be what you just said? If you're being sarcastic, then what?
My
is the
guess is he
purpose of
probably
the
wants to
talking?
critically challenge Sneeko's conversion to Islam.
Yes. I want to ask him some critical questions because I feel like I don't think that there is a genuine reason behind his conversion to Islam and of him propagating it. I feel like there's something else because it just doesn't make much sense, except that it's probably just, I don't know, copying Andrew Tate and doing whatever he does. So I want to figure that out. Since he propagates it so much and since he is being very cocky about it, I would like to, just in a friendly way challenge him. I don't know.
I think it basically just comes down to they think that Islam is based and Christianity is cringe. I think it's really that simple. As stupid as it sounds, but yeah, you should like. I think if you, I've blocked him on everything now. We had a big breakup, so.
Oh really?
Yeah, if you tweet at him, it's possible that his fans will see it and try to get him to have a critical conversation. But.
Okay.
I mean, if your argument is just that he's superficial and easily led, he's not really likely to engage with that, is he? He's only really gonna engage with you if you seem genuinely interested in why the fuck he just picked up Muslim.
Oh, of course. I mean, this is just what I'm saying right now. If I talk to him, I would, of course, have a more, I don't know, diplomatic approach, I guess, and genuinely ask him what it is. I mean, he can obviously always sit down with me and give me proper reasons, right? And explain things properly to me, and then I would have to engage with what he's actually saying. Right now, I'm just presenting my theory.
Mm-hmm.
I guess so, but you're also presenting your theory to a bunch of people that are listening, right?
Well, I do
so
that
they
anyway.
will be sharing it, so
Fair
I don't know
enough,
if that,
fair enough.
Like, if I heard that, I don't know how enthusiastic I would be to talk with you afterwards.
Well, Sneeko's all about finding the truth through funny, so I'm sure he would welcome the challenging conversation. Yeah.
Plus, he also made a video. He also published a video where he's at a shooting range and he's basically like shooting and saying, "Where are the Islamophobes?" And then he's shooting at this Pride Month target. So I don't think he would have much of a problem with a little bit of provocation, right?
True.
Provocation, probably not, but I mean, the likelihood is like he has moderately superficial reasons for why he wants to be a Muslim, but like, what do you do with that information? Like, I don't know. Once you've like confirmed that,
What do you do with
that
any
interesting?
information?
I just don't know, like, how that could be very interesting as an in-depth conversation. How do you have an in-depth conversation with someone that's not very deep in the first place?
Well, I agree with you on one thing there. I don't think you can really have a very in-depth conversation. You can't. Did I just say can't? I don't know. I'm not very focused. But you can't have a very in-depth conversation. But I feel like that's also the point because he uses his current influence and his his reach to propagate the stuff that he believes in or supposedly believes in. So it's obviously something that needs to be talked about if he is using that publicly, if he wants to, contribute to a change. So I would like to then sit down with him and challenge him on that very thing that he talks about. It's obviously of importance to him.
What kind of change do we think Sneako's trying to cause here? What, making everyone a Muslim? I don't know. Is he encouraging that? Is that it?
Yeah, of course.
I don't know.
Yeah, he basically.
I have no
tweets
idea.
stuff.
I don't listen to any of his long form content, if there even is any. I don't know what Sneako personally does versus what he advocates other people to do, right? Because those are different things.
Sneako, you have probably seen him, I don't know, tweet stuff or talk about stuff in terms of how Islam solves everything and things like that, right?
Wait, were you hearing me? Oh, sorry.
I mean, I know that Sneako says a lot of things and then does different things, right? So I don't know which values he actually has versus which ones he cares about versus which ones he promotes. I have no idea.
And that's the problem. That to me is the problem.
Yeah, true.
Well, which ones do you think he does promote, aside from being a Muslim or Islam? Or is that pretty much it? I don't know what else he's into at the moment.
Well, he's also currently very much into this whole idea of white nationalism, separatism, of how different cultures are basically flawed or inferior. He flirts with Nazi ideas and stuff like that. Aside from that, it's the whole Islam thing as well. Islam solves everything. Ban this, ban that. I mean, it's just a bunch of
cringe shit.
Galloping of cringe shit put together.
So you mean like Fuentes stuff is like rubbed off of him, kind of?
Yeah, I feel like he's very much under the influence
yeah.
of Fuentes, yeah. In terms of the Nazi stuff.
Fun.
Yeah, a lot of fun. Very, very much fun.
I guess questioning that stuff's probably more interesting, the really extreme things. When it comes to like people having a religion or being religious, I feel like there's not that much to gain in questioning someone's faith. Like, it's just what it is. I don't know.
There might be some truth to that for like a lifelong person, but if somebody's recently converted, there should be some process that went into it, I would imagine.
Well, I agree with you on that thing. I mean, if somebody just converts to Islam, I don't really care about talking to them about why they converted to Islam. Or if somebody is a Muslim, I wouldn't feel the need to sit down with them and question them on why they are a Muslim. That's just their belief. I don't care. But if that person is out there propagating and proselytizing, then I want to know more.
I guess so. I don't know if you're going to get very many useful answers on it. Also,
Probably
it's hard to like question someone's faith, right, without looking like an asshole, mostly.
That's true. But I already look like an asshole when I do that, so I'll just take that.
I guess. I don't know you, so maybe.
Yeah. It's also very hard not to look like an asshole when you question Islam, and yeah, that's part of it.
I mean, it's not Islam specifically. It's just anyone that's religious. It's like I'm not religious, but I don't know, ignore that element of people usually, unless it's interfering in the other things that they are saying and they're using it as justification for things.
And that's perfectly fine. That's a perfectly okay attitude, which I largely agree with. Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know how well Destiny's gonna get you that conversation with Sneako. You're probably better off asking Xena. Wait, is Xena still in contact with Sneako? Destiny.
Is Sneako still in contact with Xena? I don't know. Ask her. Damn.
I mean, you saw her the other day. I just assumed you would know that.
Maybe I do, but I'm not here to fucking talk about their private fucking
Fine!
life.
That wasn't a private question. It's like, are they still in contact? That's it. That's not like a deep thing. I'm not saying are they still.
What do you mean they just...
I'm not saying are they still fucking. Like, I'm not asking anything personal. Jeez.
Them being in contact is personal. Yes. What do you mean?
Is it?
Yes, it is. They
Okay.
just broke up. They've got a massively, hugely dramatic situation online. Whether or not they are in contact or not personally is a personal thing. Yes.
They might just be friends. Jesus.
Then
it
go
doesn't
ask
have to
her.
be
You
this
don't know that.
extreme.
Who knows?
I
Jeez.
can't get. Like, I need her to fucking read the messages so that I can invite her to the Discord. For fuck's sakes, jeez.
Are you working for Q?
I'm just helping.
What? Are you getting paid?
I don't need to be paid to help. It's your show. I don't mind helping if it means that your show is better.
Oh my god. Actual slave labor. Congratulations.
What the You get criticized if you get paid. You get criticized if you don't get paid.
Who would
And all I've been
criticize you
doing
if
is,
you
like,
got paid? Why did you just invent a problem?
What do you mean? You're making out like Q hasn't been criticized by everyone at this point. What do you mean?
Never mind.
What?
I don't know.
Why are you saying that's like it's not been a thing?
Because that was just one of the most retarded comments I've ever heard in my entire life.
Well, how is it retarded?
Q
if
is not
literally
criticized
everyone
because he's
is
getting
being
paid. He's being criticized because he's paid a lot, and he seems like he's not doing much work. That's why he's getting criticized, not just for being paid.
Okay, well, I think we're getting into semantics here at this
No,
point.
we're not
Does it
semantics.
matter?
It's material. It is the absolute essence of the point. What?
Well, no, because I don't know. Nobody
Does
knows
anybody
how much he's
criticize-
getting paid.
Does anybody
but-
criticize August for getting paid, or Jade,
Nobody knows how
Jader
much
for
he's getting paid.
or Cake for getting
And
paid, or Nina for getting
nobody
paid,
knows.
or
Nobody knows.
Soybite for getting paid, or
who?
Nobody cares about anybody that's getting paid. They just care if you're getting paid and you're not doing anything.
All right, firstly, I don't know who's getting paid, like, because nobody knows that they were getting paid, so you can't really criticize people that are getting paid that nobody knows about.
Okay.
Secondly, people are still making a lot of criticisms towards Q when they don't even know how much he's getting paid. And if it's your opinion that you feel like he's doing nothing, then that's different. But that's, again, I don't have an opinion on this. I'm just helping. I'm not even doing that much. I was just messaging a few people because it's obviously easier. I've got a verified Twitter account that's bigger, so people are more likely to respond.
Gotcha.
How am I getting yelled at for helping? Why is this?
So it's a wild, wacky world out there, Kelly.
Should I just shit on it like everyone else does until it eventually falls into flames? Like, can't we just have something that lasts for more than 5 minutes for once?
Wow. Good point.
I love this conversation, this drama. It's better than music.
Yeah.
This is your fucking show! Fucking hell.
Fucking hell.
Fucking hell.
Why don't you ever say bloody?
Bloody hell. Also, the British sent convicts to the US as well as Australia, by the way. You're as likely to be descended from felons as an Australian is, right?
Is that, if I go and look that up, is that going to be true proportionally?
Not necessarily proportionally, but it depends on which part of America you're from. It's
So
more
then when you
likely.
say you're just as likely to be descended from, was that a true statement or was that total horseshit?
I don't know exactly what the fucking percentage would be now. It was hundreds of years ago, but it was a moderately similar amount of people that were fucking shipped off to both.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, America's bigger now, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we don't know if that you could just have more descendants from the same amount of people. Who
Mhm.
fucking knows?
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Radio.
Everyone's mad at my microphone. What's wrong with it now?
It clips when you scream. What kind of microphone do you have? You have
It's
the
probably
one.
because I increased. Oh, I can see.
You've got the thing. You've got the SM7 beat.
I increased the gain on it, but I think maybe you've turned me down on your Discord. Which
I
is
am
why
not
I
turning you
sound
down.
quiet.
You're sitting right at
You haven't?
100%.
Oh,
You know that there you can also increase the volume of the channel instead of just the gain, right?
So I can't on my preamp, and for some reason I've been trying to like figure out, mess around with the settings.
Wait, what
on
kind of
my-
amp do you have that doesn't allow you to change the volume, but it only allows you to change the gain?
It's a Focusrite
The Scarlet.
Scarlet thingy. I'm pretty sure that thing there is just gain and not volume. Yes, it is.
I don't know why people use this dog shit piece of shit. I've never understood it.
R.I.P.
I bought one of these and I threw it in the trash. Never again in my entire life will I use this godforsaken fucking device.
That explains why people were downvoting me when I said that's what I had.
Yeah, it's because it's a meme on my stream. SM7Bs and the Scarlet 2i2. Why? I don't know. I felt like the software was. I just hated it. I couldn't make it work. I'm retarded. That's why.
I don't have an SM7B though. I have an AT2020 Audio Technica. It's old, but hey. Didn't install. I did install the drivers, and I made sure they're up to date. And I went through all of the free software that you can get. All right.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the fuck is wrong with it. Turn up your output in Discord in your voice settings. Turn up your output in Discord in your.
What's your output set to?
Where the fuck is that? Where is what? What do I have to open to do that?
Your mom.
That's unfortunate.
Woo, yeah. Oh no, it's very fortunate, if you know what I mean.
I mean, if I have to do that to my own mother, it's not.
Oh, I can do it for
Alright.
you. Don't worry.
Alright, knock yourself out.
I will. I'll knock her out too. She likes that.
Well, this got weird very fast.
It's not weird at all. It's just your mom. She needs love too.
Is knocking her out love? Maybe.
If she likes it, yeah. As long as it's done with loving consent, yeah.
Can you consensually knock someone out?
Yep.
No.
What do you mean no? You don't think what do you think boxing is?
You're consenting to fight. You're not consenting to knock someone out.
You're indemnifying the
Not
other
in
person
that-
against
not
it.
in
You
that
acknowledge that could be part of
context.
it. If your mom wants me to slap her upside the head with my dick that's fucking rock hard from fucking her for 2 hours, of course there's a chance she's gonna get knocked out. And I'm indemnified
I'm
against
just
knocking
saying,
her
when
out,
it
just like a
comes-
fighter would be in the ring against another opponent.
I'm just saying with GBH laws, there is a certain amount at which it becomes against the law that someone can't consent to it. Also, you're
GBH
not-
laws?
Me and my mother is not a fighter. Yes, grievous bodily harm.
What is? I would bring her to the United
Grievous
States. Don't
bodily
worry.
harm.
I'll do it on my yacht.
Wait, is it legal to knock a woman out in the United States? Is it if they
It is if
say
she consents
do
to it.
All right, well, it might be true. I don't know.
It is. Anything
User
else?
settings, voice and video. Where is that though? User settings on what? I'm gonna fix this because everyone bitches about my mic. All right, I'm gonna fucking fix it. On Discord. Oh, on Discord. As long as you say which program I'm using, sure. Yeah, the input volume's already all the way up to the top.
Think so?
On Discord, yeah.
Cool.
It's fine now. You had the gain cranked for no reason. I turned the gain out because people were saying it was too fucking quiet.
Okay, can I go back to watch my video? You good?
Yes, sorry, I didn't realize you were watching the
Okay.
video.
Have fun, be
the only
careful.
other thing, one quickly, did you message Yasuo? Because I already did, so I don't.
Oh, well, if you messaged
Doesn't
him,
matter.
he's probably going to respond to you before me, so we'll see if he responds to either of us, okay?
Alright, then never mind. Okay.
Bye.
Alright.
Am I still here? I guess I'm heading out too.
Love you,
Have
buddy.
fun, Destiny.
Bye.
Yeah.
Did Destiny address the allegation whereby he banged Britney from Politically Provoked? I've banged every Britney that you've seen on this stream. All the Britneys, all the Laurens, basically every single woman, and half of the men. And it's up to you to figure out which men I did and which men I didn't. Good luck. Even the 10-year-old? Wouldn't you like to know? I feel like this game gave you way too much science on the third and fourth system. Or maybe this is the last system. I don't know. Alright. All the Laurens, all the Annas, all the Britneys are going to try to kill you. You could choose one group of them to defend you instead. Who are you choosing? How many Annas are there on this stream? Does Anna Kasparian count if she hasn't been on my stream before? Oh, Annalicia? Ukrainian Anna? Bro, I think I'd want the Annas defending me. Jesus. Wait, there are a lot of Annas.
I'm sorry. Okay.
There's no way these guys debate for
just bring
2
them.
hours.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Sean Fitzgerald is joining us. Sean, I was just telling the story of before we got into the fun half of how you were on with when Emma Vigeland went on to Tim Pool's show. You were there, I guess, as a third guest. And my understanding, after I got back from a wedding, I saw on Twitter that I was not responding to you, apparently, and I guess ultimately found out that you had challenged me to a debate on Tim's show, also asked me to go out to dinner. But
Yes.
and I figured, 50, batting 500% is pretty good, batting 500. So we do this, not so much the dinner, I asked you, I reached out to you on Twitter, and I asked you what you wanted to debate me on, and you said, my main issue is that I've seen you downplay the significant increase in crime in New York City and nationwide since 2020, the excusing of crime by blaming poverty. Emma did so in person. I do not have an example of you doing this offhand, so your position can be different. And then individual cases, Daniel Penny and the Jordan Neely case, and or the Jordan Williams case. We'll have a debate about that, but let's just let you introduce yourself. You call yourself the actual justice warrior, and my understanding is you are you're a criminology expert. Have you?
No. So I don't have a degree in criminology. I have 2 degrees in criminal justice. It's a petty distinction, but I don't try to get into qualifications that much because I don't think they matter. I think if you're a learned person,
you studied it. You're an expert on crime.
I know a bit about crime. I wouldn't call myself a perfect expert or anything of the sort.
Okay, I mean, I bring that up because I don't, I have not spent, I think probably the time that you have looking at this, and I just want to give you credit for that.
Oh, thank you. And as for the people hitting you up, listen, I apologize in the DMs in advance. I did not stoke that other than issuing the challenge on Tim's show. But I was not complaining that you were not responding. I still get tagged by people saying that you didn't respond, no matter how many times I clarified. That's how the internet works. But we're here now.
No, believe me. You don't need to explain that to me. That's it happens all the time. Yes, we are here now, and actual justice warrior. How did you come up with that moniker?
So I'm a big believer that any qualifier to justice tends to invert it and make some kind of injustice. At the time that I created the channel, it was when social justice warrior was the term du jour among the right, and I made the name. I kind of regretted it immediately, but I've stuck with it for years because you got to commit to something.
Yeah, and so economic justice, you don't like that that terminology either?
No.
Okay. What's that? All right. Fair enough. Okay, so make your case here about what is the issue you have in terms of me downplaying the significant increase in crime in New York City and nationwide since 2020. Give me a sense of what characterize how you perceive my how I've downplayed that and what's problematic about it.
So I've heard this point from Emma and specifically from you on your show in response to the recent uptick in crime, that crime is not as bad as the 1990s, which is true, by the way. compared to the peak of America, we're significantly down from that mark. However, we've had a giant increase in crime since the Black Lives Matter riots. You can actually trace it in a lot of places to the month of the riots, where we had certain criminal justice reforms implemented that I believe are really driving the uptick in crime. So nationwide, we had a 30% year-over-year increase in the homicide rate. This is the largest increase in American history. The second largest increase in American history is actually 2000 to 2001. And what's significant about that is that's only 20%, and that includes 3,000 people killed in New York City on a single day. So it's the largest year-over-year increase in American history. New York was...
I do think, just a guide for stats, I'd be very, very, very careful about largest year-over-year increases without also taking into account the averages and the absolute changes like as well. Just as like a quick data point, like so for instance, we could imagine a world where crime looks like this is one data point. This is a data point. This is a data point. This is a data point. Some big event happens and it causes the crime to drop, say COVID-19. And then perhaps we get this, or whatever. Say this is our trend, right? It might be the case that we can make accurately a statement here saying that this is the largest increase in crime as a percentage for year over year as in the history of all of America, but like taken as a trend compared to like the averages of crime, like the averages could still be decreasing. We might still be lower in crime than we were before. Like I'm just saying that year over year can be tricky. So be careful when you talk about like just using year over year numbers. Now I don't know if Sean has taken that into account or not. Maybe he has, but yeah, I would just say always be careful of that.
Was actually ahead of that curve. They increased 47% year over year. And to get into the raw numbers for New York City, it went from about 312 homicides. We were in and around 300 murders in the city of New York per year to 489. I think that's a significant increase. I think the argument that it's not as bad as it ever has been is a terrible argument. And I've heard
homicides, New York, historical. We'll do severe felony. We'll do murder and non-negligible manslaughter. So in 2000, we're at 670, 640, 580, 590, 570, 530, 590, 490, 523, 471, 536, 515, 419, 335, 333, 352, 335, 292, 295, and 319. This was all before COVID. That's a pretty impressive, a pretty steep decline. And then it seems like 2020, we go up to 468, and then 488, and then 2022 down to 438. So this might have been an insane increase here, but compared to like even 2010 and onwards, it doesn't seem to be that bad. But wake up in the morning, I got murder on my mind. What does that mean? Hold on one sec. Hold on. Can't see shit on the right? Nobody on the right can see shit.
Come on, guys. Let's tear down the institutions we don't understand to participate in. Ask Andrew about perspectivism. Oh.
Hey, Steve, I'm down bad. You got any more of those Baileys?
I just wanted to support the Ford Party. Feels. No, I don't think I will.
I live in California and I am now actively donating against this unemployed loser. Get off the road, hippie.
Destiny, is this a video you're playing at 2x in the background? My brain hurts. Chill, bro. Fuck you, RTBA. On the law. Lol, please, 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 please. It's going to be great. I'm a software engineer, not full of BS.
Yo, Dest, I'm not down bad. I'm up good. Because at least I'm not this loser.
The upper echelon will become immortal through gene editing and fetus blood, guarded by the military-industrial complex and fed by corporate interests. The battle that Clown thinks he's fighting is already over.
Surely the Democrats will listen to our needs if we register for a different party. Clueless. Nane is in reference to a lesbian manga. Obama.
Is there a reason why American roads aren't perfect or are so fucked up? One thing I noticed is that when I go to Europe, even when I go to small places, and I'm sure it's not true across all of Europe, but like when I was in Cardiff and then driving north in these like no-name places in fucking Wales, like the roads are almost perfect.
But have you ever seen an American photo player? They use them for black and white silent movies in the 20s.
In the United States, like even in our major cities though, our roads are fucked. Is there that much snow in the UK? Does it snow in London, or does the water keep the temperatures moderate?
Have you ever considered doing like a masterclass type course teaching the subject of critical thinking or debate methodologies, etc.?
Snowfall is an infrequent occurrence in winter, falling an average of 16 days per year, though infrequently having. Okay, no,
Adding 3 more months in spite of Coranto's comment about T5s. What other 18-year-old DGers bowing out like me? Bonus meme, kill yourself.
I live in rural Missouri and there's never potholes anywhere.
I'm on my first flight in 15 years and nervous. Make me feel better, please.
You'll be okay, buddy. If you die, it'll be fast.
Destiny, in one sentence. How do I convince my Cuban parents who fear the communist Ujaman that the Democratic Party are not all socialists and that Trump is a fascist?
Okay. Are we good?
A lot of people repeat this in response to what is a notable increase in crime.
Okay, so I will agree that in 2020 and in 2021, we saw increases in crime, certainly year over year, without a
Parking
doubt.
paradise, unsafe at any speed, etc. Cover how we know how to repair / build roads properly.
You're neglecting
but
to
Bruce
say that
commonly
those
skips
numbers are
steps.
now going down. I mean, because when we talk about the most recent figures, really, those numbers are going down. So we had this peak of crime that was pretty big. Like you say, in 2020 and in 2021, you measured it to the Black Lives Matter protests.
Yes.
I also noticed that during 2020 and 2021, we had a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic that also created massive unemployment, that also created massive spike in pedestrian deaths, that also provided massive spike in inflation. There were all sorts of phenomena and also massive spikes in deaths around that are attributed to the pandemic. But from your perspective, the pandemic this is not a function of the pandemic. These spikes in crime were a function of the Black Lives Matter protests. Do I understand you?
It's really the after effect of the protest. But to be clear,
Well,
crime has declined.
The after effect. We can talk about the decline.
No,
in a
but
minute.
this is important because what you said is like it's misleading. So crime has declined since the increase in a lot of places from 2020 to 2021, but it's declined in comparison to the increase.
Well-
so New York, as an example, I love
No,
this
it's not
example.
no. You're misstating that. It is. I said it decreased year over year at this point.
Yeah.
Year over year, because you're talking about you're discounting when the peak of crime in this country, or a decade ago, or 2 decades ago, and you're using a year over year increase, and I'm saying that we're now in 2023, and I think you wouldn't argue against this. We have experienced now a year over year decrease both in New York and nationally in like 5 out of 7 measures of crime. I think in New York, the only crime that has really gone up is car theft. But homicides down.
But down
assaults
compared to
down,
what?
Year over year.
Yeah, but pre-2019, we're still up if you compare it
Oh
to
yeah,
the
no, there's no doubt. In fact, we're also up in inflation, but
Also,
inflation is going down. So I just want to
20
make sure that people understand
Sure,
the dynamic.
but 2023
and also during 2020 and 2021, we had this huge spike in deaths from COVID, and that's also going down. We still have more deaths from COVID than we had in 2019, but we're talking about a trend in terms of it's going down. And the reason why this is important is because your argument seems to be, and I want to get back to the cause of this spike, according to you. Your argument, as far as I can tell in what you just said, was because of the Black Lives Matter protests, we had police reforms. You would call them not reforms, but
No, they're
bad things.
reforms.
Okay, police reforms that created this spike. So to measure whether A, this spike was a function of police reforms, we would have to believe those reforms have been reversed this year for the crime to go down. Now, I'm going to take issue with even the fact that there were police reforms that caused this, but that's why it's important that we all understand what's going on here in terms of crime. It went up in 2020, it went up in 2021, and now it is starting to go back down. It's still not at the level it was at 2019, and I concede that. But it is clearly going back down. You will concede that, yes?
Well, yes, depending on the area, but also
Well,
you would have
nationally,
to use, you would have to
let's-
use
let's say
2022
nationally in
numbers
New York.
because the 2023 numbers are incomplete.
Well, yes, but at this point, 6 months in, 7 months in New York, are they up or down from
Yeah,
last
it
year,
could-
year over year?
It could very well be true that they're down in comparison.
What do you
to
mean?
The
It could
dramatic
be very well
increase.
true. This is a hard number. These are actual hard. Do you want?
Well,
do I
the
need to read
NYPD
them?
puts out their data at the end of the year, and we're at the summer, and that's usually when the spikes come out.
Sean, take it from June, just the 6 months. Do you really not know those numbers? You know those numbers. If I
can
have
check
those numbers,
June.
you have those numbers. Come on.
2023. What crime am I looking at?
Look at the top 7 crimes. I mean,
top
I don't
7
understand how you don't have these numbers. If I could find these numbers, this is not what I do. I don't talk about crime that often. Like you say, I downplay it, as far according to you. And the fact is that crime numbers are down. I mean, people can Google this. Look, here's a story from Patch. Nearly every major crime in New York City drops sharply. New stats show. This is from the ComStat.
Yes, there's a decrease
sorry.
in 2023. And
2020.
homicides are down 3% from June 2023 to last year, June 2023.
Shootings in
I
New
don't have
York
every
dropped
stat
about
memorized, but
25%.
if you tell me what you're looking for, I
Okay.
can go find it.
Okay, well, I'll read it. I have it here. New York Times. Shootings in New York City dropped. This is July 6th. So this data is 3 weeks old. Shootings in New York City dropped by 25% through the first half of this year compared with the same period last year, extending a downward trend after a spike in violent crime during the pandemic. What else do we have? Murders, rapes, burglaries decreased by about 10% each. Robberies fell nearly 5%. But car thefts increased, like I said, by almost, it's 18%, but nearly 20%. Felony assaults by 6%. I can't tell whether that's Class D or Class B. Transit crimes have fallen nearly 4%.
Who's in the right so far? I don't know. They haven't even gotten to their thesis yet. They're just arguing over some numbers right now.
This year. I mean, you know this stuff. So I just want to be clear. We're talking about the effects.
Yes, we have a slight decrease after a dramatic increase. That is
right.
true.
Okay. Exactly.
Like the overall crime index appears to be down. Total,
Okay.
I think it says 3-point-something
Okay.
percent. But major crimes, obviously, greater disparities.
Right. Okay. So now, since and we should say this is a nationwide trend. It's not just New York City.
True, but the homicide spike was ahead of the nationwide curve in the city of New York. And we can talk about other cities, like Philadelphia is a good example. They're actually at their peak homicide rate all time. So there it actually is worse than the 1990s.
Jesus, Philadelphia, what are you doing? This only goes back to 2007, but they look pretty high.
Okay. And but also again going down. But with that said, let's talk about now your theory that there were all sorts of let's start with just there were reforms after the 2020, because your argument is it has nothing to do with the pandemic, right?
Not nothing. I'm sure it's a factor, but what level?
How big
that
of a
played?
factor would you say? Because you clearly think that the primary factor is the George Floyd protests.
Yes,
and
the George Floyd
subsequent
effect
reform.
would be a better phrase for it. Yes.
Okay, the George Floyd effect. How much? Just give me a sense of like how you would break it down. 50% George Floyd effect and 50% pandemic? No, right? It's more.
I would say a good portion. I don't know if it's specifically like 50% if there's a hard number, but if you want to say, I don't know, 50 to 60%, I think that's totally fine because there were some reforms that were instituted prior that combined with reforms afterwards probably made individual areas worse.
Okay, so all right. So what reforms are you talking about?
So in New York City, we had Raise the Age, which was actually passed prior to George Floyd. And year over year, we actually saw, and Raise the Age, if you don't know, actually makes it more difficult to prosecute youthful offenders in the city of New York.
When was
And
that instituted?
I believe it was passed in 2017. It could have been passed in 2018. I'm not exactly sure.
No, wait a second. And when was it instituted? I guess is really what I meant.
I believe it was instituted in 2018.
So, but your whole argument is, I mean, you pegged it literally to the month. The
Yeah, for
crime
shootings, for
increase.
sure. If you want to talk about what caused the increase in shootings, in my opinion, removing the
I'm just going by what you said. And when you said there was this big spike in crime in 2020, you said it was because of the George
If you
Floyd
listened, I just
thing.
said that there were some reforms that were passed prior to and combined with new reforms, I think created additional problems.
So you think
raise
that
the
the kid, the age thing had like a delayed effect, like a
No.
like
So
a-
raise the age made it more difficult to prosecute youthful offenders. Now we had bail reform, which actually came into law in 2020, which made it more difficult to hold people on certain charges, including gun possession. When combined with raise the age, that led to a spike of youthful offenders carrying guns. However, this didn't really come to fruition until Bill de Blasio got rid of the anti-crime unit, which was the unit designed specifically to target illegal guns. So it's a confluence of factors that led to an increase in youth shootings and youth homicides in the city of New York.
What now? How did those? I'm just going to stipulate for just the moment that that's why we saw this spike in New York. How did those reforms in New York implicate the spikes that we saw nationwide? Because we really did see spikes nationwide, didn't we?
So there are different reforms that we can go to that are passed in different individual areas.
So
but the way
every reform that was passed around, and all these reforms went when? Right at the George Floyd protests.
Well, we were talking about New York, but there are different reforms that were passed nationwide.
Well,
Some
but
areas.
you're talking about causality, and I'm asking
Yes.
you, we know that crime went up nationwide, and you say it was in June of 2020. That's
Well,
when
I
it
said
went up.
shootings spiked specifically in June, July of 2020 when they got rid of the anti-crime unit in the city of New York.
Okay, no, but at the beginning of this entire debate,
I mean,
you
for
said-
nationwide, one of the biggest factors I think driving crime across the nation would be the decrease in the police force. So we had a lot of officers retire early. This is something that we're seeing across the country. The NYPD is seeing it. The LAPD is seeing it. Rural departments in Middle America are seeing it. And a decrease in recruitment because they're not pulling the numbers that they actually want to see. So I think nationwide, if you're talking about a blanket thing that happened that led to an increase in crime, then I think the decrease in the overall police force is definitely a factor.
Okay, so I
I feel like this is so messy. I feel like Sean, should have just laid out his entire thesis and then they should move point by point because I'm still not. I guess Sean is trying to make an argument that some policies are increasing criminality, but I feel like they've gone through this so piece by piece that we haven't even got like a full thesis from either one. This just feels kind of sloppily. Not to blame, I guess, either one. I guess it's just different argumentative styles, but.
I'm trying to like zero in on this because you said at the beginning of this debate that you peg the spike in crime as the George Floyd effect.
Yes.
And it was the George Floyd effect in your mind that caused the decrease in staffing, police staffing, and that's why crime went up in the nation. In New York, it was partially the staffing, and then partially these other reforms that some of which were 2 years earlier and had a delayed impact.
Yes, some of these reforms. Well, it's not a delayed impact combined with other reforms.
Hi, what's up?
Hello?
What's up?
What's up, big guy? What you doing?
Listening to Sean debate Sam on crime stuff. What's up?
Nothing. I was just hadn't talked to you in a bit. I was just saying hello. Every time you say what's up, like you expect I'm here for a purpose. Like I have some fucking agenda.
Oh, well, because you don't drop in that often. So when you do drop in, it's because you've got something specific you want to talk about.
No, I'm also just not, I don't want to like orbit you, like suck your cock, but when I'm not doing anything and I look over and I see Discord and I see your little face sitting there and I'm like, well, I'll see what my little friend's doing.
Oh.
What's new? What's been happening?
No, just streaming and memeing, same as always. Nothing too much, yeah.
That's
How have you been
cute.
doing?
Good. Just crippling gambling addiction. Just searching for guns to shoot myself with. Same old, same old.
Okay, well, I guess nothing's changed then for you.
No. I think I have an addiction to strippers, though.
Yeah. Why is this like something you've gotten into recently, or
I can't stop going. It's been like the last month.
why the?
And
why the?
I don't
addiction to
know,
strippers?
dude. It's just something about it. It's so much fun because if you go in there and like, I mean, you're used to it just because you debate them, I guess. But like, just having 4 naked chicks just ride your wiener all at the same time whenever you want is kind of sweet, dude.
How much are you spending per night?
Like 3,000 to 5,000.
Jesus.
I'm the Robin Hood for strippers. I'm like the St. Jude Foundation for single mothers.
Wait, are you going to like back rooms and shit, or is this just for normal dances?
No. This is just for. I just spend money. I don't like.
That's so
like
much money though for just $3,000 to $5,000.
Well, when I've talked to most people about it, they assume that I'm just like running through these hoes, like paying them for the backroom shit over and over. But it's just like I like sitting there and drinking copious amounts of vodka and then just throwing a lot of money on stage and just like sitting with a lot of naked chicks at the same time. But it's getting a problem. It's like it's too much. I need an intervention, man.
Yeah, you sound like you do. Have you thought about like a girlfriend or?
Yeah, that'd be more money. The whole point's to save money here, Destiny, not spend more.
I don't think you'd spend $3,000 to $4,000 a night on a girlfriend. I could be wrong, but
I mean, if you go like once a week, you'd say you wouldn't spend. You don't say you spend $20K a month on Melina?
no, I don't think so.
Holy shit! Maybe girlfriends are a good idea. Yeah, and girlfriends are different, right? Because this is an escape from my life. My wife's cool with it too. She doesn't care. Because it's less she has to deal with me. My wife doesn't mind.
What, are you married?
Yeah. I've been married since you've known me. Every time I say this, you're like aghast. Like, I think you're a fat phobic piece of shit. Like, you just kind of obese, you think I can't find love?
Shut up. I don't think you're married. You're fucking with me. Shut the fuck up.
I don't know, dude. It's just become a new thing. It's like, I've got depression to the sense where nothing is entertaining anymore. But I'm in this conundrum because of gambling. It's like, I can't stop it, right? Imagine if someone's like, hey, I want you to live with depression and we'll give you $1 million per year that you live with depression. You're going to take that depression, right?
$1 million to live with depression for a year?
Yeah.
No,
that's kind of what having
to.
to.
Fuck
well,
no.
The average person would. I make more money now than I've ever made my whole life by like a factor of 10.
Okay.
But it also has ruined my life. Like, I can't enjoy anything anymore. So do you see what I'm saying? Like, most people, the gambling addiction, you lose all your money and kill yourself or quit gambling. For me, I don't lose my money, but I still have the misery of being a gambling addict. Like, everything in life is boring as shit.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say like gambling, the losing the money part is a really bad part of a gambling addiction, but there's like other bad mental aspects to it as well, right?
Oh, it destroys your mental.
Yeah.
It's been a slow progression, and now I'm like, what, 2 years deep, and I'm like a completely different person.
Mhm.
I'm like, I don't enjoy anything. But this, for some reason, the strippers has been like my tits recently. And it's like, well, I want to not do it because it's expensive, but it's like one thing I've found that I've enjoyed recently. So then it's like, I'm young, I'm making good money. Should I just like say, fuck it, who cares about the money and enjoy it? Because I'm, young, dumb, and stupid, and I like have fun while I can?
Well,
or should I just be a little greedy goblin?
How young are you here?
I'm 27.
Wait, are you really?
Yeah. Is that young or old? How old did you think I was?
I thought you were like in your mid-30s.
No, I'm 27.
I thought you were like my age.
How old are you? I actually don't even know how old
34.
you are. No. You got 7 years on me. I was born Valentine's in 96.
Holy shit.
Yeah. I started streaming at 21. Or 22. That's what I'm saying, you know what I mean? Like, I'm young. I can't drink 5 bottles of liquor a day for many years.
I mean, alcoholics, drink a lot.
Yeah, but then they die and they're like, everything shuts down and their body is like, decrepit.
Yeah.
I'm trying to limit test without like long-term raping.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm constantly in a moral conundrum about it. I don't know what to do, Steven. Be good friendly advice. Be a good friend here.
I mean, I feel like having some kind of like medium to long-term goal would probably be helpful because it feels like you're pretty aimless in life. So like hedonistic things that are long-term detrimental are probably always going to be.
Yeah. How do you find goals? How do you like achieve goals?
I don't know. Is there anything that makes you feel happy or fulfilled in life?
That's what I'm saying. Nothing makes me feel happy because my job gives me fucking serious depression, but I can't quit my job You know, it's a catch-22. I'd be a fucking idiot to stop what I'm doing, because then I'd make nothing. And at this age, the money I make right now, if I was smart with it, I could like retire in a couple of years type shit. But I'm miserable this entire time. So how the fuck do I keep doing it without putting a gun in my mouth? I don't know, dude. I don't fucking know.
I don't know how to give people motivation. I don't know the answer to that question. Well, I mean, it sounds like you do need motivation.
Where do you find? I guess I do. Where do you find your motivation from? Like your inspiration, your goals. Where do they blossom from for
They
you?
just
in
kind of
your
like come
life?
from within, which is a really unsatisfying answer. That's why I don't usually give advice on this stuff. I don't know the answer to that. I've just always been like a really driven person. Do you play
Yeah.
any games at all, or?
Games have been destroyed for me. I used to be gaming my ass off. Now I can't. Every new game, I try them all, and I get bored within an hour, and I refund them on Steam. Baldur's Gate, Remnant, like I'm constantly looking for ways to fill my brain in ways that aren't like detrimental, but the detriment, even though it's not even like it's numb to me. I don't even think about gambling. I don't have like a desire to gamble even. It's literally work to my brain, but it's also just nuked my brain, so nothing else is fun.
Jesus.
I know, it's weird.
You play Dark and Darker?
They found it just came back out, right? I heard that everyone's scared of it because apparently it still couldn't get shut down at like any second or something.
Well, when it got shut down last time after the beta, a lot of people got sad, so.
Oh, I thought it was like the court case is still open, right? So they can just re-DMCA it or whatever it's called and then shut it right back down.
I don't know all about that. That's more.
I don't know. I saw it on
drama than
Twitter.
anything. Okay.
Who the fuck knows what's true and what's not on Twitter? Half the time I just see something and then I ask someone else and then I just get like, what's that called where you get, is it confirmation bias? What's it called where you just, you verify your sources by asking other sources?
Yeah, it's kind of like a form of confirmation bias. You just search for information that already agrees with you.
And then other people tell me it's true enough. I'm like, okay, it's probably true.
Do you, have you thought about dating any of these stripper girls?
Oh god, no, I'm not fucking stupid. Here, I'm not delusional. I know what I am to these women, and I know what they are to me. They're objects. They're toys. They're not women. They're fucking. It's every time I walk in a strip club, it's Christmas morning, and I unbox 4 new presents or whatever, and then every time I walk in there the next time, I want 4 new presents. I don't have any emotional or romantic connection to them. They're fucking objects, and I'm paying them to be objects. And also, you got to be fucked up if you think, you know how like BPD is rampant on internet girls? Strippers are like evolved e-girls. They're like physically violent BPD laden psychopaths.
Okay.
You don't fucking go to that route with these people. They're all so fucked up, man.
I'll take your word for it.
You just go in there and I like therapize them. I just like listen to their problems and it realize my shit's not that bad. I have to listen to strippers, dude. These people are fucked up. Do you have anything really exciting coming up? Anything that you're like looking forward to?
I'm going to Sweden. Tomorrow I think, for like 4 or 5 days, and I go back to LA to do some more shows. Yeah.
For just to like for Melina, Sweden.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fun. Dude, you travel so fucking much. Like, how do you fly like all the time, going to all these shows and shit? You must have like infinite Delta miles or something.
Yeah, I'm building them up.
You need a fucking private jet, dude.
Yeah, I'm good on that. I've upgraded. I started doing some first class flights. Okay, that's.
Oh, I love first class. You feel so much better.
I just like it because if I do first class, I can book red eyes and I can sleep overnight, and then I can stream the next day instead of
Oh, pro strats, dude.
Yeah.
I just like it because I get on first, and then I get to like sneer at all the poors that walk by.
That's the thing you can do as well, yeah.
Just feel better about yourself because there's so little in this life that makes you feel good. So take what you can get.
Yeah, if that's how you feel, yeah. Do
Mhm.
you have any
You
like
got any cool
projects you've ever worked on or anything like that, or any like long term?
Here's the thing. I grew up super fucking poor, so my main goal in life was financial stability. And right now, I feel financially stable despite having no job security. Right? I could wake up tomorrow and everything I have right now is gone immediately, and then so that part sucks. But I feel like financially I'm set. So, but I've never had anything else because I've never been there. I've never been to a point where I didn't constantly have to worry about finance stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So now that I'm at that point, it's like, well, if I wasn't so fucking debuffed by gambling, maybe I would have a natural progression or some shit, but who knows? Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm just, this is what normal people go through. Because you're so used to chasing something for so long of your life. Once you finally get it, you're like, well, fuck, what's now? I don't know. People just find shit.
I mean, people usually have like hobbies or projects or things they work on that are like enjoyable for them. Like that's generally a thing that people feel.
It's always just been gaming. Like I was WoW for like 10 years and shit, but I feel like, do you ever feel like you're getting too old for gaming? Like it's just, it means less to you, that it doesn't hit the same?
No, I still like my little autism games. Feels good.
Yeah, you have that niche-tism though for this shit.
Yeah.
You're the only person I know that I've ever seen play any of these type of games.
Good.
And you're so unique about it. Dude, a lot of people will suck your cock and say you're impressive about your intelligence and all this. The one thing about you that's always been mind-blowing to me is the fact that you can be so deep in like critical thought while you're fucking faker 900 APM moving 17 objects in a game at the same time. Like, how can you compartmentalize your brain to have one operating psycho speed for a video game while also thinking about these super deep, fucking well thought out points at the same time? That shit blows my mind. Because if I think of something really hard, I have to like sit there and like look at a wall and shit. I don't know how the fuck you do that.
I mean, the thing that I've said a million times that I'll continue to say is that, like, if I'm actually focusing really hard on a conversation, I'm not focusing on the game. I can't actually focus on two different things at once. It just
Maybe you
seems
just
that
say
way.
the same points so much that they're like,
That's
some of them
usually
are
what's
deadlocked.
happening, yeah.
Oh, okay. So you're just repeating the same line that you said before.
Basically, yeah.
Okay, that makes sense then. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to ride your dick. That was the one thing I was like, that's weird how you do that. But that makes a lot of sense because I feel like you do. This whole sphere is very cyclical. You're arguing the same shit over and over. No one's ever changing, so you always, the same points always, you just push them over and over. And
A lot of the time, it's kind of what it feels like, yeah.
that's why I hated it. I did my little phase in the politics, and that drove me nuts. Does that not drive you mad that no matter what you say, you're never changing anyone's mind?
I mean, I think people's minds are changing. They should be. I'm getting more popular, right? So hopefully.
Well, that's just because people like you for you.
Well, good. Hopefully they start liking my politics as well, you know?
Do you think it's people... I don't think it's people shifting to your political views. I just think it's more people being aware of your political views. And then realizing they align with them and then following you because of that.
Hey, listen, whatever it is, as long as I'm getting more money, I'm good, okay? As long as I'm growing. Yeah, fuck it.
Okay. Well, I love you. It was good talking to you. I'll see you soon.
I love you
I'll
too,
let
baby.
you get back to your videos.
Be careful.
Bye.
Okay, hold on. I think I need to actually focus on this. So, I'm guessing that I want to get this Faraday cage built before I... How long is this journey? 3.8 cycles. This dude is chasing me around the fucking system. Okay, hold on. There's like no place to go. This guy's got drones everywhere. Negative 159 being in that drone swarm. Did you not research drone countermeasures? Yeah, what are drone countermeasures though? Wait, is there a thing I'm supposed to have? Because I have drone threat analysis unlocks the option to create an exterior device that disrupts the BMS drone targeting system. Yeah, I've made that device, but I think they still fuck me up, don't they? Oh, maybe I can just sit in them now. Hold on, let's see. Cyber attack. Like Donald Trump. Cyber. Oh, let's see.
Forms. It's
Now, let me
like
ask you
it's
this.
like breaking down a house. There are certain support beams that you could take. You can knock them down and the house will still stand. The structure will still stand. But if you knock down enough of them, they'll fall. And New York specifically I was talking about the difference that I see between the
I
national
cannot
crime
sit in this. It
increase
fucks
and
me
New
up.
York specifically.
Okay.
So yes, there would be
So-
additional factors there.
So and really what we're talking about is causality here, right? Because my argument is that the pandemic led to a spike in crime. Largely, there may be
Drone
other
jammer. I built
factors,
this.
But I would say the overwhelming factor in the spike that led to the spike of crime was the pandemic. You would argue it was these police reforms, particularly in terms of staffing nationwide.
Well, the staffing was
I'm
just
reading
officers
from
retiring for fear of
Bloomberg.
reform
Okay,
post
okay.
the riots.
Bloomberg, from Bloomberg. This is a report from January 31st of this year.
Okay.
Bloomberg News analysis shows that even as staffing levels dropped during the pandemic nationally, police department headcounts exceeded those of 15 years ago when crime was higher.
Okay.
Now, how can you say that the causality runs that as you drop to staffing levels, things spike, when in fact you're still at levels that are higher than they were 15 years ago? In major cities, staffing levels rose and fell over that period, with some changes corresponding to economic downturns and local crises, which you'd imagine. But between 2011 and 2019, police staffing levels in more than half of the 20 largest cities grew, according to FBI data, and across the country. So if we're to use your standard of like, don't compare crime rates today to the way that they were when crime was really high in the country, then why are you doing that with staffing levels?
Well, you can compare it to the peak if you want, but if we're talking about a recent crime spike, I don't think that's useful. On top of that, you just read, maybe you didn't realize it, that officers went up between 2011 and 2019. This would be before the pandemic, and crime was dropping nationwide during that period of time. Then we see an officer shortfall, and to be clear, what we're experiencing now
We're
is
still
a lot of
staffed. We still have more.
Sure, but-
we still have
okay,
more
not
police
all
than we
officers
did
are equal. If you
15
look
years
at
ago.
who's retiring, it's disproportionately older, seasoned investigators, and they are not so easily replaced by new recruiting classes. And I've gone over this specifically in the LAPD, exactly who they're losing, and they've lost between 6 and 8% of their police force. Now, I believe it's 6 net, 8 total, and most of those are seasoned investigators.
And so, okay, so the reason why, so that's why we're not solving crimes. Is that what you're saying? It's not preventing crime. Investigators don't prevent crime, right? They solve crimes.
I mean, they're not only investigators. A lot of times, either
I'm sorry,
people in
I'm
the
just going by
homicide
what
unit-
you said. You said investigators, and that's why
Yeah,
the crime
a lot
rate,
of them are
you said
seasoned
the
investigators or seasoned officers, not
Okay, I'm just
easily replaced.
understand. You know this stuff better than I do. I'm just trying to understand your logic. You say seasoned investigators is why crime went
Yeah,
up
that's
because
just
they're
one
better.
example.
And I, as far
I know
as
you
I
like
know,
to harp on like an individual term and all that because you think, oh, I'm going to get him pinned. But I'm speaking very
No.
clearly. I think everybody can understand that I'm doing that, but you're just playing dumb.
no, I'm not playing dumb. You say
You
seasoned
definitely are.
investigators, and I say, well, wait a second. They don't prevent crime; they solve crimes. Is that? Am I wrong?
It would also be supervisor positions and all that. Yes. So it'd be very like savvy, seasoned officers and investigators.
And so,
if you
what
need that
reforms,
specifically clarified,
What reforms were a function of the George Floyd protests that got seasoned investigators to retire?
Well, it's not a specific reform, but the effect of driving these officers into retirement is undeniable. Just look at the numbers since the George Floyd riots.
It's also COVID, right? No, a
They're
lot
all
of people
retiring.
retired across. I mean, a lot of people.
They're still retiring at similar rates. You think they're all afraid of COVID?
Well, the George Floyd protests ended
Yeah, there's still effects of that protest, change
What are
in
the
attitude and
effects?
sentiment in the country. Yes,
Oh, I see. It's the sentiment.
yeah, that has an impact for sure. Officer morale is very important.
And so their morale is down because of the George Floyd protests.
Yeah, because of the George Floyd protests, people are very anti-police officers. A lot of them had their funding cut, and a lot of officers left when the funding was cut, and they're not so easily replaced by a restoration in funding.
So your argument is that funding has been cut. Is that it?
Yeah, funding was cut in certain places, yes.
I've got a story here from ABC7 New York.
It says funding was restored, yes.
despite defunding claims, police funding has increased in many cities, and this was in October of last year.
Yeah. So what do you think that increase is attributed to?
What do I think it's attributed to?
Yeah, why do you think funding increased when they initially reduced budgets?
ABC-owned television stations examined the budgets of more than 100 cities and counties and found 83% are spending at least 2% more on police in 2022 than they did in 2019.
Yeah. So what ended up happening was post the pandemic, post the George Floyd riots, you had a defund the police movement, and cuts were made to budgets, like, for example, the LAPD. Now, their budget was cut. A bunch of officers left the force. Like I said, net 6%, possibly 8%. Again, the numbers update monthly. And then you have officers to supplement for that working overtime. And now you're less productive when you're working overtime. But if you look at the LAPD's budget, it says defunding, and there's stories about this, how defunding the police actually led to an increase in payout of overtime. So you still have less officers working, and now they're working more hours. So you're actually getting poor.
Investigators.
You're also
right?
getting poorer results. Well, again, it's also driving down recruitment. So yes, less officers, less overall staff at these places. So yeah, they might have, and again, some places cut the funding. And then in 2022, notice how you skipped over 2020 and 2021.
No, I just read what it said here because we're comparing everything
2022,
to
they restored the
2019.
funding, but that doesn't bring people down. That doesn't bring people out of retirement. No, you said this current fiscal year compared to 2019. There was a funding reduction in a lot of places in 2021.
Right.
Then the restoration of funding and an increase in funding in a response to an increase in crime. But that does not make officers materialize, Dan.
I understand. No, I understand. Your argument is, and I think there's definitely something to that staffing levels dropped, and so we made up for it on overtime. Again, I go back to that Bloomberg report that staffing levels are still significantly higher than they were 15 years ago.
Okay.
And there was even more crime at that time.
Yeah, there was.
And we have 80% of the city's largest increased their funding. And like you say, that I guess is a function of overtime. Cops still on the beat, but you say that they're not as good at solving crimes.
You cover a lot of workers' issues when you actually have mandatory overtime and people are forced to work more and more hours. It's not productive.
Well,
like
I mean,
you would say the same thing if we talked about it in an elder labor context, correct?
What are historical figures of police solving crimes?
Solving, you're gonna have to define that metric.
Clearance rate.
So clearance rate, it depends on the crime. Homicide is typically higher in terms of clearance rate because it's easier to solve. Most people are murdered by somebody that they know. There's a dead body. You don't have to worry about a lot of
I wish you did one-on-one checks with regular people. I have confusing, conflicting narratives in my head, and I think someone like you could help straighten them out. Not me personally, just regular people, though.
Maybe. Those conversations are a lot different because those people tend to be very politically disconnected, so the types of conversations are going to be a lot different, I guess. Yeah.
I'm not sure nationwide. I want to say maybe it's 60 to 70% for homicide nationwide, but it varies greatly depending on the city.
And have those dropped?
Clearance rates in certain areas for sure. Nationwide, I'm not 100% sure, but I do believe that.
And what about the other violent crimes that we're talking about, ones that don't involve people that we know?
Give me an example.
Well, assaults. What's the investigation?
Assaults would be lower, for sure.
I'm just curious historically. I mean, if your argument is that the cops are less productive, I'm just curious. Can we see that in actual numbers?
I mean, I can look up real quick the drop in clearance rate nationwide. I know that it is significant in certain places like Baltimore, but I don't have those specific numbers on hand.
It's weird. I mean, FBI said 5% of police arrests on violent crime. That's what the FBI figures are.
So in 1980, 71% of homicides were deemed solved or cleared, and it dropped to about 50% in 2020.
In 2020. And what was it in 2019?
My girlfriend and I love your stuff.
I'll look it up right
We'll
now.
listen to your
because
uploads
that's the whole
separately and
premise,
talk
right?
about them when we're driving somewhere or after work. I use AdBlock, so here's back pay for all of my missed ads.
Wow, thanks a lot, buddy. I appreciate it. $100. Thank you, Adam. You guys are great. What an amazing couple. You guys seem amazing and awesome because you give me money. Thank you so much.
And so, will you work? I mean, while you're looking that up, I'll give you a moment.
Thank you for the moment.
Okay, so it would be down from 61%.
It's down in 2020 from
61%.
From 2019. And where are we at? Give us the range so that we can actually see the pattern that you're suggesting.
I just said that the clearance rate went down to 50% in 2020.
And where was it
From
in 2021?
61%. So that would be an 11% increase. Decrease.
2021 should continue
2021,
that trend,
sure.
right? I mean, if your theory is correct, that should continue.
I mean, there might not be updated numbers for it, but I will let you go. I will look for them.
All right. Well, you don't worry about that. Let's.
Because we do tend to get some criminal justice related stats later.
Okay. Now.
Okay. According to NPR, which is not the same as I was using for the source, it dropped below 50%, which is considered a new historic low. And in certain major cities like Chicago, it has dropped till around 30%.
Now, why doesn't that correlate with the staffing drops that we see?
What do you mean?
Well, there's no correlation between the numbers that you're talking about. I'm just curious because you're arguing that there was something happened in June of 2020 that caused this spike in crime, and we don't see any correlation between and you're suggesting the George Floyd thing caused.
How would there not be a correlation? If I say officers are retiring and early recruitment is down, and then we see a drop in clearance rate to around 50% from 2019's 61%, and now NPR is reporting that the 2021 numbers
on murders,
would be sub
would you say
50%. How would that not be a correlation?
On murders, which you
just
say
curious.
is on murders, which you say is the easiest one, but and is it back up? I mean, we have the staffing levels are returning, correct?
No, they're not.
They're not. Is that right?
The spending is returning, but the spending does not make officers materialize.
Why do people cite the news organization at the polling / data gathering source is so annoying? I'm not entirely sure. You're getting exposed by Glink for stealing his money. Augie, should I make a video detailing how Destiny took my money and lied? I don't remember him buying me a room. If he bought a hotel room, I feel like I booked my own thing. I could be wrong, but I mean, if he bought a hotel room, I would have refunded it. Considering I missed the first thing, but I don't remember at this point. But I mean, it's not, he never asked me for any money back or whatever, but I don't even remember if he's spending money. It's been so long at this point. I super just don't remember.
Just started listening to you recently. I drive a truck and have speedrun your last year of content. The last CPL months.
If he's saying he spent $20,000 on security,
walls.
that's on him. I have no idea why. That's fucking weird, but I don't even know if that's true. So driving a truck and have speed run your content. Oh, thanks, buddy.
And again, there's a difference between an officer that is a veteran of the force versus a new recruit. I mean, I just read the NPR thing that said the clearance rate is at historic lows. Now, again, that's according to NPR. Initially, I was looking at the FBI stats. They could be pulling from a different number, and therefore it could be less reliable. So I will...
Sam sounds like he's fucking drowning here. Not sure I've heard him flounder around so much before. Wait, you think Sam sounds like he's drowning here? I feel like AJ's the one that's having trouble, like, getting his numbers in a row. But I feel like AJ hasn't, like, very clearly just, like, laid out, like, his entire thesis yet either. Bro, is he supposed to... Okay, hold on. Am I missing something to deal with the drone swarms? Drone swarm, Ixion. Because I researched a thing, but these are...
When every number he pulls up agrees with him and disagrees with him, what do you mean by that? Well, it sounds like what Sam is pointing out is that it's hard to say that the increase or decrease has to do with personnel or whatever. But I don't know. If you have a jammer belt, then you are okay. You just take less damage. Oh, so I am still getting fucked then. Because even with my... I've got 3 airlocks, but I can't out-repair the drone swarm.
I will leave that out there, but, you know, you did ask me to pull it up on
So,
the fly. And
what reforms do you attribute to the George Floyd effect? I mean, you mentioned 2 reforms that that took place prior to the George Floyd protests. What?
Because look, this is still destroying me, bro.
What,
it's not even close.
What other reforms around the country do you see that took place? I mean, I
Well, we had the
know
first-
that you're saying that there was a retirement and you're blaming it on the George Floyd thing. You don't blame the mass retirements that we saw across the board on George Floyd, like in other professions, like in teaching professions, for instance. Like we're seeing a lot of retirements in teaching. You don't blame
is
that
the
on the
teaching
George.
retirements comparable to that?
Oh, in terms of the numbers? Oh, I think they're
I mean,
bigger.
because there's
They're
an
bigger.
overall increase
They're
in
bigger.
retirements in the country because we have a bunch of baby boomers retiring, for sure, that exists. But officers are typically younger, and there's a lot more early retirements.
Then teachers, I think you'll find that with teachers, people are retiring before they're leaving the profession. And so they're, you know, retirement may not be the right word. They're going to go on and work other places. But you don't attribute that to the George Floyd effect.
Unlikely.
Right. And the same across the board with like all of the great resignation that we heard. You remember that term?
Yes.
That's not a function of the George Floyd effect.
Yeah, I mean, that's typically young people not wanting to work. It was at peak when unemployment was paying. a
Actually, it
significant
wasn't that
amount.
they didn't want to work. It's that they were quitting jobs.
They didn't want to
that
work
they
their
didn't-
specific job.
Yeah, and they went on to different jobs. I mean, I'm just saying, like, you are zeroing in on the George Floyd protests for this decrease in staffing in police forces across the country.
Yes.
And you're completely
And a
ignoring,
decrease in recruiting pool.
and you're ignoring the pandemic as an effect. Although the pandemic has this effect
Destiny. In
everywhere
one sentence,
else
how do I convince
in
my
society.
parents
I
to
think
fear
the
communists?
pandemic
Would you mean
plays
that the
a role,
Democratic
and
Party
sure,
are not
you would
all
have had
socialists and that
officers
Trump is a
leaving
fascist?
Maybe earlier in the pandemic when things were starting to lock down, like that's.
In one sentence, how do I convince my Cuban parents to fear the communist boogeyman that the Democratic Party are not also in Trump? In one sentence, you probably can't convince them. But arguing whether or not somebody's a fascist against a conservative, again, I don't even think that's necessarily a good strategy. Because again, most conservatives, if you describe fascism in other terms, I think most conservatives would actually be like pretty chill with the concept of fascism. I think people just don't like it because it's like a boogeyman word. But like explaining fascism without using the word fascism, I think most conservatives are like, yeah, you know what, actually, that sounds kind of like based.
Definitely a possibility,
What
but there's a
percentage-
continuous decrease in officers and early retirement that is coming even till today. And I don't think that they're worried about COVID in, what are we, August 2023 right now? Like it's possible they could be. They could be masking up right now.
What percentage of police in New York City quit because of vaccine mandates or around the country? Was
I
it
think
high?
the number for police for vaccine mandates was extraordinarily low. I remember a lot of right-wing people saying that, oh, all these officers were going to be gone. But when push came to shove, when the mandate was implemented, and I think you even covered this on your show, very few people actually quit the fire department and quit the NYPD. Now, if you're saying that's different, then I mean, you know, I could.
No,
you could go rewind your
it's
coverage
a
on that.
genuine, it's a genuine question. Okay, so and your argument is that less police causes more crime, but you're also arguing that we haven't.
Please give us your definition of fascism. It's kind of vague. I mean, fascism is a little bit of a nebulous concept. It's not like there's like a form of government where it's like, oh, we are a fascist regime, right? But broadly speaking, I think there's 2 tenets that make up a fascist. I've explained this before. Also, it's pretty clear. I guess when you're a conservative and you just don't like my definition because it does map onto Trump and that makes you upset. Usually, it's some form of ultra-nationalist. So the country's the best. We need to make the country better. That's usually combined with some form of xenophobia. Outsiders are the enemy. We need to be isolationist. We need to build our own stuff. We need to be an autarky, meaning all of our stuff needs to be manufactured here. Globalization is evil, right? So some form of like ultra-nationalist. Sometimes there can be racism baked into that. It's kind of hard to do that in the United States, but people try. And then authoritarianism. So oftentimes it's going to be like one person who thinks that they need to supersede rule of law. So things like drain the swamp, things like the media is the enemy of the people, things like all of our intelligence agencies are rigged against me, things like I need to overrule the outcome of the election, things like Democrats in the opposing political party are trying to rig the election against me, things like we're going to lock up our political opponents, lock up Hillary Clinton, right? This is like ultra-nationalist authoritarianism are kind of like the two big pillars of fascism. That's a pretty clear-cut definition, and Trump very obviously meets both. If you feel like it's too vague or you don't understand, usually it's just because you're a conservative and you're uncomfortable with how closely Trump maps onto that.
Staffed up. How is crime dropping if there is a causal effect in terms of numbers of police? Why did it go up in 2020 and go up in 2021?
When does nationalism become ultra-nationalism? When love for your country is necessitated by hatred for other countries.
Go up
Steven,
in 2022,
I really
but now
want to
is...
be unbanned from the Discord. I promise I'll be a good girl this time. Yeah, Jamoko.
No clue who you are, or how you got banned, or what happened, but good luck. I believe in you, buddy.
dropping despite the fact that we haven't hired all these police back.
So in the preliminary numbers for 2023, we've seen a slight decrease. Is that what you're trying to hang your hat on right now?
Yeah, I'm saying that we know that the trend is going down, and you're making a causality.
I mean, it's still up in comparison to 2019.
I understand, but the staffing isn't back up.
Well, you're saying the trend is going down.
Sean,
You're looking at the least reliable numbers that you can grasp onto to say
Sean,
it's going down.
Let me ask you this, okay? I turn on the air conditioning in here. Let's pretend our air conditioner works. And I turn the air conditioning unit on. I turn it to 66, let's say. And the temperature starts to drop in here. And so I say, hey, that is why the temperature's dropping, because I turned the air conditioner on. And then the next day, the temperature keeps dropping because I had the air conditioning on. But the third day, the temperature starts to rise. And the air conditioner is still exactly where it was before. Does that make sense that the air conditioner is the cause of the temperature dropping?
That the air conditioner caused the temperature dropping?
Yeah, because if it goes up, if the temperature goes up on day 3 and the air conditioner is doing the exact same thing it was doing before, how is it possible that I can make a
Probably the
causality
external
argument?
temperature. Like, I don't. What's the point of this?
Oh, it could be the external temperature, and that maybe the air conditioner hasn't been working at all. And maybe those first 2 days it was actually cooler, and on the third day it was actually warmer, and that's what's going on.
So you're saying that
Almost as if like COVID was acting on
Well, again,
this
Sam,
crime.
you keep trying to hang your hat on COVID-19. I didn't say COVID-19 played no role. I said exactly the opposite. But I think that
I'm hanging my hat, as it
played a
were,
role.
on this once-in-a-lifetime pandemic that has caused all sorts of learning deficiencies in kids, that has caused increase in stress, that has caused mass resignations, mass retirements, increase in deaths, increase in pedestrian deaths, increase in inflation, increase in destruction of all sorts of sort of elements of society, and you're making a different argument that had less of an impact. And I'm asking you, if you're making a causality argument about these reforms that supposedly took place in the wake of the George Floyd protests, or the effect that it caused staffing, then how come it's reversing itself without any of those changes that first caused?
Again, it's not reversing itself. You're overplaying your hand. It's
It
a slight
is
decrease in the
reversing
rate of
itself.
increase.
It's going
But
in the
if-
opposite direction.
No, it's
That is
not.
the
but
very
that's fine.
definition
Sam,
of
what
reversing
we could
itself.
What we could do is actually look at the city of New Orleans, because I happen to know that New Orleans cut their police funding well before the rest of the nation. Now, this had nothing to do with the George Floyd protests or anything like that. This had to do with budget implications. And for the years, I believe, preceding 2016, they froze their budget up until around 2019, where they actually cut their budget. Now, all the experts and nerds say that the New Orleans PD needs about 1,100 officers in order to maintain order. Now, they were at around 1,200 before these budgetary maneuvers ended up going into effect. And now they're in the high 900s. And they saw a crime increase from prior to the pandemic. And they went from a city that was in the top 10 most violent cities to on pace last year for around the number 1 or number 2 slot. I have not looked into exactly where they ended up. So they had a dramatic increase in crime that preceded the pandemic, due in large part to the fact that they cut their officers, 911 response times went up, and all of these other issues associated with that. So we have a beta test that we can look at, a specific city in the United States that implemented these policies before the pandemic, if you want to go into that.
Well, let's look at a broader sample than just New Orleans.
Well, hold up. In econ, probably in crime as well, you explicitly look for small cities to pilot a policy like this first, so that you can measure it against national averages to see if these particular policies are having an effect. You'd find comparable cities and then measure it against other cities. I don't know why we would completely ignore that New Orleans example there. That seems a little bit weird. Someone says, about to start working third shifts at work. Any tips are not going crazy? Good luck. Listen to music? I don't know. That sucks. This is the biggest donation test we received for at least the rest of the day. Now, where's my cookie? Good job, Marshall Elstad. $199.99. What a baller.
In 2016, we had a group of criminologists who did a systemic review of 62 earlier studies. You're aware of this, right?
Of this specific thing you're bringing up right now? No.
They were between, it was police force size of crime between 1971 and 2013.
Why do we dip to a totally different thing? But
concluded that 40 years of studies consistently show that, quote, the overall effect size for police force size on crime is negative, small, and not statistically significant.
Is that true? Effect of police force on crime. I've heard the opposite of that a ton. I'm so curious what study he cited. This is the John Locke Foundation. Who are they citing? Using terror alert levels to estimate the effect of police on crime. This is in the Journal of Law and Economics. This was published in 2005. Changes in the terror alert level set by the Department of Homeland Security provide a shocked police presence in Washington, D.C. using daily crime data during the period. Terror alert systems were in place to show that the level of crime decreased significantly both statistically and economically during high alert periods. The decrease in the level of crime is especially large in the National Mall. This provides strong evidence. Okay, this is just one thing. When you add more police, this is NPR, so if this was ever going to be biased towards the left, it would be the NPR. Someone write up a megaphone. It's not your guy. They stands apart in the technical line. We want to be scientifically objective as possible. Williams and his colleague Aaron Shaflin, Benjamin Hanson got motivated to answer the question: what is the measurable value of adding a new police officer to patrol a city? Do additional officers prevent homicides? How many people do these officers arrest for what? Blah, blah, blah. They got the data from the FBI and other public data sources. Is this the study that he was citing, maybe? For 242 cities between the years 1981 and 2018, they obtained figures on police employment, homicide rates, reported crime, and they find technically services to estimate the effect of expanding the police size, the impact of one more officer. Williams and his colleagues find adding a new police officer to a city prevents between 0.06 and 0.1 homicides, which means that the average city would need to hire between 10 and 17 new police officers to save one life per year. They estimate that costs taxpayers annually between 1.3 and 2.2 million. The federal government puts the value of a statistical life at around 10 million. So Williams says, from that perspective, investing in one more police officer and more police officers to save lives provides a pretty good bang for the buck. Just as a meta drop for this, I've always heard that despite how we feel about cops, whether we like them or we don't like them, whatever, if you put more cops in an area, you will have less crime. My understanding is that's just true. I didn't even know that was debated. So I'm a little bit surprised when Cito brings up this idea that more cops does nothing. I've never heard that in my life. So I'm really curious what he's citing here. It was this conclusions from the History of Research into the Effects of Police Force Size on Crime, a historical systemic review published in the, is this the journal? Journal of Experimental Criminology. Findings vary considerably over time. However, compared to research standards and in comparison to effect sizes calculated for police practices and other meta-analyses, the overall effect size per police force size on crime is negative, small, and not statistically significant. Changes in research methods and units of analysis cannot account for fluctuations in findings. Finally, there is extremely little variation in police force size per capita over time, making it difficult to estimate the relationship with reliability. Conclusions: this line of research has exhausted its utility. Changing police strategies likely to have a greater impact on crime than adding more police. Okay, so this is just saying that, like, it seems like having more police probably helps a little bit, but, like, the number is not even statistically significant. We can't even, I guess, like, reject a null hypothesis with this. And research makes it hard because it seems like we've generally had the same number of police force per capita over time, and so this line of study is not very productive. The hypothesis that increasing police force size is relatively simple. It treats police agencies as a firm with a single homogeneous input labor and sets outcomes using typical serious errors argument. Fix attention back across the soups, following standard economic theory. Historical examples provide evidence. Should the number of cops be controlled for? More cops likely to correlate with higher levels of enforcement and crimes being caught. Yeah, but they also will measure, like, unsolved crimes in a city as well, or, like, reported crimes. I wonder what the difference is. We'd have to, like, dig into the actual research. Even more, Williams and his co-authors find that in the average, larger police forces result in black lives saved at about twice the rate of white lives saved. When you consider African Americans are more likely to die in dense, poverty-stricken areas with high homicide rates, leading to more opportunities.
Why does your definition of fascism matches 1-to-1 with what Communist Castro did in Cuba in 1959?
Probably because there might be some overlap, but also I don't. Do you think I'm going to defend communism? I mean, doesn't Russia market itself as a communist state? Or no, they probably don't anymore. That's not true. But I mean, like, Russia probably maps onto, like, Putin and his regime probably map on roughly to, like, a fascist regime as well. Huh. I'm not familiar with the I'm not familiar with this particular. Is this a meta-analysis or is this a review? Conclusions from the history of research. Oh, we can. Oh, it's a systematic review of 62 studies and 229 findings of police force size and crime. Oh, it has a historical systematic review. I wonder if there's been a response to this or if anybody else has analyzed it. I think he probably just wants a definition of fascism that is exclusionary of communism, probably needs to include a third pillar about business and free enterprise where the state does sanction and profit, but there is no joint ownership of business. Isn't there kind of joint ownership of business, though? Like, under the, like, in Nazism, didn't the state dictate to private businesses, like, things they need to manufacture? Didn't Mussolini do that in Italy as well? I'd have to go back and check for economic organization. I don't remember 100%. But I thought that Hitler, I thought that in Germany, I thought that the state was dictating to, like, private firms, like, you need to manufacture, you have to do this or we're shutting you down or whatever. They might not own the business, but it's essentially state-controlled.
But I would have to check more. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I mean, that runs contrary to your theory, right? That
yeah, it's not
police
just,
force
it's not
size.
just the raw numbers; it's how you utilize them. For instance, New Jersey had their police. I believe it was the Trenton Police, and their union had negotiated a deal that was so absurd that they could only put 12 officers out on the street and any given night. They actually had to dismantle this. This was cited by John Oliver as an example of defunding the police, reincorporate as the Trenton Metro Police Department so they could put more officers out on the street. And we've known since the Kansas City experiment, and you can look this up, that sending officers to a targeted way can disrupt, disperse, and drive down crime rates. So yeah, obviously it's how you use them. If you just have more employees, remember a lot of these places have non-officer employees. They have administration staff and all that. That's not going to have an impact. And there are other policies that you can implement that also play a role.
Okay. I mean, you have these specific things about different cities, but you can't explain the national trends in any.
That's such an unbelievably dumb statement by Cedar. Politically, he should be aware of this as well. If we're really trying to break down and study a particular thing, we're going to need to dig into individual cities that might implement a policy ahead or behind. Just looking at a national trend might not necessarily give you the answer.
Nationally, before you cut me off way earlier, I was going to talk about the First Step Act. Now, this set a tone in the nation. It was signed by Donald Trump, the evil orange man. It's one of his stupider policies, and it sets up incentives. And of course, any change in culture federally tends to trickle down nationwide for people to go soft on youthful offenders, to release non-violent offenders early, which is a term I absolutely hate because non-violent criminals can be more devastating than any given murderer, depending on the circumstances. I always like to say Bernie Madoff never punched anybody in the face, but he ruined more lives than most serial killers in the United States of America with his financial crimes. So yeah, I don't agree with that policy, which was a nationwide policy. And I believe the First Step Act may have been slightly before Floyd. I don't remember the exact date, but I have a feeling it was after when it was signed by Trump.
What's the George Floyd?
The First Step Act.
When did you don't know when that took?
I can look it up right quick.
But Sean, how can you posit to me that this had an impact and it all happened and you don't even know when it was implemented?
Well, First Step Act was 2017? I don't remember. Hold on. 2018. Because this was during Trump's presidency. But I don't know how relevant this is. I mean, he's going to know within like a couple-year time span, but...
Well, I said it's in and around that time. I don't remember exactly when it was passed. It could have been in and around that time.
What do you make about...
I've already explained to you that there were certain reforms that were instituted prior that were combined with other reforms or terrible district attorneys or similar that made them go into effect. Remember the analogy about the house and the support beams?
Yeah, no, I remember that analogy. What is your answer? And I'm sure you have one. We all know that this guy, Chesa Boudin, right, in Chesa Boudin in San Francisco, was one of these reformists, right?
Yes.
What do you make about the rise in crime in San Francisco since he was replaced by the police union's choice?
The new district attorney?
Yeah.
Well, there are some state laws in California that they have to get around. Like one of the stories that I covered recently was a man that was arrested for 77 burglaries, or I'm sorry, convicted.
Are these new laws since Chesa Boudin has been ousted?
I believe that they are, yes. So
you believe that they are? What laws are they?
I don't like how Sam is like quizzing him on every little thing now when he refused to engage with any of the particular city data earlier. That's a little bit bullshit, but okay.
I forgot, I don't know the name of it, but in California, if you're a non-violent offender, if you're categorized as a non-violent offender, they actually don't put you in prison. You have to go to county jail, but county jails are open.
I feel like as I'm listening to this, not to be mean or rude or whatever, but like, it feels like Sam does come at this from a very debate bro perspective. Like, he's not really trying to like earnestly engage or like with any level of curiosity, like dig through anything that Sean is saying. He's just kind of like, basically he's trying to like Vosh trap him on like every single little point.
Did we see similar rises in crime in LA and San Diego?
Yeah, we actually saw a dramatic increase in murder in LA as well.
Since the time that Chiesa Boudin left office.
Since well, I'm talking about since 2020. I didn't realize that's what you were specifically asking.
Well, I mean, because Chiesa Boudin is an avatar, and he left in a year ago. He's an avatar for the reformists. He leaves, and then crime pops up across like 4 or 5 different measures.
Which categories are you referring to?
In San Francisco, violent crimes.
I mean, we can pull it up here in a second.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear us?
Vehicle theft, 2.5. Homicide, 23%. Robbery, 13%.
Yeah, there are other problems and other factors for sure. And again, when Chiesa Boudin was in office, he fired, and I believe it's called
Destiny's ducking Nick? Wait, what?
The Friday Night Massacre or something like that. He fired a bunch of seasoned district attorneys or assistant district attorneys in his office. Like, you know that happened, right? And again, you know those people took other jobs. And again, you know they don't just materialize out of thin air when they replace the prosecutor.
Right.
Like, yeah, so there are impacts that go beyond that. I mean, if we were talking about any piece of legislation, like, you know, you talk often about the impact that Ronald Reagan had on this country. Well, if I said, well, Bill Clinton was president in the 90s, therefore that Ronald Reagan impact doesn't exist, you would not accept that argument. But weirdly, you're trying to put that forward right now for me.
Well, I mean, for you, the impact happened in June of 2020, right around the time of the riot.
Not for me. For the statistics, that's actually when it started to spike.
Right.
So
and
by
you,
the data, that would be accurate.
And just the moment that people started protesting for George Floyd, crime goes up because of its downstream implications. Like, time flattens and expands for you in terms of the way this causality works.
Officers are afraid to do their jobs because they feel like they're going to get prosecuted unwarrantedly, and you know, like, officers that do commit crimes should be prosecuted, to make that clear. Then yeah, that could have impacts. If officers are leaving the force at record numbers, if early retirements are up and you're losing your most seasoned people, investigators or not, Sam, then yes, that would cause an increase in crime.
Nick said he would debate Destiny if Destiny hosted the stream, but Destiny can't jack his appearances IRL. Nick can dwindle. I'm done with Nick. I'm sorry. Good luck. If he wants to debate me on another show or another podcast, we can do it, but I'm not sharing my platform with a dying wannabe political guy who basically axed his whole career trying to nutsuck an African American while being a neo-Nazi. Okay? Sorry. Good luck.
And you're going to ignore the meta-analysis about the from Police Journal about the this relationship between
Journal on Experimental Criminology, I think, was the journal, right? I don't know why he just says Police Journal, but okay. Probably because he just got somebody that passed this off to him.
Well, you said it was a systemic review, and I'm not ignoring it. I don't think just expanding your off
systematic review. Sean still needs to learn these like systematic review meta-analysis. I'm surprised he hasn't come across these terms in his research before. I remember watching, or wait, no, was it him that had the problem? Or was it, no, wait. He probably does know theirs. I'm sorry, I'm thinking of the one when Lance was on Tim Pool's show. I call them systemic reviews. They're wait, are they systematic reviews? No, wait, they are systematic reviews, right? Yeah, they are, okay, sorry. Okay.
Officers or your staff in police on its own is anything. It's what you do with that. Like, one of the great innovations in New York was that they became one of the most data-driven police departments in the entire country. So yeah, they had a lot of officers because it's New York City, it's the largest city in the union, but it wasn't until they implemented programs like CompStat that they really were able to be effective.
Well, what do you mean by effective? Like, I'm curious.
In reducing crime.
In reducing crime.
Yes.
But I mean, have they reduced crime? Like, how do you assess that?
I would use statistics to assess that.
Right. What statistics? What would be your metrics? Because we know we know that, like, for instance, during like before marijuana was made legal, we know that for every 4 times, you know, there was like 4 times the amount of arrests for black people over white people when they smoked a pot. right? I mean, and I know just from like, you know, it's anecdotal, of course, but I see, you know, some people get away with stuff because they live in a wealthy area, let's say, and there's just not as many cops around. They're still doing the exact same crime, right? Maybe it's underage drinking, maybe it's smoking pot on the street. I mean, they're still involved in the same thing, but they're not getting arrested.
Okay, so as for the marijuana arrest, the Manhattan Institute actually released a report where they broke down the neighborhoods in New York City specifically, which, you know, the 4 times number comes from New York City, but it is elevated in other places, which I will address later on. And what they ended up discovering was that the biggest indicator on whether or not people were going to be arrested for pot is if they smoked outside and neighbors complained. So while disproportionately, a lot of Black and Hispanic neighborhoods ended up with higher rates of marijuana arrests, very notably, Astoria, Queens, which is a younger population that is not typically a Black population, and was also elevated due to the fact that they had complaints. So for that specific arrest, which you're talking about arrest now, not a measure of crime, that is actually explained. And one of the ways it's also explained is by the fact that if you have areas with higher rates of violent crime, you know, murder, assault, homicide, rape, etc., and you deploy officers to those areas, the officers have more opportunity to see and smell things like marijuana, thus would indicate an increase in arrests. So, you know, I wasn't talking specifically about marijuana. When I talk about crime, I'll usually talk about the crimes that are measured by the Uniform Crime Report or by the National Crime Victimization Survey or homicide statistics specifically, because, you know, I'm not somebody who's in favor of the drug war or whatever. So if you want me to say people shouldn't be arrested for pot, sure, but that represents a small portion of what the police actually do. And again, it's not what we're talking about when we're measuring major crimes.
Okay. All right. So let's just we can move on. I mean, your argument is that it was the George Floyd effect that created the spikes in crimes, and that the drops in crimes are a function of what?
The drops, like I said, we have a slight drop after a dramatic increase. So, you know, it's within you know, a lot of these drops that you're talking about, the NYPD, I pulled up the data, is something like total crimes is about 3.9% as compared to last year. So that would be like a normal range that flows year over year. That's not like
so
this
you're
dramatic
suggesting
drop.
that this is that crime's not actually dropping, that it's more
No,
like
no,
a
it
statistical
dropped. It
mirage.
happened, and I'm glad that it happened. I'll wait for the completed data, the victimization surveys at the end of the year. But yeah, I'm glad that it's happening, of course.
Oh no, I didn't say that you weren't glad.
But
that
again,
it was
it's
happening.
a drop
I'm
after
just
a
saying that,
dramatic
like,
increase.
No, I understand it's a drop after a dramatic increase, but there's been nothing. There's nothing has changed for you. If the cause in my story,
Well, certain things have changed. Eric Adams was elected.
Well, but this is nationwide.
Well,
My
you asked me
story
about-
is COVID contributed to this nationwide spike in crime.
Friend of the stream, Diddley. I think she's still posting on the subreddit sometimes. She's a cool person. XQC lost over $1 million gambling in Vegas. I'm so disappointed in him and his choice to share this publicly sent such a horrible message to all his viewers. He could have hit the jackpot, but instead he gave up. 90% of gamblers quit before they win big. Jesus.
Your story is that the George Floyd protests were the primary function of the drive
Yes, because
of crime.
during the lockdowns, crime actually dropped.
Okay, and well, yes, during the lockdowns, but COVID was still around.
Yeah,
3
but
months
I'm
later.
saying before the people got out and started rioting, crime was dropping during the pandemic.
I understand. And
Now,
when
granted, people were
were
probably
out-
afraid, so,
Okay,
you know.
you're making your argument. I think it's clear, and I'm saying that the reason why crime is down nationwide, and it is down. You say it's not much, but it is trending down, is because that coincides with society returning to some measure of normalcy after COVID is not killing as many people and hospitalizing as many people and causing the same measure of stress. You say the reason why crime is dropping a little, but it's definitely statistically measurable, is because I need to wait to the end of the year to see if it's real.
No, I'd say it's dropping, but it's like within a normal range. It's like if I were on your show and I said, I don't know, in 2019, homicides in New York were 299, and then they jumped to the number 312. That's an increase, but that's not a significant increase. It's within the range. We're talking about 13 people. Now, obviously those are lives lost, and we should consider that, but we also have to take into account that New York is the largest city in the world. Now, you're pointing out a similar decrease to that increase and claiming that it's like this dramatic drop, but it's just
No,
not
I'm not
there.
claiming it's a dramatic drop.
Well,
I'm
you're
saying
saying
that the
it's
trend
dropping. Like,
is
explain this drop.
reversing.
It seems like a normal range that we would see year over year. I hope it would become a trend, but 1 year is not a trend.
Yet the trend is dropping. Yet the problem that you attribute the spike to is not changed at all.
Well, in specifically in New York City, which is what I was just referring to. Hold on. Specifically in New York City, which I was just referring to, we had a situation where they elected the most tough on crime Democrat. Now, I'm not a big fan of Eric Adams, but that is how he ran, and he ran about putting more police onto the street. We also have nationwide a lot of these district attorneys like Chesa Boudin. Now, you said crime has gone up in San Francisco. I don't remember.
It is.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
it
sure.
has.
But
It
they got
has.
rid of him, so they're trying to institute some levels of reforms. But obviously, San Francisco police, they're down in terms of recruitment. Obviously, California state law, sometimes state law has a dramatic impact on these specific things.
Even though it doesn't
pillars
have it on
that
others.
hold up the house of the criminal justice system. So those need to be changed. But yeah, so it depends. There are some reversals. I think those reversals are good. But in places where they're doubling down, like Larry Krasner in Philadelphia, they're still at record homicides. And not record in comparison to 2019, record all time, worse than the 1990s. The favorite talking point of the crime denialist.
Crime denialists.
Yes, people who deny crime. Yes, that's who I'm talking about.
What do you mean by
crime
deny crime?
that they'll try to minimize and deny that the increase is happening. Do what you did with marijuana arrests, where you complain, where you assert that it's possibly due to arresting bias, even though that's not how we measure crime. We measure crime in reports, and then we do victimization surveys, and then we have homicide statistics. We're actually really good at measuring crime. So pointing out arresting bias is a denial
Well, wait a
tactic.
second. You just said like we're really good at measuring crime, but if you see the statistics are trending down, they're really that's not.
I didn't say
relevant.
they're nothing. I said that they're there, but they're within a range that we have now gotten into a new normal. So they're good. I'm always going to root for crime to go down. But what I'm interested in is getting to that all-time low way back in time in that far-off year of 2019. And I think you have to institute the policies that existed in 2019. We haven't even talked about incarceration. You know that prison population is declining in the United States of America, and that also seems to be tied to the increase in crime.
Not in Connecticut.
Not in Connecticut in terms of population decreasing, or
No, not in Connecticut in terms of as their prison population has dropped.
So it's interesting that now Sam does want to talk about a specific example. He wants to talk about Connecticut specifically, but anytime before Sean brought up a specific example, Sam wanted to focus on national trends.
Dramatically, they have instituted all these reforms, and crime is also dropping dramatically in Connecticut. How do you explain that?
I would have to look up the crime stats for the state of for Connecticut, because you tell me that a 4% decrease after a dramatic increase is a dramatic drop, and that's just not true. But I'll look it up.
Well, let me just pull this up. I have this somewhere here. This story about Connecticut. It's pretty dramatic. People are pretty excited in Connecticut. My understanding is. Here, let me get that for you. You can look that up too. I think it's a pretty well-known story. I'm surprised that I anticipated that you would know about that.
Jesus, Sam.
Yeah, I don't know every single state in the union offhand.
Okay, I mean Connecticut's right next door to us.
Why would you think that would matter?
Where's my Connecticut story? Bear with me 1 second. In the meantime, what's that?
Bradley sending it.
Oh, okay. Violent crime in 2021 down 43% since
Really?
2012. Reported crime, mostly burglaries, fell by 29% during that period. But get me that. Get me the. I had. Oh wait, here it is. Sorry. This is from. This is from yesterday, July 27th. In 1999. Connecticut had so many people in prison, it had to send 500 of them to be incarcerated to Virginia. That's part of the story there. The state's rate of 155 people in prison per 100 residents is now the 9th lowest in the country, well below the national average of 350 people per 100,000. Violent crime decreased 43% from 2012 to 2021. Property crime sank 29% during the same period. The state unleashed a range of changes. This is under Governor Malloy in 2011. So, I mean, it's a long-term trend. State unleashed a range of changes, including repealing the death penalty, bumping the age at which juveniles
Based on
could
drivers
be
in
charged
Connecticut,
as
the average
adults from
citizen is 78 years old. Oh, Connecticut drivers.
Jesus.
16 to 18 for most crimes. I think you were against that one in New York.
Yes.
Eliminating some sentencing guidelines that affected predominantly people of color. They have now been able to close, I think, a bunch of prisons. He said, this is Malloy, who's now, I guess, a chancellor of the University of Maine system. Not only had the state built too many prisons, but had a mix of old buildings and new prisons built for maximum punishment instead of facilities where people could be rehabilitated. In 2016, Malloy, they went to prisons in Germany, and they came back and they did this. I would imagine you would hate this. It led to the creation of a true unit at a correctional facility, truthfulness to oneself and others, respectfulness towards the community, understanding and elevating into success. It was all programs to mentor people, and they have been sending less people to prison, and they have less crime.
So why would you think I would hate a rehabilitation program?
It just seems super soft.
Why would he assume that he wow. What, he assumes he's like a tough on crime, like, hey, okay, whatever.
First of all, I want to do smart things on crime. I don't want to just be cruel for no reason. If you told me, if you told anybody in this country that you could take a criminal and make them a productive member of society, they would sign up for that easy, like, obviously. But the problem is,
policing areas
is that rehabilitation programs have bad data around them. One of the things that I'll actually commend London Breed for over in San Francisco is in a recent emergency crime bill, she actually pushed for, studying the way that these programs work. Now, in terms of the state of Connecticut, they might have had the crime drop, according to you. I'll take your word for it. But I do want to point out that the report that you're highlighting, a big editor's note in it, is that it glosses over the fact that clearance rates have actually dropped in the state of Connecticut. It was 16.7% going into 2020, and now it's 23.4%. So it's had a dramatic increase in clearance in the unsolved crimes.
Okay.
So there are problems, but not like everything has a marginal utility. So just because increasing prison population to a certain point can reduce crime doesn't mean you will continually benefit in crime reductions just by arbitrarily increasing the prison population.
We by sending less people to prison and crime reducing, I don't know if there's a causality there, but it seems to be a long-term trend. You're saying that impacts the clearance rates?
No, I just said that their clearance rates are up. It's not all rosy. I'm looking at this.
The clearance rates are down.
Well, but why would that affect their clearance rates?
Well, I didn't say, maybe some of their reforms or losing officers like Nationwide Trends would affect their clearance rate. I didn't say decreasing the prison population did. You just cited all this positive data from the state of Connecticut. I pull up the report that you're referring to, and they're like, listen, there is a caveat. The police are actually less productive in the state of Connecticut, which could be attributed to some, not all of the reforms. I'm not saying the prison population reduction necessarily makes officer clearance rate going down. I'm just pointing out that this is happening. Like, this is also happening in the state of Connecticut.
How does reducing the number of incarcerated individuals inhibit the...
Did I not just say, I'm not saying that reducing the prison
you
population...
just brought it up when I was talking about some other topic.
We were talking about Connecticut overall,
okay.
and you were painting a very rosy picture of the state of Connecticut.
I think the crime being down 25% is pretty rosy, even if the clearance rates are not as high. Because theoretically, there's two reasons why you want higher clearance rates, right? One is presumably because you want to take people off the streets who have committed a crime, A, because they've committed a crime, but B, you don't want them to commit a second crime. And B, obviously for some type of closure for the victims. but we do see significant drops in crime as we have less incarcerated people, and these reforms, which you had said you had a problem with. But let's
I do have a problem
let's
with
get to the causes of crime. Let's get to the causes of crime. I think we've examined this.
Well, Sam, again,
I
said this a million times. Pillars in a building. You can knock down one pillar, but if Connecticut has other things institutionally that are working to reduce crime, then that might not bring down the whole building.
So in this instance,
But
you're
nice
saying,
pulling out one specific state after coming down on me for doing that
Yes.
about
it's just,
cities and all
it was
that.
just an article I
repeatedly throughout
found
the
that was in
show.
the news 2 days ago, so that's why it was there. But let's talk about the other thing that you wanted to discuss, and that was the excusing of crime by blaming poverty.
Yes.
I will admit that I did not see this exchange with you and Emma, and I did not ask her. I've never heard her say that I excuse crime because of poverty. I would suspect that she would argue, at least in part, that crime is a function of poverty, right? Not you get out of jail free if you're poor and you've committed a crime. You live in poverty, but rather that crime is a function of poverty. I would imagine that's what she was saying. And
no, specifically when I brought up that 327 people in the city of New York are arrested for a third of the shoplifting arrests in the city of New York, which represents over 6,000 arrests. She said that those people are the most desperate and they're doing it because they need to survive or to sustain their lives.
So in other words, that
effect.
poverty.
So that sounds like an excuse to me. So yes, that would be excusing crime with the poverty excuse.
To me, it sounds like an argument as to what is driving crime, but like I say, I'm not familiar with that.
I argued, and I'll argue here.
What do you think
that the fact that we're not able to hold repeat offenders is what is causing that? If you locked up those 327 people, guess what? You have a third of the retail theft arrests gone because they keep committing the crime.
How many people would you have to lock up to make sure that you got the right 327?
Well, it would be for that specific issue. It would be the 327 that are arrested a grand total of 6,000 times. So it'd be the 327.
So when would you lock them up and throw away the key to save from the shoplifting?
Well,
it's interesting actually. When I think of how Sam debates, it's actually pretty similar to Vosh, to where Sam has a lot of like random background information on stuff, and then he's also like decent at like debate and philosophy. And the goal, rather than actually prepare for a debate with somebody who's knowledgeable on a topic, he's just trying to find like these kinds of logical pitfalls or these little philosophical traps, basically. Like, can I get him on the data here? So arresting 327 people, well, you couldn't arrest them the first time because then you'd have to arrest like 1 million people. Would you do the second time, the third time? Like trying to find pitfalls right here, rather than like actually having engaged with the with any of the actual data or doing any of the actual research.
Oh, it would be charge them seriously, hold them in waiting for their trial, and then convict them, prosecute them seriously. Yes.
But you're saying if we lock up those 327 essentially and don't let them out, we're going to have less shoplifting. That's what you're saying, right? All right. Now you don't know.
That's what the data says.
When do you know?
He's gonna say at what shoplifting offense do you arrest them, and hope to God he doesn't say 3, because then Sam's gonna do like some 3-strike law thing or something. But we'll see what.
That it's those 327. The first time they shoplift?
No, I mean, I'm talking about repeat offenders, so it would be when they have repeat
That's what
offenses.
I'm asking. How many? So 2 shoplifting offenses gets you locked up for as long as you want.
We should prosecute shoplifting and retail theft seriously from the jump. The idea that this is a victimless crime is nonsensical. But let's say if you're arrested for 5 times, which by the way, again, it's 6,000 spread over 327 people, then we don't let you out without bail. Like a judge would be able to have judgment to determine that you're a repeat offender and you are held.
You're held in like where? Where would we put them in? Like a Rikers or something?
In a jail.
And there's no dollar figure, right? We just.
Well, aren't you against cash bail because poverty?
Yeah, I am against cash bail.
Yeah, so I would want the judges right now. They can't assess dangerousness in the state of New York. I would want them to be able to assess.
Are shoplifters dangerous? According to you?
Yeah, they're repeat offenders, and eventually a bunch of these people, when confronted, get into physical altercations, and people have been killed over that. I've covered multiple stories of Home Depot workers being killed. We find out that the person behind the theft that led to killing that worker was arrested a bunch of times for these so-called petty crimes. You could have got them off the streets, and then somebody dies over it. Some poor person who works, you know, for whatever, $15 an hour at Home Depot gets killed by somebody who wanted a power drill. So yeah, I want those people off the streets for sure.
So what do you think drives crime?
He's really good also at not taking any L's ever, right? So Sean, really, and this is easy for me to say in retrospect, but Sean should say, okay, so you agree then at the least, before we go to the next thing, you agree then that we should lock up repeat offenders, or at least deny them cash bail, or at least judge them more harshly after the third, fourth, or fifth offense then, right? Because notice how Sam just walked away from that. Now we're moving on to a totally different topic. I think this is just more me than anything else, because I like to finish a topic before I move on to the next thing, even if that means taking an L, I guess. But I notice a lot of people will easily just skirt to like the next thing. They don't actually care about like finishing a topic at the end at all. They'll just move on.
What I think drives crime?
Yeah.
Well, I
what
think
creates crime?
I think public policy has a big impact. There are people that are opportunistic that will commit crime if they think there are no consequences, whether they be social or whether they be through the criminal justice system. And I've broken this down. You can think of it as a pyramid with 3 layers. The lowest part of the pyramid is the criminal justice system, the actual consequences. And the reason why this is one of the lowest deterrents is and by the way, I'm not making this up. This comes from like, you know, criminal justice theory. The reason why this is one of the lowest deterrents.
I was assuming, I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt that you're not.
I'm just saying
stuff.
it's not my theory. But the deterrence doesn't really work. It's not really that effective because most people, when they commit a crime, don't think they're going to get caught. The next stage in that pyramid would be the social consequences. So if people will treat you like a pariah if you are arrested and convicted of a crime, that is a stronger deterrent against you committing crimes. And then the top of the pyramid, the number one thing is if you believe that the law is moral and or just, that is what's going to prevent you from criminality.
Okay, and so if you live in a society where like everybody lives in around you lives in extreme poverty, do you think that numbers? I think like was it 2 and 3 on your pyramid? I mean, in other words, like, so what would you do if I put you in charge of social policy and you could be king for a day, or you know, a couple of weeks or whatever it is? What would you do? What would you do to what do you think the most effective thing we could do to fight? Like you say, there's always going to be some folks who, I don't know, like living on the edge and committing crimes. But broadly speaking, what would you do?
How do you mean?
Well, you just worked out a pyramid for us, and so put that into practice if that's the pyramid that you believe in.
Again, like how do you mean?
What policies would you
like?
implement?
I just told you what prevents people from committing crimes. Like, how would I put that into practice? Are you talking about from a law enforcement point of view? It would depend entirely
It's easy for me
where
to use the
I
boss
am,
tactic on lazy, but I still want to fight.
Is different depending on the city. It's very much down to the local municipality. So if I was designing an intervention for New York City, it would be completely different than an intervention for the city of St. Louis or the city of Chicago. So again, like, what do you mean?
Okay, what would you do in New York City, let's say, to deal with crime? I mean, you're like I mean, I guess like when we're looking at the causes of crime here, and you just laid out some type of pyramid. It sounded like you discounted the punishment one, which was the widest one, right? I mean, my understanding.
Well, deterrence actually, but yes.
Yeah, but that doesn't deter. You don't think that deters because people don't think they're going to get caught.
Yeah, a lot of people don't think they're going to get caught. So that's why I'm in
it's
favor.
not a function of cops in terms of like.
No, you misunderstand. Deterrence is not that effective of a strategy from a law enforcement level, but that doesn't mean incapacitation is not an effective strategy. So
locking up more people
would be removing repeat offenders.
And so locking up more people, but how would you get there? I guess is what you're talking about.
The first thing I would do in the state of New York, because again, it is dependent on the area, is that I would get rid of bail reform law and allow judges to have judgment. I think it's ridiculous the way we operate in the city of New York. If we're concerned about people that are poor that can't afford their bail for lower crimes, I understand that. I would reduce the bail amounts, but what I need is for the judges to be able to assess dangerousness.
Dangerousness. So you're only talking violent crimes.
Well,
or repeat offenders, like the original bail reform, and they've amended it to remove certain things. Didn't even factor in bail jumping as a crime that could get you held. So if you didn't show up for court,
But now that's changed. When did that change?
they might have changed that specific portion, but I know they used to have aggravated vehicular manslaughter as a charge that was not bail eligible, and they did change that. So there have been some changes to it. They actually update it every year around April when the budget comes in. So I'm not exactly sure which specific crimes, but I want judges to be able to assess repeat offenders. I don't want to be in a position where they cannot hold somebody as long as they commit this crime, and then they're incentivized to recommit the same crime over and over again.
So you want, let's say, you'd be okay with judge's discretion on bail if it's someone who has been arrested for 5 times on the same crime. Is that it?
Yeah, depending on the crime, of course.
Right.
If it's jaywalking, I don't care about jaywalking.
You don't think people should be arrested for jaywalking, do you?
I mean, even ticketing, it's New York City. I mean, everybody crosses every which way, you know.
But you think that's the most important thing, bail reform?
I think bail reform is a huge deal in the state of New York, and it impacts almost every county. I believe when the governor's race was going on, we had something like 98% of counties, or 98 out of 101 counties. I don't remember exactly how many counties, so it might have been a percentage that saw an increase in crime.
So you discount the bottom part about deterrent on that pyramid. What was the
deterrence
second?
is the lowest and one of the least effective. Yes.
I don't get why that's on the on the bottom you think is the least effective.
Yeah.
And then the middle one is what's the next one?
That would be like societal pressure. If you feel like you're going to be an outcast from your community or treated like a pariah, like the social pressure that keeps you in line.
Okay, and then social pressure, right? And how would you increase that social pressure?
Well, I think we should do more to stigmatize criminals for sure. We should
How
stop
would you
doing this.
How would you stigmatize?
Well,
criminals
I
more?
would stop treating them like they're Aladdin, like your co-host does, where they're just like thieves with a heart of gold. I would stop
Jesus.
sympathizing with them and
How
sympathize
many-
with the victims.
Okay, so we in the case of shoplifting, we should sympathize with like Walmart or something more, and
We should sympathize with the community who has to pay for that in higher prices, or the people who lose their jobs because these stores shut down. We should sympathize with these
You
people
think
that have to
stores
end up,
shut down
that have
because
to
of,
end up traveling further due to the fact that there's less grocery stores in their area. Yeah,
Oh,
we should
no.
sympathize with them rather than the opportunistic thieves.
okay, and so you think that there's thieves out there that Emma's walking amongst, and they're all like
That Emma's
yeah, Emma-
walking amongst? No, I would never say that. I would never think she would actually
You
live
think the
amongst
thieves are
criminals
watching
that
the
she
show?
protects.
You think the thieves are watching the show and they're going, "It's okay."
It's not just the majority report per se, but there's this general dismissive nature towards these retail thieves. Like you can see it on every reply in the videos.
It seems like the whole debate is Sean doing all the work and Sam just poking without putting it in state. Yeah, because I think Sean has done all the research and Sam's just kind of trying to find flaws in his argument, basically. Because he doesn't have anything necessarily prepared for this, yeah.
It's like, no, there's
Has
people
that
that are
changed over
definitely
time?
against it.
Has that changed over time?
I think, yes, people have become more sympathetic to people, and possibly due to the fact that we had the pandemic, so the excuse is that these people
Well, wait
are
a second,
struggling.
dude. Why was there this huge drop in crime? Why was this huge drop in crime? Why did that take place? So in 1990, for instance, let's say, or 87, people were too sympathetic to shoplifters, and then in the 90s, later in the 90s, they were less sympathetic to shoplifters, and that's why it went down.
Well, no, there is an overall sentiment change. I mean, for you to not acknowledge this is ridiculous. Like, go look at Joe Biden on the floor of the Senate pushing the crime bill and listen to the way Joe Biden talks about crime now. I'm into. I
Crime
want to
was
date
high. My point is, crime was higher
1990s Joe Biden. Yeah, they're
1990s
passing a law. They're
1990s
passing a
Joe
law.
Biden was harsher on crime, and
Yes,
crime
yes.
began to drop precipitously.
Yes.
Isn't
Crime
that
started
Sean's
to drop,
point?
or drop nationwide after that crime bill. Yes.
Oh, I see what you're saying. And then
Yeah, that was the point.
And then crime shot up. Like when? When did we start as a society? Just in the past 2 years, have we gotten more sympathetic to shoplifters?
I do think people have become more sympathetic to criminals and less sympathetic to the police. 100%. I
But
don't know about your coverage.
Is it about the police, or is it about the criminals? I thought it was
Well, we're
really
talking about
stigma.
cultural attitudes related to crime in the criminal justice system. So yeah,
Okay.
when I talk about retail thefts, there's a lot of excuse making. I'm sure you have people on your staff that have said it's no big deal, or my favorite one where it's like wage theft actually is more than the retail theft, you know, as if wage
why are
theft
you
isn't
mocking
spread
that?
out over the entire economy, as if that has anything to do with what we're talking about in the first
Well,
place.
wait a second. You just said the problem. With shoplifting is what it does to the community. You don't think wage theft? There's something like, what are the numbers that you understand wage theft to be on an annual basis?
Well, I know that you guys like to use the 2013 chart because it has a very big disparity that comes from the Economic
What do you
Policy
think
Institute.
the wage? Well, I mean, it's not just the Economic Policy Institute, but what do you put wage theft at?
I would put it at the tens of billions. I think the number that you guys often cite is around 50 billion, even though
I've
what you're
never
citing
cited
is the
50 billion.
wages recovered. But you
No,
know,
the
why we
wages
discussed
recovered. Wages recovered was closer to, I think, 20 billion, but the annual. I mean, the estimates I've seen are anywhere from like $3 to $6 billion annually, because you don't always recover it. I mean, at all. But you think that loss
the recovered would be 20 billion, but the annual
20 billion
total
over
would
the
be
course of
6
10 years.
over the course of 10 years.
Yeah, that's the stat that the DOJ puts out. But the point is that I just want to be clear on this. Shoplifting hurts a community more than
I didn't
people.
say it hurts the community more. It's just a different problem. So what
Well-
you're doing
well,
is
it's crime.
So what you guys do is
Is
I
that not
talk about a
crime?
problem, or someone like me talks about a
But
problem.
wait, Sean, is that
and
not
then you
crime?
say, "Hey, look at
Don't
this
get
other
meta.
problem."
Don't get
because
meta.
two
Just
wrongs
address.
makes the who cares. I guess.
Don't get meta. Just address the issue. This is wage theft, right? We both agree it's a crime.
Yeah, you shouldn't do it, and I'm in favor of
Well,
them
it's
recovering
illegal.
it and
It's not just.
prosecuting
It's
it.
not. It's
Yes.
illegal. Okay.
I just said I'm in favor of the prosecution of it.
And in fact, we're talking about the same people too, right? Like, because when you say, well, people don't sympathize with a corporation when there is shoplifting, and it's going to hurt the workers there and the community because of high prices, and presumably, high prices are going to hurt low-income people more than others.
Well, to be clear,
Well,
we're
I
not.
just want to be clear. I just want to be clear what you're saying.
Well, we're not talking-
That is, how is that really not hitting the exact same players?
Well, Sam, we're not talking about the same people because, again, wage theft is spread out over the entire economy. When we talk about retail theft, that typically, now I'm not a doctor, I'm not a scientist, involves the retail sector. So what you're actually doing is
Where do you think
expanding the
wage theft
denominator.
is highest?
I would.
Oh, Sean just philosophy to point without knowing the exact numbers. That is true. Wage theft is going to be spread out over the entire economy. When Sam says where is wage theft highest, that's a good question. Where is wage theft highest? I feel like my guess is going to be probably for illegal immigrants. Like if you consider that, wage theft, illegal immigrants working for no pay. More than 1 in 10 construction workers are undocumented immigrants. Non-union construction industry. If anybody has a source for this, I'd be curious to see. Oh, that just said most wage theft came from Southern California. Did I just read that? Okay, so the highest ones are food service, which is 27 million, construction, which is 33 million, and then retail is down here at 7.5 million. Healthcare is at 15 million. So retail comes in like fourth, and a relatively distant fourth, it seems. Food service and construction are like 4 to 5 times higher. It felt like Sam was about to make the point that retail is the most effective wage theft industry.
Retail theft, that typically, now I'm not a doctor, I'm not a scientist, involves the retail sector. So what you're actually doing is
Where do you think
expanding the
wage theft
denominator.
is highest?
I would think probably in government contracts, a lot of these have issues with the Davis-Bacon law where they're underpaying. It probably is in major corporations with unpaid overtime. I think it's in a lot of different places, but I do know that a lot of illegal immigrants in the United States of America are in.
So Sam's team is probably looking it up right now, but if they look up the numbers, retail's not going to come in the top 5. Sam looks like he really wants to correct him because he said things he doesn't like, but I wonder if they're going to correct them now that they see that retail's not, that retail's like 5th or 4th.
Entitled to the wages under Davis-Bacon, and they often get cheated. And it is a great moment years later, although sometimes their lives are ruined, when investigators find out that they're backdated pay and they give them a huge check. So I would think it happens in multiple different sectors, not just retail, but yeah, and it has multiple different forms.
I mean, all right. So you're just keying in on shoplifting. That's.
Oh, I feel like he saw the numbers. I feel like he's reading them and he doesn't want to say them out loud now. That's what it feels like. Because it feels like he really wanted a big own there where he was going to read the numbers, but now he's not going to say them. Because you know they're looking these up right now.
In multiple different sectors, not just retail, but yeah, and it has multiple different forms.
I mean, all right. So you're just keying in on shoplifting. That's the crime. The
Well, when we
retail
talk about
sector
retail
crime-
theft, we typically talk about retail theft.
No, I understand.
You're doing a 2 wrongs makes a who cares.
No, I'm just saying. I just find it curious, but that's fine. You were the one who brought up wage theft. I just want to be clear.
And now he wants to move off the topic completely.
Because it's a
I
common
didn't-
retort by people who are trying to deflect
Don't get
off
so
the
meta.
issue.
Then we won't get hung up on these things.
It's also,
and
you know,
so-
nobody talks about stealing from your employer, which many years is actually higher than wage theft. But, you know, there's that too.
True! And fuck yeah, you better believe. If I work food service, you better believe I'm eating. Oh, sorry, we had to toss that cheeseburger out. That patty was no good because I'm going to be fucking eating it. Hell yeah. I'm eating all those chicken nuggets. Oh, what's that? I'm sorry, is it lunchtime? Did I accidentally drop an extra 14 McGriddles? Looks like we have to waste that. And by waste it, I mean I'll be eating all that shit. Hell yeah. Fuck you, McDonald's. I will eat these extra McGriddles. Feels good.
Okay. I don't. I guess nobody talks about that.
It's not on the charts that you present from the Economic Policy Institute.
I mean, dude, you brought up wage theft.
Yeah,
I
because
don't know
it's a
what to tell
common
you.
retort, and I've seen it brought up on your show.
Well, yeah, wage theft is an issue.
I never said it
We've
wasn't.
also brought up, you know, that.
This is kind of gross from Sam.
Corporations lie about how much they're getting, how much they're suffering from you know, petty theft. I mean, Walmart, I think, executive admitted
Try
that
to
on a
execute-
call
engage
with
in a political
financiers.
argument.
They blow it up.
So you're talking
Walgreens-
about a Walgreens executive where
Yeah.
he said, or she, I don't remember, I think it might have been a woman, that it was that we may have overstated this in this specific Walgreens call. But I do remember when Walgreens got into it with London Breed, who claimed that it was completely overstated, and they clarified about 4 times that they closed due to the increase in theft specifically in San Francisco. And honestly, it should be alarming that these stores are closing in left-wing cities disproportionately, considering the giant subsidy that they got from the vaccines. Remember, these corporations were essentially given welfare by being able to be the distributors of these vaccines. That draws people into the stores. And yet at the same time, there's a giant reduction in the number of storefronts in these areas. So you would think in places where
I'm sure
they actually
COVID had
higher.
nothing to do with the closure of those stores.
Well, COVID actually had everything to do with the boost in business because these were.
Would stores be? Would large employers be closing because of COVID? I feel like the PPP and I think there's a lot of stimulus given to big businesses. I mean, like it was really given to everybody, but big businesses, since they capture more of the employment economy, are going to be getting more. But it's possible. I don't know actually. I feel like smaller businesses are the ones that got fucked harder by the COVID shit than any of the larger corporations. But I could be wrong on that.
for the distributors of the vaccine.
No, I understand they would distribute the vaccine, but you're also aware that, like, you know, people's purchasing patterns changed dramatically during COVID. There's a lot of like restaurants that closed. There's a lot
Yeah, I
of.
mean, they closed the restaurants, and
okay.
if you weren't able to ship to delivery, you're pretty
All
much
right,
screwed
and
over.
so you think we need to stigmatize
Criminals for sure, 100%.
criminals more, and that will do it. And how do you think we stigmatize criminals? Like what part of society? Like we know that there's and you don't believe. Do you believe there's a correlation between poverty and extreme poverty with crime?
Yes, I know for a fact that crime drives poverty in the United States of America and the world over. So
Okay.
yes, there is a correlation.
Do you think that there is?
No, wait, why would Sean say that? I don't think Sam even realized what Sean just said. Sam is trying to make the argument that poverty drives crime. Sean just countered saying crime drives poverty. I don't think Sam realized he just gave like the total inverse of his. Does he not realize, or?
There's a correlation between that the poverty drives crime.
Yes.
No, Sean, no. You just made the exact opposite point. I don't even think you believe that poverty. I think Sean believes that crime causes poverty, not that poverty causes crime.
Correlation between that the poverty drives crime.
Yes. I'm sorry, crime drives poverty.
Yes. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry, he corrected himself, yeah.
Okay, I'm asking you specifically. I know that you.
How does that make sense? Sean probably believes that the more crime that occurs in an area, the more that it basically fucks an area up, and then it more drives crime in an area. Or drives poverty as a result, that crime destroys areas. That's probably the argument that he's going to make.
You're arguing that you think crime creates poverty, but I'm asking you now, do you think that poverty creates crime?
I think in certain circumstances, I'm sure it could happen if you go down to a certain level, for sure. But I think that
What does
in
that
order
mean
to
if you
build,
go down to a certain level? What does
yeah,
that mean?
if you're like, well, we have like, well, actually, even that is a bit of a dubious notion. So like American poverty, like you would acknowledge, is relative poverty compared to poverty in like the third world.
I mean,
Like you understand that somebody in the United States of America in poverty would be under $12,000, which would be different from somebody who's living on $1.50 a day. Like
well,
under
you
$12,000.
understand that poverty is really a function of purchasing power, right?
Sure, purchasing power could have an impact.
I mean, that's, yeah. We all poverty measures
Yeah,
are
yeah,
a function
for,
of.
you could-
of
you
this-
While that is true, it's not like in places where people live for less than $1 a day. It's like, oh yeah, like here's my $14 a month apartment. I've got a 50-cent a month internet connection. I bought an iPhone for $20. Like these people are poor both in relative purchasing power forms and in absolute poverty forms. Like they're just poor. Like brokies in the third world are not the same as brokies in America, right? There's a reason why middle-class people in some countries can be like starving and homeless people in the United States are obese, right? There's a difference in the types of poverty that we experience. That's an easy bullet to bite.
You could adjust it for, yeah, sure.
I mean, I mean, if you had no stores, there would be no theft of stuff in there, and that's not really relevant. But okay, yes, I understand
But
that.
you
Yes,
typically need
if
a
you are living in America, and you are poor, theoretically, well, you have access to more stuff than, let's say, you live somewhere else.
Yes, there you go.
Okay, all right, and
Yeah, so you're talking about relative poverty. So I'm saying at a certain amount, yes, when there's like genuine desperation, like I could see circumstances where that's happening. But what we typically see is that crime is driving the poverty. Like when these people steal from their areas, when they
what do you
damage
think
places.
drives crime?
What I think drives, I think people, a certain percentage of the population is going to be criminal. They need to be removed from society. So I would say human nature would be a good example.
Human nature?
Yeah, it's a
Okay.
small percentage of the population that exhibits like a deviant kind of behavior.
Okay, so what do you think drives the majority of crime?
I just said that.
Oh, you think it's just people who are born criminals?
I wouldn't say born criminals, but people who, when you don't have the proper deterrence in place, will commit crimes, yes. And those deterrents could be police deterrence, like I said earlier,
Okay.
or
wait.
social deterrence, or
but
whatever.
not like everybody is subject to the same deterrence, right?
Not necessarily.
Explain this
I'll
because
give you, so I'll give you an example. So in New York City, disproportionately, the people who live in public housing happen to be Orthodox Jewish people, right? They do not commit crimes at the same rates as other demographics. They're in fact among the lowest. They commit crimes near around where Asians do. So they're probably better than your average middle-class white person in the
Sam's
city
about
of
to
New York.
push him. Oh, no.
I think that they have a stronger social structure than other groups in the United States of America, even if they're equivalent in poverty levels.
So if I was to look at like the incarceration rates of black people, for instance, relative to white people, your argument would be that there's something fundamental about their social structure that is why that we see those incarceration rates higher.
Well, it would be based on their behavior for the one-to-one, but if you're asking me for like an underlying cause to the behavior, which by the way, I don't care about because root causes are not more important than any other cause. Let's be clear about that. So this is just like another rabbit hole, pointless like argument that has nothing to do with the subject matter, in my opinion. It's not useful or productive. But yeah, I would say that there are definite cultural differences between what were the groups that you said, Black Americans and white Americans?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely cultural differences between Black Americans and white Americans, and more tolerance to criminality. And by the way, there's differences between Black New Yorkers and Black people in Chicago, and that's also reflected in the rates. And I think that does lead to different outcomes in terms of criminal justice.
And you think it's unrelated to things like poverty or systemic racism or...
Well, if we're going to use poverty as the metric and we compare poor Black Americans to poor Asians or poor Hispanics, and
What
by the way,
drives crime
Hispanics
people
commit
wanting
more
to steal
crimes
and not pay for
on
it?
average, but
Duh.
less than Black
These people
Americans.
are so disingenuous
then
and think every criminal is just a broke man feeding his family. I'm cringing hard.
Wow.
Obviously, poverty is not the determining factor if the crime rates vary wildly within
Well, I have
groups
an
in the same
analogy for
status.
you. When you build in a house and you have different foundations and you pull one out. So, I mean, poverty
I think
may
with the
not
key
be
interval-
the determinant, but maybe when you mix poverty with other sort of like structural factors in society, people's have less reason to feel a stigma about crime or less reason to be invested in society. But you don't subscribe
Can
to
you give
that.
an example?
Can I give an example?
Yeah, but of this other factor.
Well, I mean, I think that like if you have been stuck in extreme poverty for extended periods of time, if you live in a society where it is harder for you to find housing or loans or to get out of a specific area in which you're living, if you have been subjected to a socialization that labels you as a criminal, or that your activity just walking around is criminal, that it might create
Who's being arrested for walking around?
well, not arrested, but harassed. I mean, I think you wouldn't deny. I mean, your argument would be there's more violent crime in certain areas, and that's why there's more cops. But we also know that, I mean, if you're a black teen and you're walking the streets in some neighborhoods, you are far more likely to get stopped and harassed by the cops.
I don't think this makes you more likely to commit crime, though, does it? Like a black guy is like, God, the cops have profiled me so much. Well, I'm gonna go give him something to profile me about. Like,
than if you're a white
I
teen.
wouldn't say
mean,
harassment.
Come on.
You are more
We
likely
know
to
what kind
interact
of
with
people are
police.
committing these crimes. Let the hate flow through you.
Yes,
Okay.
there's more police there.
I mean, I think from the perspective of that person who is interacting with the police after having done nothing, they would perceive it as harassment.
For
You
sure.
wouldn't.
If I was a law-abiding person in a black neighborhood and I had to interact with the police due to the fact that, you know, criminals are acting up in my neighborhood, then that would get under my skin. I mean, I have...
What if you were like pulled over in like your car? I mean, I've told this story on the show many times, but I was an actor back in the day, and
Damn, you're still an actor, buddy. Just because there's a strike doesn't mean that they're not going to resolve that.
No, that's true. I do some voice work, but never.
You didn't get that joke at all.
Less, I was on a sitcom at one point, and it was a majority black cast. And one of the buddies was we went back to his place, and we pull in into the underground driveway parking lot, and a buddy of his pulls in behind us, and he's got one of those Range Rovers, and at that time that was a very popular car in LA with like the Hollywood set. This is back in the 90s. And he pulls in, he's like, "Thank God you're here. I just got, I was getting followed again by the cops. I've been pulled over 4 times in the past 2 months. And they checked to see if I own the car. And I called the police department to see if I could get a sticker or something. And he said, the sergeant literally said, 'Are you black?' And I said, 'Yes.' And he said, 'There's nothing I can do.'" Now,
Man, I really don't want to discount people's stories, but that sounds a little sussy baka, but okay.
now, if you're a law-abiding citizen and you're driving the car that you earned and you bought the car and you're getting that type of harassment, you don't think it impacts your perspective on society?
No, I think it does. And
But
this
does it
is
make
Los
you commit
Angeles in
crime?
what time period?
It was in the 90s.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously, you know, there,
But you just conceded to me that
Yeah, no, I think-
this
I think that
happens
can
to
impact your attitude,
17-year-old
but I don't think-
boys in
I mean, you
in
could
New
call
York
me
City.
crazy, but I don't think you're
90s LA, that's believable. Never mind. I believe it.
saying that your friend turned into a criminal because he was pulled over.
Oh,
He
there you
seemed
go.
like-
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Yeah, that's not going to turn you into a criminal, I don't think. Now Stan's going to be like, well, actually, my friend wanted to be a very prolific bank robber.
He was really annoyed.
I
which
think if
empathetic
I think if that happened to me, and I didn't have a nice car, but rather I just got stopped every time I walk out of my house, or stopped, I don't know, once a month every time I'm out of my house, which is not hard to
you
find
start
as an
committing
experience.
rapes.
Oh, no. AJ, you should have let him finish. He should have let him finish. I'm so curious. Sam was about to say some dumb shit.
Like, I don't.
No,
where
I
are you
would
going
start having a far less respect for society, and
Yeah, but that's not
far
gonna make you
less,
commit crimes.
a perspective on that. Yeah, I definitely think that.
I mean, look,
but
I understand you don't watch my like you don't watch any of my videos or anything like that. But I said repeatedly, I think the warning needs to be brought back in terms of policing. I think writing tickets for expired registration when you're in areas with elevated rates of shootings, all that does is piss people off and turn the community against you. So there's definitely better ways to implement policy to get the community on your side. Like, I've been a huge advocate for consent searches, which is and this started in St. Louis in the 90s, which is if you're afraid that your kid is involved in a gang or might have a gun or might get shot, they have a high rate of youth homicides, still high to this very day, then you can call the police, consent to a search. They'll look for contraband, but they won't arrest your kid. I think that, and they'll send your kid to a diversion program before they get into a shooting and all that. So I think that is a good policy to build community relations with the police. Like, the way that you're speaking is as if I don't believe in that, even though I think that's absolutely crucial to the police being effective.
okay. All right. Well, I think this was productive, Sean.
All right.
And I appreciate you coming on. Are you happy?
He basically
yeah,
said it.
thank you.
Debate. and I
Sounds
think
like a
that,
good faith indicator.
Thank you for
is
having the
upcoming.
conversation. Listen, I know you want people that have been ducking you and all that, and this is what prompted me to just ask for the conversation. I appreciate
Oh
it.
yeah, no,
You
I
didn't-
say yes to just about everybody. Maybe too much, but
yeah, and
I
you
do.
didn't have to do it. Like, a lot of people immediately presumed because I issued the challenge and like they didn't hear a like direct announcement on a billboard or something that like I was somehow entitled to it. I obviously not entitled to it. I thank you for your time. You've been quite gracious during the course of this conversation, even if there were parts where I felt like you were trying to get me on a gotcha. But thank you for your time.
Well, I mean, I was just exploring. I don't know what you mean by a gotcha. I've never seen any of the other stuff you've done, but
okay.
I appreciate that. Actually, I got a question for you. If we're gonna do a gotcha,
Uh-oh.
Sure
you're
thing.
into criminal justice, right?
Sure.
Or you don't like the criminal part, actual justice, right? You don't like the adjective beforehand. What did you think when and I will concede I did not see the whole Tim Pool interview with you guys, with you and Emma. Did you think that she was a pedophile after that conversation?
No.
So did you see that when Tim accused her of being a pedophile from what was said in that conversation?
I didn't see that specific clip, but I have heard about it. And if he said like she's a pedophile or whatever, then that's totally uncalled for and unprompted.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That sounded weird to me, but I appreciate you're saying that.
I appreciated Tim having me on, but I'm not an employee of his or anything like that. Even though on the later show I said I moved into his property.
I did not see that, but have fun there. I heard he's got a great skate park.
He does. I'm not a skateboarder, but it's a skateboarder's paradise, presumably. Yeah, let's go to the YouTube studio.
Wow.
Yeah, it's already on Max, guys. I don't know. I could do the thing where I like say words louder. Like I could talk like an idiot if you want. But yeah, that was fun. I enjoyed that. I was waiting for the racism trap. I thought it was coming at the end, but it did not appear to be prepared properly, which was fun. I think I pointed out a bunch of things that Sam was doing when he was like changing up his argument, and that was all.
Wow, cute.
Like makeup and like face wash and stuff in there, but I covered it with like flowers to make it look like it's less messy. The Vans is a 2015, but I built. Wait, don't bring everything. I'm like.
Is that what they say?
Stuff in there, but I covered it with like flowers to make it look like it's less messy. The Vans is a 2015, but I built it about 2 years ago, so I've been traveling in it for 2 years less. I love reading, so that was important to me, even though I know it's a little bit of an extra weight. People are like, save weight, don't bring everything. I'm like.
Is that what they say?
Yeah, because weight's really important, partially for gas mileage, but also the van can only hold so much. I'm glad you're not like 6'2". That's like I think the limit of height. My favorite thing of the whole van is probably my skylight, because I can literally climb out of it, which is partially like a safety thing also.
You have an escape. Oh, there she is. That's cool. So then you just climb up on your roof.
Yeah, I can just like sit up here and then I have the skyline.
Whoa. This is cool. You do have the best view of New York City.
It is gorgeous.
You have the solar panels up here. How much electricity does it? You have the climb up on your roof.
Yeah, I can just like sit up here and then I have the skyline.
Whoa. This is cool. You do have the best view of New York City.
It is gorgeous.
You have the
Wait, why not show the skyline? What is the view?
Solar panels up here. How much electricity does it actually give you?
So basically, I never run out of battery. Like I'm usually like an 80 to 90%.
Can I try out your bed?
Go for it.
Let's go. So comfortable. I'm impressed.
Thank you. That's what's like.
Am I crazy, or does this guy sound really similar to Ethan? Am I crazy? Does he? The guy. Like, don't look at how he looks, but he sounds like Ethan. Listen to him.
How much electricity does it actually give you?
So basically, I never run out of battery. Like I'm usually like an 80 to 90%.
Can I try out your bed?
Go for it.
Let's go. So comfortable. I'm impressed.
Thank you. That was like a big deal to me.
Wow. We love Pokemon. So there's garage space.
Yeah, which is where this like bottom door goes. Yeah, like we have to crawl in it to get things.
Yeah, there's a ton of space back there though.
And 99% of the time I'm on the bed. I thought I would be on the bench, but it's just like I'm not. But this is like a 5-foot long table.
Oh, so you literally just, wow, this is sick.
I mostly do my work on here, like my small business. Like Mary mostly make my travel money from. I like make
small business. What is her small business?
Safety keychains, and then I can use all this space. Like I use like an iron, I like put everything together, I like make it and then ship it out.
No shot does she make enough money doing that to pay for this. I don't believe that.
So that's my like work space mostly.
There he goes.
Yeah, if you see interesting things whenever the door's open.
Can you walk me through how it's been in New York City and then like moving around for safety? Like what is that like?
So New York's definitely interesting. I would say this spot in particular, I cannot sleep past 4:30 a.m. Like someone will come do something at 4:30 a.m. That is very common. Like, but I mean full blast. Like at one point, like my van was shaking because their music was so loud. I was like,
you're near a bunch of clubs. Did you know that?
Yeah. But in the morning, it's so calm and peaceful here, so I kind of just switched my sleeping hours.
And you said you don't stay in this spot, so how often do you move?
Kind of when I feel like the vibe of me being like, I want to make sure I'm safe and like not staying in one spot too long. So maybe like 3 days max somewhere, and then I'll just kind of switch around. I think most people who live on this street in particular are men, like older men that probably don't have that concern, but like a solo girl coming out of her van is like, oh, you know, it's a little bit.
Yeah, soak it in right now.
It's not a big space, but honestly, if I have to clean every single morning. If I don't clean every morning, then I feel claustrophobic.
Is there anything under this?
Yeah, that's my fridge and my electrical system. Simple to like access, but nothing too complicated.
Oh, so it's like a mini fridge.
Yeah, I mean, I have a full stove that I can set up right here and just cook.
Where do you use the bathroom?
So I did not put a bathroom in my van.
Okay.
There is a bathroom like just right around the corner from here. I usually use Zen, but straight up, like I have a pee jug. Like that's literally what I do in here. Like
You have a what?
Like a pee jug. Like,
Oh, a pee jug.
yeah, I
A
just
pee
like
jug.
pee in a jug.
Can we see it?
No.
Did you draw this yourself?
I
Or-
did.
That's actually pretty sick.
Thank you. Yeah, my first small
Booba.
business was art, and I used to paint on like denim jackets.
Big gang. There's just a lot of shelving down here. You're a dancer.
I'm a dancer, yeah. Not
Are those
easy to
roller
practice
skates?
here. Yeah.
You got
Oh, hold on, wait. What kind of dancer? Is this where we're really making the money from?
shelving down here. You're a dancer.
I'm a dancer, yeah. Not
Are those
easy to
roller
practice
skates?
here. Yeah.
You got all the fun activities.
Yeah.
Yeah, seriously. You use this a little bit as storage up here. it
Yeah.
seems.
I try to make it also look like there's a second person in here, so if someone does see my van, they like think because it's an empty seat that like I can have people, which is why I try to not have it be chaotic.
Is the knock like when cops come?
Yeah, they come and knock on your door, and I've had it I think 2 or 3 times, and I had it once in a Walmart. I was just tired and I was listening to music and I fell asleep, and I woke up to my car being towed. Like my car was like being lifted.
Wow.
I like panic, of course, and like run to like my front seat, and I'm like please stop. He just had me move down the street. He was like, oh, you can just go park at the Home Depot. It was just like, please don't park here. And I was like, all right. I was so scared. It was not a good time. So now I'm like really vigilant.
So this curtain that you set up, is this basically to close this off?
But I can see through the little star, so if someone's outside, I like put my face up to the little star and I can see who's out there.
Oh, that's
Which is
smart.
unfortunately how I watched the guy pee on someone else's van last night. It was through the star. I have fans, I have my skylight.
Okay, we're done with it.
I don't know what you would call that because I try to be fair and honest and really understand. And so many of us want to take the position that she doesn't really want to hook up with kids. She just is a tribalist who will say anything to defend the left. I just don't think we can do that because that's not the simple answer. If an adult woman, Emma Vigeland, advocates for teaching kids to use Grindr and showing them porn, I can't make any other assumption other than she wants to engage in sexual activity with children.
Really?
What more?
I
what
mean,
would
like,
you
we
ask
can
me?
agree with it. We can even agree that it might even lead to increases in pedophile or whatever, or pedophilia or whatever, but like, makes her a pedophile? The Zionist and apostate prophet debates someone who is knowledgeable on Islam.
Believes Islam.
Oh god, this Muhammad hijab guy?
Whose entire life was defined by the fears of Islam and by the introductions of Islam.
Uh,
Also,
we have a friend here who's more I
will
feel like
not-
he's
I will
way
not-
more.
I will not talk to Mohammed Hijab. Mohammed Hijab has
He's
insulted-
really
has insulted my wife.
He's really not. Oh no. You've disrespected, bro. You've disrespected.
No, I.
The Quran. You ripped up the Quran. Disrespect, and then you talk about the
hijab is a
Prophet.
scumbag.
Relax. It's not about Muhammad Hijab. No, it's not about him.
Calm down.
It's not about that.
Scumbag.
Calm down.
Calm down.
Calm
I
down.
have
Don't
made
be
a debate.
scared.
offer.
Don't be
Shut
scared.
the-
Don't
shut
be
the hell
scared.
up. I have.
Don't be
You are
scared.
scared.
Don't
You
be
are
scared.
scared.
Don't be scared. I can't hear any of you.
Everybody.
I can't.
Everybody.
Don't run away. Don't run away. Don't run
debate
away.
offer.
It seems like you're running
Let's
away.
say made a
I
debate
can't
offer
hear
to
any of
Mohammed
you.
I've gotten so much horrible shit emailed me about this Muhammad hijab guy. I don't know. He seems like a joker.
Now my daddy told me any Christ like I was screaming at the referee. They need me. Like a
Came up with all these 2020 and sheerly fraudulent. A quantity of the voter application.
It's our good friend Vouch up to.
Okay, we all know who Kai Cenat is, right?
Yeah.
Kai Cenat, I think that's how it's pronounced, is one of those people who, if mentioned, will make people older than 23 feel really old immediately. Okay, right, there's the audience demographics. Okay, he's like the most subscribed Twitch streamer. I've checked on his stream a couple of times and found him really annoying pretty much immediately. So I think his audience is mostly 5-year-olds. This is him.
Jesus.
So he's smiling. Is that a smile? I don't even know. This is actually a very unnerving expression, and I don't like it. Let's move to a different picture. Here's him being arrested. That's something. What happened? What's Twitch? Don't worry about it, okay? Twitch is like YouTube, but worse, except with less DMCA shenanigans. So basically, Kai Cenat said he chose like this random open space in New York City, and he said, I'm going to do a PS5 giveaway here. Now, the problem with doing that is that this is how you create a flash mob. And a whole bunch
I'm
of
gonna say it
shenanigans immediately
loud and
ensued.
clear. Someone stop me before I say it.
And I
I'm
want to talk
disruptive.
about them in their
I'm going to
entirety,
disrupt
and
the
sort of
shit out of you.
The main thing I want to focus on, I guess, being that, as always, I stand
Aye,
with
and word, and word.
everyone else on the left. So, immediately... Oh, there he goes, the cat. All right. So, immediately, shenanigans ensued, right? Now, the problem with living in a society is that people do really wacky stuff for attention. You get a flash mob, and it's pretty much all black people. Kai Cenat has a very black audience, and we're doing all kinds of crazy shit. Wacky dances. There were a couple instances like this. I think a couple cars got destroyed. A few bodega owners got assaulted. Take a look at the demographics of the crowd. What do you see? They're all like 5. I'm kind of not kidding. They're all like really young, you know? Like they're really all children. They all told their parents like, yeah, man, I'm gonna go out to the park for a second. Why are they doing this? Okay, so remember how I said we live in a society? People will do a lot of crazy shit for attention. Everyone out here is a fan of a live streamer, which means they're more tech proficient probably than your average boomers, which means that they have more of an interest in social media. They're recording, they're getting their attention. People are doing little dances on cars. They're doing anything they can for their 5 seconds of fame. You know, that sort of shit. Now, to be fair, immediately a lot of people tried to racialize this, but if you've ever, like, paid any attention to white sports culture, you know for a fact that white people riot for no reason all the time. It's not a race thing. I don't know why people try to make it a race thing. Like, well, I do know why, because conservatives want to racialize all of this to make it, you know, seem like black people are super duper extra mega violent. But apart from a couple of incidences, like the bodega attack and the cars or whatever, it's not really a big deal, okay? Yeah, soccer hooligans in Europe are a whole thing. I'm sorry, Ruben's like zooming around so fast. He's really driving my attention. Doing big hops. It's not good, folks. You shouldn't do this. I don't think it's good to do that. You shouldn't do that. There are a few other noteworthy clips here, which describe sort of the...
We hear that being said so often, but that's true. Has a single conservative come out and said anything about and made this racialized? Or did a bunch of people just say it got racialized? Has any conservative actually done this?
The chaos, the flash mob, but I want to skip to the part where the police show up. Now, the police showed up and immediately did what the New York City Police Department does best, which is escalate needlessly. So...
I love the difference in coverage here. It's so fascinating. So, bunch of kids show up. There's like 1 or 2 incidents. Like maybe a bodega dude, maybe a dance in a car, but like very small. What did the police do? Police showed up and they all did what police do. Violence, escalation, and murder. Like, how many police did this? Or was this like the one, is this like the one recording of police? I don't even know if it was unnecessary or not. I like it was no problem stereotyping all of the police, but he is very careful when it comes to Kai Cenat's crowd.
The New York City Police Department, correctly identified that this was kind of like a little riot situation. It was, you know, a lot of people, big, you know, big crowd of people doing hooligan shit. So the police came in and did some police brutality. They love doing police brutality. It's their favorite thing to do. Many say they're the best in the world at it. Remember, this is the police department where they did like city-wide protests and refused to do their jobs because the mayor said they shouldn't choke people to death. That was the Eric Garner case, right?
Jesus Christ. What a great summary. Glad to see he's as unhinged as ever.
They choked Eric Garner to death for nothing, and then when the mayor was like, we shouldn't do that, that's not good, all the New York City Police Department was like, if you don't want us choking black men to death, okay, man, we're walking. Yeah. And they all like, yeah. And then crime went down. My impression of the short clips that I have seen while looking through this is that the police were, as they often are, giddy to inflict violence on people for little to no reason. I don't think there was a serious violent element to the crowd, you know? We're talking something about 7,000 people showed up. That is an insane number of people to congregate on a single space. And in spite of that, I mean, no deaths. It seems like the cops did most of the real damage, as is always the case. So that's great.
The cops did most of the real damage. There was at least one dude's thing that got trashed. I think a store that got broken into and everything fucked up. And then was it 1 or 2 or 3 cars that were destroyed? What was most of the damage done by the cops? Is his head shrinking?
Right, they're doing their job. That's what they get billions of dollars for. The New York...
How much money in damages Kai Cenat riot? Is there a number on this anywhere? I wonder if it's been tallied up anywhere. Oh wait, was it this? Damage caused by Union Square chaos could cost up to $200,000. So say about $100,000 to $200,000 in damages, with maybe more insurance claims on the way.
City police departments to show up, make things worse. Everyone in New York City knows this. It's well known. So great. Now, why talk about this then? Well, first of all, I wanted to talk about social alienation for a moment. I know, from a Vosh stream, that's crazy. What are you doing? It's like I have a construction team right behind me, except it's just Ruben, and Ruben is... I'm glad he's having fun. Jesus. God almighty. Okay, sorry. So, a lot of people in chat, the moment I showed the clip of the kids jumping on the car, were like, well, why? Why do they do that, you know? And I want to talk about how the kids are not all right for a second. So, it's kind of difficult. Here, there was another crowd over here, you see. This one, Jake Lucky, the Twitter account, posted this saying Kai Cenat's going to get a big fine, which no, he's not. Not for other people destroying this. At least I don't think he will. See, wacky behavior. You have to understand, like, the character to this behavior, right? I think that a racial analysis of it is completely lacking, like completely brain dead. It does the racial analysis doesn't really give you much, okay? I think an analysis involving age and loneliness does, though, all right? Because people are really cooped up right now. Do
you think these people in particular are lonely people? Does he know that?
People are really lonely. You guys have probably noticed that socialization hasn't really recovered after COVID. Like, COVID lockdowns aren't a thing. Mask mandates aren't a thing. People can go out and do whatever they wanted to do. It's before the pandemic now. And for some reason, people still stay inside, you know? Social engagement has dropped significantly. Everything is worse. People are lonelier. And I think that people really look for, more so than before at least, people really look for, like, moments. They look for...
To go vandalize shit?
Breaks from the monotony and tedium of their post-COVID lives, and because they feel more few and far between, and because they're needed more, they tend to act out more. I think people are just getting worse at socializing in general. Like, people
so
are
they
acting out
vandalize
more. This could be entirely, like, anecdotal, and this could be entirely confirmation bias. I don't know, but I feel like I've seen a much larger number of people talking about asocial behavior in public. Whether that be people randomly flipping out, people like road raging, people being weird at airports or coffee shops or whatever else. Again, I don't have like strong data on this. This is just an impression that I get. But I think that people are just worse at socializing now. And what's more, people care less about how they're perceived because they spent years locked up, cooped up inside their house. And when people stop caring about the social contract and stop caring about like the expectations of good behavior, you know, that are sort of placed on them, I think you get stuff like this, right? People are lonely, they're looking for a moment of attention, and also, like, who gives a shit, right? Like, a bunch of young people, most young people think the world is ending, climate change is getting worse every single year, economic inequality.
Are these kids out here like, fuck this car, climate change?
Is at an all-time high. The pathway between like education to college to a good job is completely broken. Nobody has a career anymore. People just have gig economy jobs where they have to use apps to juggle their multiple apps so they can do DoorDash deliveries while they're doing Uber pickups, you know. The path forward seems less certain than ever. And hey, that's my impression of things talking as a well-off white guy. These are black teens in New York City, okay? How the f do you think they feel? Do you think they're getting up out of bed thinking like, yeah, you know, things are rough, but
I'm Vosh. I just say stuff with no evidence and misrepresent events that happened.
We're
Cops
talking like
and
this is a
landlords
group
are
of
evil.
people who are even more legitimately prone to pessimism than many of you guys are. Look, I'm just saying, you know, in terms of like who has a valid excuse for feeling kind of doomer about the future,
Hurt
they
people,
have
hurt property, broken heart.
better credentials that a lot of people hear. So I can only imagine how they feel. So they think like, oh, wow, there's an event, Kai Cenat at PS5. I bet you a lot of them didn't even think they were getting a PS5. They just knew other people who watched the same streamer as them would be there. This is why I so strongly advocate for you guys to go out and socialize, even when you're only looking to have maybe 1 or 2 conversations, not come away with a friend or a partner or whatever. Because
What does that take on go socialize even if you're only gonna have 1 or 2 conversations? What does that mean? What is that phrasing? I'm so confused.
Because you can feel like you're locked up in a bubble if you stay inside all day and you just consume your online media. When in reality, look, Kai Cenat is one Twitch streamer, and all he had to do was point at a place in New York, and thousands of fans came out. Now
He's also like, I think arguably one of the larger streamers in the world. It's not like this is just like random, but
of course, an abnormally large Twitch streamer, but it's an indication, I think, that people are closer than they feel they are. Though still, isn't this a little bit disheartening? Shouldn't all of the people here be talking to their neighbor and not like pointing a camera at the guy
At some
doing
point,
a
do
dance
all
in a
these things
car so they
attributed
can
to the
post it on
developmental
Twitter for
impacts on
likes?
society later. The feat of COVID lockdowns changed the way we should approach lockdowns and any future pandemics.
yeah, of course, everybody's looking at the lockdowns and saying what could have gone better, what was bad, yeah, what worked, what didn't work.
This was an opportunity, you know. They came out here and they now have a chance.
I happened to be at the
socialize
riot,
with people
and
who have
even
at
before
least
police showed up, people were throwing full buckets of paint and smoke bombs.
Wow, best.
one shared interest, but they're also locked in the system to an extent. They're also kind of committed to the mode of social engagement that they're locked into, which is social media, you know? They're there, potentially next to friends, but this is a moment to be captured and shared for likes or for clicks, kind of. Again, I'm generalizing. Obviously, in all these thousands of people, I'm sure a lot of them walked back home having gotten a few numbers or made like a friend or whatever. That's great. That's great. But I'm talking, you know, socialization is a language, and we can be taught different ways to speak it. And I think that we're being taught a very bad way to speak it. You know, this is and I mean you. This is a community of people who are Riz masters when it comes to flirting with Discord kittens and shit posting on Twitter. But if I put you guys in front of a 47-year-old mom Walmart cashier for 10 seconds, you would all, you know, lock up and not say a word. The degrees and extents to which we socialize are very like fragmented. They shift. The context shifts, and I just think the context is kind of bad right now. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. So Kai encouraged his fans to go crazy, though. I don't care. I don't care about Kai Cenat. I think that he's super annoying, and I don't care about him even slightly, okay?
Whoa.
I think it's hilarious that people are acting like he's some kind of representative for black people. Like, they do this with every black person who gets big, which is like, oh, I will frame his success through racial politics. Like, he's an advocate. No, like, he just seems to be a guy who likes the money and attention, which that's like all streamers, right? You know? So it's, yeah. Also, yeah, Kai's the guy who covered up a rape, right? I don't like him. Yeah, I remember. We covered him before. Yeah, I don't like him. Sorry. Not a huge fan of the guy. But anyway, that's not the only thing that I've seen, okay? I just said, like, I don't like it when people frame him as, in that context. Here's a clip of Hassan you're gonna have to forgive me here because we're going to drama bait just a moment.
Uh-oh.
Riz is a Kai Cenat word. Look, okay,
It's
I
Hassan
didn't
time.
create society. I just live in it. This got a lot of backlash. I mean, this is a video shown on Keemstar's Drama Alert Twitter page, and it has 8 million views. Now, I want you to imagine for a second, what could an internet leftist like Hassan say to attract a lot of really negative public attention? Like, what if you could imagine something that somebody from our demographic would say to get negative attention, what would it be?
My perspective, that's...
I despise local media, dude. There you go. There is no better representation of how dog water local media is and how much they exacerbate like narratives that you see on Fox
Fine.
News. What role they play in the boomer reactionary pipeline. Local media talking about $3 worth of Doritos.
Climate change and socioeconomic factors made me do it.
Based and true.
The problem, Hassan then showed Philly being destroyed by white people after the Super Bowl. I think it's fair to point out that a racial framing of this Kai Cenat thing is totally unjustified. However, the broader context there, I believe, is that there were some bodega owners, like these old immigrant dudes or whatever, who were like assaulted or had shit stolen from them. And, okay, remember the Black Lives Matter protests?
I remember
how
those.
there were riots? I was very consistent on this. What I said was, okay, you can say that the rioting and looting and arson are bad. You can say that. That's totally okay. Just accept that point, and then don't let the left, don't let the right run away with that framing, because nothing makes somebody look more out of touch, especially as an online leftist, than like you have this like immigrant bodega owner or whatever getting swarmed by a bunch of teenagers who like swarm past him or like hit him or fucking steal stuff, and you're like, that was only like a little bit of stuff. Like why the local media is such fascist collaborationism when they pretend that this is a big deal. I don't think people understand, or at least people on the online left don't seem to understand how bad it feels to be a resident in this area and then just have thousands of teenagers f everything up, like out of nowhere for no reason. And then a bunch of lefties, because the people doing the fucking up are black, let's be clear here. If it was a bunch of white teenagers, there would not be leftists, there would not be Hassan playing defense or arguing that the media is being overly critical of the behavior. Let's be real here, okay? People like Hassan are overly defensive because they know that a racialized narrative is being fermented against them, and for that
Again, was anybody really doing the racialized narrative?
reason, in their over defensiveness, they play into the racists' hands by making lefties seem like they are completely blind to these kinds of issues. They'll pretend that it's not a problem. You know what I mean? And I think that actually is a serious issue, because then you're playing into the right-wing narrative that like we're just.
If they're, as Vosh says,
we're
5,
so,
what would they
like,
remember
blind
about
the
COVID?
sauce
They
that we're
clearly
completely
seem socialized
unwilling
enough to
do
know
anything
wrecking
that's
people's
obvious
stuff
and
is
say
bad.
that it's
How take
bad
kids
when
don't
a
get their
bunch of,
ass
like,
beat enough for doing
teenagers
bad
run
shit.
in and, like,
Wow.
Bit of
bodega
hyperbolic, I
for
know.
no reason because they want a PS5, you know? I think you can say that really. Hey, is it bad that Kai Cenat's fans did this? Yeah. Is it bad that Kai Cenat did it? Yeah. Okay. But then like challenge the racial narrative. With the Black Lives Matter rioting, looting, and arson, you can go like, oh yeah, those things are bad. However, like there's tens of millions of protesters not doing this, and you can't let the presence of something that will always be present in mass protests delegitimize the broader argument. That's cowardly. Simple as that, right? I was never one of those people to go like, well, arson's kind of based actually, except for that one time it was the police department. I don't know about that one. That one looked all right. That one was okay, I think. You know?
Jesus.
You know, I wouldn't say that about like Walgreens or whatever, but you know, the police department one was kind of. So the comments to this were about what you would expect, with a bunch of people saying like Hassan is a super ultra wealthy West Hollywood privileged lefty who would never let black teenagers swarm his house, but are okay with them swarming a bodega owner.
True.
Blah blah. I think you kind of set yourself up for criticisms like that when you respond in that way, if you understand what I mean. So that wasn't the only weird take that I saw. I saw this, which is another, I guess, this is what I call kind of like Chaz leftism, where it's you have whatever type of like leftist brain rot makes you think that a bunch of Seattle hippies taking over a block for a week means that revolution is nigh. Dude, if one Twitch streamer can basically foment a rebellion against the New York City Police Department, maybe this revolution stuff will be easier than any of us thought. Nearly 5,000 by the time now this is thousands more likes. First of all, the New York City Police Department could vaporize the entire crowd of Kai Cenat fans effortlessly. It is the New York City Police Department. They have higher budget than many militaries do for real nations. That's one. For two, a bunch of kids swarming the streets is not a revolution. This would be like arguing that every Rihanna or Taylor Swift concert is potentially like a focal point against bourgeois rule. You know, like, oh man, if only...
Okay. Oh. Watch this Vosh versus Anna. Yeah, they've been fighting a lot on Twitter over the past few days. Watch this Vosh versus Anna.
With no lead up, Anna Kasparian is so mad, it's unbelievable. It's actually one of the maddest I've ever seen a person be about me. So Thana, respected mod, site mod, yeah. Thana posted this. Essentially saying, you know, Anna Kasparian won't talk to Vosh. Okay, so to be clear, by the way, I'm not incessantly...
Well, to suffer more, initials die too. Well, gotta go. I'm almost at the bridge now. Oh shit, I forgot. How am I supposed to send this shit out?
Okay. What kind of car does he drive? A lot of cars have like literally a lot of cars have like a lot of like auto distancing features and shit. I don't know. Maybe it's bad. I truly have no idea.
Challenging Anna Kasparian to a debate. She's too cowardly to talk to me. She never will. I know that. I'm not... Like, I know it would be pointless to go on and on about it, but she's really insecure about the fact that she won't debate me. So anyway, Thana posts like, well, she's willing to talk to Ben Shapiro. And Anna Kasparian responded with this. And if this doesn't make it into a copy pasta, okay, then I'm genuinely disappointed with you people, because look at this. Unlike Vosh, Shapiro never once called me parted or a bitch over disagreements. That's how big boys who don't snort addies during unhinged streams act. I don't know anyone in conversation or debate, but I especially have no interest in antisocial creeps like Vosh.
Damn.
Simple. And it's so good on so many because she's like cycling through every insult she can think of, right? And okay, because I tweeted this, but I think Anna Kasparian is so afraid of me that I'm in her mind, I'm morphing into the thing she despises and fears the most, a homeless person. So she has to insinuate I'm a drug addict.
It's kind of weird considering her complaint was that she got sexually assaulted by a homeless person. Given Vosh's history, that's a very weird comparison for him to go to in his mind, but okay.
So, like, my 10 milligram Adderall prescription, which is like the lowest dose you give adults. And she's like, this druggie, if I was in Santa Monica, he would be curled up in an alleyway. I have to, like, it's like it's just so much projection, you know? It's really, 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 really good. And then somebody said, lol, all somebody has to do is stroke your ego and you'll work for them. That's what you're saying. And Anna Kasparian says, that's right. Which I feel should be completely disqualifying for like any legitimacy as a commentator. Like, she's just openly admitting, like, this is literally the Carolyn Borisenko thing, where I was a devout liberal, but then I went to a Trump rally and the Trumpers were nice to me, and it was different from the time the lefties were mean to me, so now I'm on the right. The funny thing is, in terms of behavior, she's actually acting closest to Dave Rubin right now.
Jesus.
I don't know if you guys remember it, because a lot of Dave Rubin's career arc was before I took off as a streamer, but Dave Rubin's whole thing was, hey, I'm a liberal who just wants to have conversations across the aisle. And then it was, man, the left sure doesn't like it when I have, like, Nazis and white nationalists on. They're so mean to me. But these white nationalists are nice to me, so I'm going to have them on. And then it was, why is the left so rude to me when I have conversations with the far right? You know, and then, like, this is why I'm leaving the left. Dave Rubin was the poster child for the joke of why I'm leaving the left. He's the guy, like, he's the person from whom, like, the template of that joke is. You know?
You know?
So she's just doing that now. She's literally just saying, like, well, if you're nice to me and you stroke my ego, then, like, I'll talk to you and we're good. And not if not. Have you tried calling her a bitch nicely? I feel like I've called her that with, like, a range of tones. So probably, yeah. Check this out from half an hour ago. Yeah, so in the ongoing effort to throw darts at a board, in response to me making fun of her in the fashion that I just repeated here, Anna's now insinuating I'm a drug addict, presumably because she's so terrified of me that in her mind I begin to take a form of things she fears most, a homeless person. Her response was, hey, Vosh, this you? No, I don't know what clip is this. I don't know what this is. Who is this? I have no idea. Who? Wow, what a handsome chap. You know, I think he'd look great if he lost like 60, 70, 80, 90 pounds. I think he'd look great. And maybe if he changed up the hair a little bit. I don't know who this is, by the way. Isn't this from that Nazi guy? Yes, this is the clip cut together by the Nazi hypocrite, where he took my based and red-pilled...
Wait, somebody's saying that Vosh got plugs for his hair. I'm pretty sure we would have noticed that if that was the case, right? Like, isn't there like a downtime for surgery and stuff?
Slime meltdown stream and made it into a based and red. We just listen to it. It's not exactly a secret. Particularly the LGBT community is cancerous as. That's true. That's all you need to hear. This is unironically the same shit the New York Times plus Twitter did to Cenk when he ran for office. Anna's become what she hates the most. So okay, I don't normally like to do this because it's not falsifiable, and I could say it about literally anything. But as is probably pretty obvious, I have a lot of connections to everyone. A lot of people won't talk to me publicly, but in private they'll talk to me. That's fine. I'm okay with this arrangement. I know that I'm, the source of a lot of drama. That's fine. But I know a lot. And of all the organizations and groups that I've ever been even slightly affiliated with, the Young Turks is an organization that has so many holes in it in terms of information. Like, there's no comparison, you know? So many people have worked with them that have grievances or who want to talk or share their stories or whatever. And I can just say with absolute and unyielding confidence that from my behind-the-scenes knowledge on Anna Kasparian, there is an explainer for why she's acting this way. She's really fucking mad. I'm sorry, that's
behind the scenes.
Actually it. There's no secret narrative. She's actually, like, mad. Like, seething, steam coming out of the ears, like at the water cooler with the coffee cup, you know, being like, that guy, like that, like mad, you know? And that's it. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying she's not grifting or being deliberately disingenuous or that there's not a financial, like, sure, gas leak politics keeps up, sure, but she's proper mad. And it's really, really funny. And this is all her fault, of course. She decided to be retarded. I didn't force that on her.
Jesus.
She inhaled the gas. She drank from the lead pipe. It's not my fault. I didn't make her do that. She's being a giant...
I think you have to understand that, like this is something I've accepted. Like, I can be a dick sometimes, and, like, depending on how I act, it's going to mean some people just won't want to interact with me, right? This is what I keep talking about, how, like, I think I like interacting with, like, the B-tier people rather than going up to the next tier, because it would probably require a significant departure from my current behavior in order to make those people interested in ever interacting with me. That's just a reality of, the type of content I do. But, I mean, like, it can't be that surprising. Like, that's how people are gonna That's just how people are going to act. You can't be that surprised if you call somebody a bitch, a retarded bitch. She's probably never going to talk to you, right? Like that's probably going to be true for almost every mainstreamish person, you know?
Now she's being a pussy. She's being a beta. Huge beta. I could beat her in a debate. I could beat her in arm wrestling. I could beat her in jiu-jitsu. I've never done jiu-jitsu. Could I beat Anna Kasparian in jiu-jitsu? The answer is yes. So her cowardice is you know, maybe warranted, but nonetheless deserving of mockery. I feel like I'm really gonna drag this out, you know? Because she doesn't have the self-control to not talk about me. She's too upsetty spaghetti, right? And Jesus. I don't necessarily hate her. I think what she's doing is really harmful, but I think my feelings are closer to contempt than hatred. I think those are meaningfully different emotions. I don't think those are the same. I just think it's kind of pathetic, this whole thing. But I guess.
Okay,
you can correct.
Hold on, a friend on Discord is very adamant that Vosh had his hair filled in, but I feel like for this surgery, you'd either be doing a lot of. Like, I think you normally shave your head. I think you'd see, like, the attachment where the hair is, like, put in. These are the pictures that they linked me. These look almost identical to me. Also, even let's say hypothetically you were going to get your hair filled in, I don't think you would do something this subtle. Yeah, and his hair is pulled back one. Yeah, don't worry. This friend has turned into a. Wait, did I just close my thing? Never mind.
With no lead up.
Where were we?
Because for some reason, when I, a left-leaning person, argue with other left-leaning people, it doesn't translate into conservatives supporting me. But for guy on Earth, you know, I'm on cloud 9. He's closer to comparison, you know. So many people have worked with them that have grievances or who want to talk or share their stories or whatever. And I can just say with absolute and unyielding confidence that from my behind-the-scenes knowledge on Anna Kasparian, there is an explainer for why she's acting this way. She's really fucking mad. I'm sorry, that's actually it. There's no secret narrative. She's actually, like, mad. Like, seething, steam coming out of the ears, like, really funny. And this is all her fault, of course. She decided to be retarded. I didn't force that on her. She inhaled the gas. She drank from the lead pipe. It's not my fault. I didn't make her do that. She's being a giant bitch now. She's being a pussy. She's being a beta. Huge beta. I could beat her in a debate.
Jesus.
I could beat her in arm wrestling. I could beat her in jiu-jitsu. I've never done jiu-jitsu. Could I beat Anna Kasparian in jiu-jitsu? The answer
Going
is
all
yes.
in.
So her cowardice is you know, maybe warranted, but nonetheless deserving of mockery. I feel like I'm really gonna drag this out, you know, because she doesn't have the self-control to not talk about me. She's too upsetty spaghetti, right? And I don't necessarily hate her. I think what she's doing is really harmful, but I think my feelings are closer to contempt than hatred. I think those are meaningfully different emotions. I don't think those are the same. I just think it's kind of pathetic, this whole thing. But I guess, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, has there ever been a pivot this hard this quickly? I actually
She
mean
hasn't
that.
even,
Keep
like,
in mind
changed that
PYT
much on
is not a
anything.
YouTube
It's so
channel. They're a
wild.
full-on political organization. They had a hand in the Justice Democrats. Now, while I was made aware of this tweet, I was still laying in bed. I was right next to Artemy. He was flopped next to me. He was purring loudly. I was the happiest guy on earth. You know, I'm on cloud 9. He's a fat baby. I'm doing great. And I'm scrolling through the tweet thread, and with almost complete uniformity, every reply agreeing with her was a conservative. And every reply disagreeing with her was left-leaning. The support that she's getting for these tweets is almost entirely from the right. Seriously, I scrolled through on my phone. Now, keep in mind that a lot of people have me blocked, so I don't have a perfect representative sample of the people here. But the pivot that has happened has been so severe and so whiplash-inducing that it has shifted into, like, full-on, just pure blue. The top reply that I found that agreed with her, I don't know if it actually is the top reply. You know how Twitter is. It's a mess. It had like 1,000 likes or whatever. Was a Nazi. The next image I saw in their media post
Was it actually a Nazi, or was it a wash
saying
version
that
of a
you have
Nazi?
to vote for Trump because DeSantis is cucked by the Jews. Funny, because I remember Nazis saying that of Trump back when he was president. And that the black guy who's running in the Republican candidacy, he said something like in the comic, he said slavery was bad, and he was drawn looking dumb with big lips, and was with W-U-Z. And that's because he said that Ron DeSantis was bad to say slavery could have benefits. And that was their post, and that guy was agreeing with Ana Kasparian. And it was like that the whole way through.
Yo, Destiny, did you ever
have
talk
any
to
of
someone
you
real and
looked at the
documented
replies
it?
to that tweet?
If
Can you
so,
confirm what I'm
where
saying?
can I find it?
The reason why I'm
Talk to
saying
someone
this is
real?
because, like, I feel that Ana Kasparian has only made my point. My point was that, like, because the lie that she and Cenk want you to believe is that their positions have been consistent.
Willing to drag out his
and it's just
relevancy
the
for a few
left
more
who
days,
are
lol.
freaking out and getting riled up over nothing. When in reality, in addition to the fact that you can find clips from just a year ago which explicitly disagree with all the shit they're doing and saying right now, the fact that the right have suddenly cozied up to them to that extent is a pretty clear indicator that something about their messaging has shifted, not just our messaging. Like, I attack the left for disagreements that I have with them all the time, but when I say shit about, say, for example, Jesse Gender, are my replies suddenly filled with legions of Nazis and blue check marks? No. Because for some reason, when I, a left-leaning person, argue with other left-leaning people, it doesn't translate
Yes,
into
Vosh
conservative
only
supporting
Nazis
me.
and right-wingers
But for
think
some
you're
reason,
atheistic.
there's something
Cope
about
much.
what Ana Kasparian is doing that is attracting near uniform adulation from the right. I couldn't really say. Anyway, I just think it's funny how mad she is. I think it's great. I like it when bad people are mad. I think
Jesus,
that's
bad
good,
people.
morally. Shu has your back. I need to hold the shoe market here by saying incredibly problematic populist stuff now and again, so that she'll defend me for that at least. Like the critical right, so I have to be like principled in my advocacy like 99 times out of 100, and then every 100th time I'm like, nah, and I just have like a meltdown, and then like, you know, then I can get the support. This is called coalition building. Okay, thank you. Unironically, though, I have done a video where I go over the content of the Thought Slime Meltdown stream, the entire thing, and genuinely, it's not actually that bad. There are a couple of things that are mostly just, like, set out of anger, but the overall point of the rant is true. It's basically just about how woke scolds are incredibly divisive and self-abusive in the online left community, which is, yeah, that's true. Certainly stand by that. Yeah, also, I'm a part of the LGBT community, okay? Last time I checked...
Okay, I'm bored. All right. Where in Sweden are you planning to go? And if the answer is Stockholm, would you be doing a meetup? Fuck no. I'm only gonna be there for like 5 or 6 days, like 5 days, like 4 full days, I think, and then like a half day and a half day. But I love you.
Meant like real, like in everyday people doing their stuff, not being terminal online. Yeah, I would love some convo with a real person, like some construction worker or something.
Oh, why not go watch like Sneako's like 1 minute podcast or whatever? That feels like it'd be right up your alley. AOC alert. Oh, don't care. Destiny, I'm gonna call you on Discord right now. Okay. It's so weird how like fake some of these fans are of mine.
Sarkon, before Destiny would do 8-hour laptop travel streams. Nowadays, 5-hour and 0 vacation streams. That has never been true. I've always had a laptop that I've taken to do streams, but it's always been really hard to do. Where are all of these ancient 8-hour laptop travel streams? Chain, how new of a fan are you? Did you just start watching me? What are you talking about? What the fuck? Sarkon is a retard? No, that wasn't Sarkon. That was the Chain Grill guy. During the Sweden 2019 arc, that wasn't a travel stream, you fucking retard. That was me moving to Sweden for 2 months. Are you fucking retarded? In that case, I do more travel streams than ever because I just moved here. I moved 3 times in California. Like, what? There's a travel stream right now, I guess. Holy trash. Do you think once this gets backed up in trash, it like stops working? Address the Bruce, drop him off lies, height allegations? Or is he short or something? You ever consider playing EVE Online as a background game? That's like the worst background game in the world to play. Unless you go mine in like high sec? Is that even possible? He's 5'10.5, claiming to be 6'1".
This is the most boring autism game you have ever played.
Good. I'm almost done with it. This is like the last sector, I think. I feel like I've got like an hour left in this game at the most. That's my guess, but... So let's just chill. Get on the... hop on the relaxy taxi. You have a game for after this one? No. Everybody wants to play Baldur's Gate. I might do it just to prove a point how fucking destroyed my viewership would get, but... Name one game you play that wasn't a stream killer? League of Legends, baby. Where are my League fans at? The crew are hallucinating, seem to have dead or seen Romulus does not exist. Okay, well. Have you never played Dota? Fuck Dota. What is this game called again? Ixion.
I'd recommend Terraria Calamity again. Yeah, fuck, especially the updates. Maybe we'll do that one. Try to get into fighting games? Fuck no. BMS Warship? Oh, do I have to do more Warship games? Destiny, even PvP? Wait, in what game? Can you please finish the full video? I want chat to react to it. It's W Music. What full video? No, shut up. It's fucking retarded. If XQC would stop making React content, do you think it would have any impact on this genre of content? I don't know. Holy shit, 575 science. Why don't you try it Satisfactory? I just don't have much of an interest. Bro, we've watched this already. Come on.
Destiny, have you checked out Brotado yet? It's really cheap and fun like Vampire Survivors.
Nope. Good one, dude.
Destiny, how's your day going?
What's going on? Modded Minecraft? I wonder if Nathan would play Terraria with me. Or if it would be too hard for him. Too hard for him. Seen the latest cop drama.
So happening right now, the trial of a Colorado officer.
Woman hit by train while
Stevie
handcuffed
boy,
inside
it's
police car.
time
Bro,
for
this
you
is
to
so
stop
old.
pussyfooting around and play Dwarf Fortress. Your autism is wasted on these children's games. It's time, Steven, play 1808.
Good one. Mr. Olympia Physique copying your takes.
How much do you interact? How much do you think about sort of the state of modern masculinity at the moment and the challenges that young men are facing?
Red pill, yes.
I've recently started to think about it a lot more. I think it's been surfacing more, and it's a weird like balance because people like Andrew Tate are saying like we need more masculinity, we need more aggression, we need like X, Y, and Z, and I think I agree with that on one level for like a little bit. But there's also a section of men who just feel alone, like myself, who felt like they have to hold things in and that they shouldn't share their emotions, that they don't lean on people, and that they should just carry stuff in and they need to be X, Y, and Z to be like good enough. So there's this like balance of that. And you almost need to learn to, again, like I mentioned, like that, the masculine and the feminine, being able to integrate that. I feel like a real man is confident and comfortable enough to embrace the feminine energy he has in him. If he's emotional, let it out, but also have that masculine side of it. Be like, I'm going to be emotional right now, but I'm still going to go and fuck shit up right now, you know? I'm still going to take charge of what I want with my life. I'm going to work fucking hard and be disciplined, but I'm going to accept that sometimes I'm going to break down. And it's going to be, I'm not saying that women break down, but there's more emotion over there, and allow it to feel it and to ask for help and to lean on people. And being able to balance those two and that like yin and yang, I think that's what's missing personally. And I do like on one level I do feel a sense of responsibility because the fitness is a big world of men who are, I think, usually get into fitness on some level, maybe feeling lost, and they can feel a little bit safe. And I heard a lot of people be like, I can go in the gym and just forget about everything. I'm like, that's great. The gym's an amazing tool for that. But you still need to go back and feel that shit eventually because it's not going away. A good workout doesn't make the stress at home better now. It's still just buried under that fucking dopamine rush and sick pump you got in your chest, you know? It's still there. So I think just learning to navigate and balance that is super important. And that's where I'm like, okay, I'm someone right now where people look up to. On one level, there's a responsibility for me. Let's take my 12-year-old self who felt like he had to hold it all together. He couldn't lean on anyone. He couldn't ask for help. And I just remember this time I was in the hospital a few years ago, and I didn't tell my parents. I didn't want to tell them because I didn't want them to be stressed and anxious. And then they found out, and I was like, it's okay, like, don't come. I'm totally fine. Like, they were out of town, or we live in different cities, and they're like, don't even bother coming. I'll be out of here in no time. It's okay. And I thought about that, and I broke down crying again. And I was like, why didn't I ask for help? I felt so scared and alone. And just to have my mom sitting beside me, I'm a man, I'm 20 years old at the time, it would have felt better. But why am I so scared to ask for help? You know, like,
why do you think you are scared to ask for help?
Part of my childhood of just feeling like, I saw my dad who didn't really need help. My mom was busy. They were both super busy with work, and they gave me everything that they could, but they came from families who didn't know how to show them kind of love and support, and they came from so there's all these generations of this pain who don't know how to express themselves. And then I think, honestly, my parents jumped about 10 generations worth of progress of who they are and how they showed me love and vulnerability as much as they could, but there's still stuff missing. And now I would like to jump a few generations as well and hopefully help my kids. But there's always a gap of where we're going to miss something. And I think a lot of that does come from my childhood. And then so when I get in situations like that, I'm afraid to ask for help. And now I look back and I'm just like, if I had just started crying and been like, I need you, Mom, like I would have felt so much better.
Yep.
But I had to be like, no, I'm okay. Don't even come. I'm good. I'm going to sit in this hospital by myself and stare at the wall and just try not to think about dying, you know? Like, that's fucking insane. I don't know why I did that.
Well, what would you say? Okay, so, you know, there's a lot of guys listening who say that resonates with me. I feel like I struggle to open up. Like, I find it hard to embrace the fears and the insecurities and stuff that I have. What have you found as a good first step, or as the first steps that's good for those guys to take to move forward?
It's definitely tough, and it's depending on the situation in your life. And this is kind of where I was getting at, is like, hopefully myself, if I think of who I would have wanted to be as a role model to that 12-year-old boy, that's who I should be in this world to anyone who is looking up to me now. So I hope that some people like me who express this stuff can at least give permission for people to start that journey. So if I have that impact on anyone, and I've had people come up to me and like at Q&As and shit, they're like, I wanted to ask you this, but like I'm fucking going, like, tell me some crazy story where I'm about to cry listening to them, and they're coming to share it with me, and I'm like, fuck, man, like that's deep. You need people to lean on. And they're like, I don't know what to do. So my advice to those people would be to understand that hopefully you have someone in your life who loves you, and if they love you, they want to help you. They might not know how to ask.
Does this guy sound, am I crazy? Why do I hear like a little bit of that Dante's guy in this guy's voice? I don't think they sound the same at all, but I'm hearing it. Why?
Because they weren't given that help. So sometimes you have to put yourself out there and be like, and just open yourself up to them and allow them to see deep inside you. Because not everyone can read your mind and like dive deep into your skull just because of your like.
Is it like a slight list maybe?
On your face today or
Yes,
something, you know?
yes.
So if you have people you love, lean into them. And if you really don't feel safe with anyone in your life, that's
Find new people.
Scary. And I'm like, I feel horrible for anyone who feels that alone, but find a therapist or something. I did have people I could lean on and loved in my life, but I went to a therapist before even them. And back in 2020, when I told you that thing I can't talk about, that was really hard on me, I buried all that, and then I went to a therapist and started talking to them. And I thought I'd never be able to open up to someone, some stranger, I don't know. First session, fucking crying on this couch.
It's the cadence. What are these little things? I feel like having a little thing like this to take notes on, it'd be easier than a notebook, and it wouldn't be as rude as like a laptop. I wonder if it's worth it to grab something like this for note taking during debates. I end up asking, oh, is it an iPad? I end up asking for a notebook so often, or like to write shit down.
And I was like, holy shit, there's a lot of stuff inside me right now. And so much of my journey for the last 5 years have been understanding how much stuff I've suppressed and didn't know what was there and allow it to come up. And the amount of like, how light my...
I wonder what Red Pillars would say. Listen to this. This guy seems like he's got like his head on straight, but he's giving like a lot of like feminine answers to everything. Like figuring out my inner trauma, embracing your femininity. Like this guy was Mount Olympia? Jesus.
My heart feels and how light my body feels when I kind of get some of that out, it just helped me so much.
You can tell. You can really tell that you feel more sort of aligned
just
with
like, yeah, I just feel good with myself overall. And I know, like I said earlier, I got emotional just thinking about like the people I've had in my life. And now with Courtney, the amount our relationship has built over this span of time of me being able to bring myself out more and share with her, we're like, we were engaged and now I'm like, I don't fucking even know what a ring is, but I'm gonna fucking die with this girl by my side because nothing's gonna tear us apart. Because we've built that connection through that trust.
Remembering what you said about don't necessarily expect people to be able to pick up on the fact that your face looks a bit different today.
Yeah.
She had to ask you 4 times.
Yeah.
In the bathroom.
Yeah, and I was lucky as hell that she's such a empath type of human. She's super emotional, and she was able to see me. But if not, who knows if I would have shared that with her.
Yeah, either empath or unrelenting.
Wait, what happened to his face? What did I miss? Did he get like attacked or something, or is this a surgery, or?
Perhaps. Like,
Bit of both.
They're gonna keep on asking and keep on asking
Excuse
and keep on poking. Yeah, I really do think that this tension. We talked about this sort of tension.
Oh, he just looked sad. Never mind. My bad.
Between a desire for success and a feeling of being enough, between wanting to be strong and competent and also being able to integrate the emotions that you have. It is so individual, and the point is that trying to take any one philosophy from someone and saying, I am going to take the Andrew Tate, or I'm going to take the Chris Bumstead, or I'm going to take the Chris Williamson approach to this sort of a thing, fundamentally doesn't work because the drivers that you have are completely different.
Yeah.
And I think that the only thing which really does scale is, okay, try and find out what's true in you. Try and find out how you actually feel about these things. I have a friend who's staying in Austin at the moment, a guy called George, and when anybody asks him about his childhood, and everyone's supposed to have got like shit from their childhood, he has nothing.
Yeah.
He has absolutely nothing. Like, my childhood was fantastic. Did you ever get bullied? No, I had loads of good friends, and I have no baggage, I have no trauma, I have no nothing. So for him, the solution is completely different.
Yeah.
The solution is completely different to the one that it is for maybe me or you. And yeah, I think
He sounds similar to Dante's because many people from Toronto, Ottawa, Montreal, Calgary have that same intonation in their voices.
Kind of pushed a few small things aside, and now some stuff might make him feel triggered or insecure or embarrassed, and he just like, oh, it's normal, just kind of push it over and move on, but he doesn't even see it. I'm not saying that's true.
Might be.
But it's possible.
If he breaks down crying this week in the...
Just go home and poke him and be like, are you good? Are you good?
Yeah,
Are you good?
5 times.
Yeah.
Say 5 times.
I do think, though, breaking that stigma that like both can coexist in a alpha male too, for men. You know, like you can be this fucking killer who cries. You know, like you can. And I mean, I'm not a deep religious person, but you look at someone like Jesus Christ. The night before he got crucified, the Bible says he was weeping. You know, he was scared. When he was carrying the cross, he was stumbling, he was falling. He had to have people help him. Like, this is the epitome of the archetypal, like, human. You know, and he struggled, he cried, he was scared, and he was sacrificed for everyone. Like, that's a story that's old as time that was equally showing that. But you don't think Jesus was a fucking badass motherfucker? Like, I think he probably was, you know? So I think there's an ability to intertwine that, and sometimes...
I still don't know why, I feel like I've asked this question a lot, I've never got an answer. Or I just don't remember because it's not satisfying. Why does Jesus, like, complain and say, like, let this pass over me, like, I don't want to get crucified? It's not like anybody else could have been. He's supposed to be God. I never understood that. Is there a good reason for that?
People come out of the woodworks like Andrew Tate who are just so far one way, like this is being a man. And then there's people who are too far the other way who are like, you need to be sensitive and cry and who cares about winning and all this shit. And it's like, no, like I want to be the best version of myself and that's my biggest goal. But underneath that, I want to fucking win. I want to fucking embarrass everybody on stage. But when I don't, I'm not any less of a man. I'm still just as, like, I still value myself. I'm just as worthy of a human being. But that's just, I still want to fucking fuck shit up over there, you know?
Yeah.
So being able to intertwine that and just believe that they can coexist, I think is something just super important to set off on that journey.
In other news, this episode is brought to you by a product I've used every single day for over 3 years now, and that is AG1. It's a foundational nutrition supplement that covers whole body health, helps with my digestion, it helps with my energy. It is the staple to my supplement regime, and it's the same for Dr. Andrew Huberman, Joe Rogan, Lex Friedman, Tim Ferriss. All of them have been using it for a very long time, and that's because they invest in the highest quality ingredients, and they've upgraded the recipe 52 times over the last decade as new research has come in. Also, there is a 90-day money-back guarantee, so you can buy it and try it for 89 days, and if you do not like it, they will give you your money back. If you're looking for a simpler, effective investment for your health, try AG1. Get 5 free AG1 travel packs, plus a year's supply of vitamin D, and that 90-day money-back guarantee by going to drinkag1.com/wisdom. That's drinkag1.com/wisdom.
Wow. Do you think Mary was abducted by a UFO? Maybe, dude.
I regret to inform you, the men are not okay. That's right, folks, the men are not okay. The men have no friends, no girlfriend, no college education, no money, are breaking their legs and inserting metal rods into their bones to be a few inches taller, and listening to AI Batman help them overcome their pornography addictions.
You deserve real love.
Turns out the society that was built by and allegedly for men has indeed let them down. Now you might be thinking, oh look, another boo-hoo poor men video by Shoe on Head. Yes, and if you have a problem with that, tune into literally anything else. Men are in a crisis, and it seems nobody really cares. And the people who do care just seem like the people who want to sell them shit. Not me. I'm different. So before we get into this, let's quickly get into today's sponsor. Today's sponsor is Holzgern. Holzgern is a young Austrian company that designs unique crafted watches and jewelry made from all natural materials. Their high-quality timepieces come in various designs for both men and women, making them the perfect gift for any occasion. They're a great blend of function and fashion, and overall I just think they look very classy, especially the men's watch collection. I was pretty impressed with the silver casing and blue marble dial of the Naturalist watch, which made for a great
Without
gift
being
for my
educated
boyfriend.
on Christianity,
He especially loved
I detest, despite being the son of God, he was a human with human worries and feelings, so knowing a painful death is coming would have the same feelings. This would be my guess.
So is he like half Vulcan, like the Spock guy then? Is that the issue? And he's got to wrestle with both, or?
the casual yet stylish appearance, making it an ideal choice to wear both at work and at home. I'm also really happy with the watch I picked out. It's made from black and white marble and features a nice black leather bracelet that just feels so comfy. They also create elegantly crafted earrings, very unique handbags, sunglasses, and necklaces, like this rose marble elevation necklace. It makes a really memorable and unique gift for a loved one. All of their products have a 24-month warranty, and ordering online is super easy with free shipping to the US and most EU countries within 2 to 5 days. So if you want to get yourself a good quality watch and support the channel, I highly recommend checking out their store and clicking the link in the description below.
Wow.
Use my special code SHOE15 at checkout that will give you 15% off for all products store-wide. So go to the link down below and choose your own unique piece of nature. Thank you, Holzgren, for sponsoring this video, and thank you, the viewer, as always, for not skipping the ad.
Why are men and boys struggling? And what should we do about it?
A few new studies have come out that have shown that young men are more lonely and single than ever before. But it's not just men. The women and children, too. It's predicted 45% of women will be single and childless by 2030. But according to the media, this is a good thing. The she-economy is booming, as they say. And meanwhile, men being single is treated like this.
New study explains why some single men
are having a hard time finding a new partner.
Some of the music that they listen to speaks very derogatory.
Right. Yeah, man, stop listening to that derogatory music. Then maybe you won't be single. I don't know, I think men and women being single and lonely kind of shows there might be something wrong with society. Perhaps we should address this, not just wave it off as empowering or pathetic. According to several different articles, I love how that's my source, I read about it on the internet, research shows that people from individualist countries show a greater sense of loneliness. This is linked to socioeconomic development, increased education, a shift towards white-collar jobs, and urbanization. Japan also has an issue with loneliness. In fact, they have a whole movement of people they call the hikikomori. Did I say that right? I don't care. Basically, postmodern hermits. Mostly young men who completely withdraw from society, secluding themselves in their rooms for months and years at a time. In 2010, there was an estimated 700,000 hikikomori in Japan. And today, it's estimated—
Is there any old shoe lore Dustin used to hate her? She just gives a lot of really basic, like, populist takes on things. That's generally, if I hate people on the internet, it's usually for that. So that's usually what we've never actually directly fought in the past, but. Why the fuck do I keep having people starving in Sector 1? I don't understand. Can feed 793 crew members. 40. Weird, whatever.
to be about 1.55 million. And because of things like this, people aren't having babies, so Japan's population has been in a sharp decline since 2011. It's gotten so bad that Japan even produces videos of live-action women staring into the camera to help the hikikomori learn to cope with eye contact and reintegrate them back into society.
Jesus
So basically, if
Christ.
you want to know America's future, look no further than Japan. A lot of people, including myself, blame this partially on the rise of social media and technology. RIP to the king. Although technology makes things easier, it can also make us more atomized. Why go to the mall when I can just tap, buy a new microphone, and have it shipped to me in a day? Why hang out with friends when I can get all my social interaction I need from Twitter and streamers? Why go on dates and bother meeting women when I could just tap, Google big boob and get 2 million results? Or see my
Based?
high school crush's holes on OnlyFans for only $5. Instant dopamine, instant satisfaction, and hey, who even needs a real woman when you could just have an AI girlfriend?
True.
We're so fucked. Dating apps really are the great Satan, and I'm convinced they've completely broken men's brains. Women on dating apps are picky. Women in general are picky, and I mean, naturally we are pickier. You know, we're the ones who carry the babies. At least for now. But on dating apps, you have to admit, it's a little insane. It's safe to say that the commodification of love and the window shopping of dating apps probably has to do a lot with the rise of lonely single men. Men are not just lonely when it—
I don't believe that to be the case at all. If you got rid of all dating apps right now, I don't think anything would change in terms of like societal structure. I don't agree with that.
it comes to dating, they're lonely when it comes to friendship too. According to Vox, Americans are currently in a friendship recession, and men are being hit the hardest. The percentage
should
of
check
men
out
who
Risk of Rain
reported
2.
having at least 6
One of my favorite games of all time.
Okay, I'll do that.
friendships fell in half since the 90s. 1 in 5 men say they have no close friendships. Looking at all these statistics, the explosion of figures like Andrew Tate is not—
What is that opinion based on? It just doesn't make sense. Like, if you get rid of dating apps, are men suddenly gonna like just start going to bars? Like, do you think the types of guys that frequent dating apps are like, oh, fuck, no more dating app. All right, I'm gonna go out and be really social. Like, I don't believe it. I just don't believe it.
not surprising at all.
I believe being a man is a blessing because it starts so difficult. I believe that every man is born without any value at all. I think that the world's never going to think you're important unless you make yourself important.
And recently, a new study came out about how young men are moving towards the right. And every other month—
That's what they used to have to do, right? No, I'm pretty sure generally when you meet people at work, you meet people at school, you meet people in friend groups. I think that the biggest thing that's probably decreased, that I can at least say empirically is true, is we used to meet people through friends a lot. That used to be I think that used to be the most common way you'd meet people. But now, like, people aren't meeting each other through friends anymore because we're like so insanely online compared to where we used to be. And I don't mean online on dating apps. I mean online on like Facebook, Twitter, video games, stuff like that.
We, the liberal, sockdem, leftist whatever you want to call the space online, performs the same song and dance. What's wrong with men? Why is this happening? Why don't we have a leftist Andrew Tate? We need to push men to the left. Andrew Tate rarely, if ever, talks about politics. Andrew Tate talks about men, and the left only talks about men when they talk about Andrew Tate. A few months ago, during one of the monthly song and dances, some progressive people I follow made the mistake of addressing men's issues, and the even bigger mistake of pointing their finger at their own spaces for not doing enough to address said men's issues.
Recently, there were some statistics by healthcare company Cigna indicating that men are the loneliest generation. And addressing it doesn't mean that you turn your back on issues pertaining to women, but it does mean that we should be focused on what it is in society that is leading to this epidemic, what the left can do to offer solutions, and how we can basically fight back against the more nefarious figures who have filled the void that, you know, men are struggling with, people
Big
like
mistake.
Jordan Peterson and what have you. Now, recently, Vosh, who's a popular streamer, had tweeted this thread that I think is really, really important to address. He writes,
Oh, back when Anna and Vosh were cool, before she saw Vosh call her a retarded bitch.
I cannot stress enough how important it is to understand that 12-year-old white boys on Twitch are not being pulled into fascism because of some Machiavellian desire to preserve and expand their privileges. It's because the right talks to them and the left doesn't.
The responses to these tweets and this content were very normal, level-headed, and respectful. Me when I lie. LMAO, cry about it. Boo f***ing who. Oh no, poor
Oh, good
little
friend Shark
men
Zero.
having problems. Boo f***ing who. Grow the f*** up then. Have men considered being smarter? I'm enjoying all these sad little moids and their sad little tweets about their sad, pathetic lives. Sounds like a
Yes.
personal problem. Is the lack of compassion for men in the room with us right now? Maybe men are just not good people then. I'm so fucking tired of people trying to make male loneliness a huge societal problem. Yeah, no, their fifis are not my responsibility, and I shouldn't have to be punished because
Why do
they
people censor Twitter names here? Bro, they're posting on social media. Let them fucking own their shit.
can't get their shit together as human beings. Grow the f up. Why are we trying to win these entitled little predators over? The left isn't for them. That's why they go right in the first place. We're all lonely and alienated. It's young men going to the alt-right in droves. The problem isn't our messaging, it's them. It's literally not our problem. Men flock to Andrew Tate not because they're lonely, but because they're bigots. Hope this helps. Nah, it's just misogynists being louder than before and not getting laid. LOL. Cry harder, losers. 90% of all homicides recorded worldwide were committed by male perpetrators. We should just get rid of all males, to be honest. This includes trans women, as they still retain male violence. By the way, you know the Tumblr feminists who were like, all men are sexist and rapists, male tears, penises are evil, blah 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 back in the day? Well, this is them now. Should've just let me cook back then. Listen up, chuckle. I'm white, socially awkward, autistic, in my 40s, ugly, overweight, crippled, got a weird balding pattern, and have bad skin. You know what I didn't do? Choose to become a fascist, because I recognize most of the sort that look like me are the problem. I may be hideously ugly and pathetic, but at least I'm not a fascist. Thank you for your input, buddy. You're, really helping the situation. The reason young men flock to alt-right MRA movements is because the left gives brain-dead advice to young men. We need to be more compassionate to them, for our own sake. I'm sorry, but how is respect women brain-dead advice? What advice? Don't rape? Don't
I
be a
think we still meet
rapist
people
is
at work,
bad
etc.,
advice?
but I think they just don't convert into dating-type relationships anywhere near as much. Also, it's a two-way street, isn't it? If women and men aren't looking in regular places for those relationships, you don't get any.
Yeah, but I mean, like, what is the percentage of the population that's even on dating apps? Or like, I just, I feel like we just spend. I'm trying to think. It feels like such an alien world being 34 because like when I was a kid, if you wanted to like go hang out, you had to like go out and do things and see people. Like you had to go to like parties and stuff. Like I'm curious, like do Zoomers still have parties? And then you'd be at parties, you'd be at people's houses, you'd meet people. Like that would just like always happen. That's just what was happening.
friends or community. I feel suicidal. Have you considered not raping? Act like a decent fucking human being. It's not hard is brain dead advice. Brain dead advice like get consent and don't be a Nazi and women are people. Walking up to men struggling with loneliness and depression like
kids, don't be racist.
Incredible. Here's my actual advice I would give to my teen boys as a leftist. 1. Always get enthusiastic consent. 2. Save the planet. 3. Don't say that. It's actually kind of racist. Like, what the f is this? How does this address men and their issues? It doesn't. Why does their advice always seem to be become a liberal? Hey men, here's how to fix all your problems. Agree with me politically. Men flock to the MRA movement because they're the largest beneficiaries of MRA shit. Imagine saying women flock to women's rights activism because they're the biggest beneficiaries of women's rights. Like, no f***ing shit. Let's be honest. Aside from procreation purposes, men have become obsolete.
Jesus.
Most women can find other methods of achieving orgasm without a man there. And speaking as a man, most of us are hard to be around, and I don't blame any woman for just saying, no thanks. Oh my god, dude, this is what every Just Pearly Things tweet looks like to me, just with the genders swapped. This is pathetic. You know what fixes male loneliness? Jerking off. As a man, I'll say this. Sit down, shut up, and beat one out. You'll feel better, I promise. Yeah guys, just beat one out, just off, just watch porn. Batman will be very disappointed in all of you. It's so funny how men feel entitled to a girlfriend. No, you sexist freak. When one side is like, wanting a girlfriend is sexist entitlement, and the other side is like, here's how to get a girlfriend. I don't know, bro. What happened to males just kicking the bucket? Now they just come on here and try to make their loneliness and misery into some social justice issue. Oh, trust me, men are still kicking the bucket. And when they're not giving mind-blowing advice like just to be a liberal, they're outright dismissing men's issues completely. It's not our job to educate them. Since men created the problem, they need to take steps to fix it. We have other things to care about. Men can figure out their own problems that they created. Again, it's not women's jobs to change how men are socialized. It's a man issue and y'all need to address that amongst yourselves. Men created their own problems. Men can solve their own problems. The left is busy. Why does the well-being of other people concern me? Leftist, by the way. It's all systemic issues and societal factors and blah 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 until it's a man and then suddenly it's pull yourselves up by your bootstraps. This problem is just a consequence of the patriarchy. Now take a wild guess about which gender created the patriarchy. Solve your own problems and leave women alone. These people rightly mock the bootstraps rhetoric until the subject is a man and then it's bootstraps all the way down. They would never talk about any other group this way. It's wild. And it's kind of like both sides are telling men to pull themselves up by their bootstraps, but one is like, I'll show you how, and the other is like, fuck off. And when they're not telling men to straight up fuck off, they're giving the 200 IQ answer that nobody has ever heard before. Just show your emotions, bro. And I'm not dismissing this problem, okay? I've made videos talking about this. Oh, you're crying?
Are you okay, buddy?
At your grandfather's funeral? Okay, faggot. And studies have shown that men
Jeez.
are scared to be vulnerable, even around the homies. And can you blame them when the media says stupid like this? Fellas, is it woke to open up to your fellow men and discuss history? Men are socialized to believe strength, dominance, and stoicism are behaviors of a real man. Is it any surprise that men are lonely and have less friends nowadays? You have to be vulnerable to make friends. Don't tell me there aren't systemic problems affecting men. Now, while a lot of this may be true, men have been socialized this way for centuries, and this is all relatively a new phenomena. Toxic masculinity has existed forever. If anything, there's less toxic masculinity nowadays. The cultural embrace of like gender nonconformity, femboys, Harry Styles in a dress, Barbie movie, blah 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 blah. My point is, toxic masculinity did not just appear in the mid-2010s. But social media did, and the internet did, and the rise of dating apps did, and the housing crisis, and living in a country where the wealth inequality is worse than it was during the Gilded Age. That all happened recently. Oh my god, the privileged life these poor little boys must have, that their biggest problem is being lonely, i.e. so insufferable that nobody wants to sleep with them. So much more pressing than the poor distribution of wealth causing people to suffer food and housing insecurity. Boo-hoo, you're lonely and have no friends and are suicidal when? Because feeling alienated under capitalism apparently isn't a thing. People are working harder and longer while wages have been stagnant. Men have been dropping out of college like flies. And what does that get you? Poor men. Which, since women are doing amazing in college now, and many are now out-earning men,
Holy
this
fuck,
most of
Pepe
the time
W.
leads to
It's been 2
single
weeks
men,
and I can't
which then
even
leads
rage at Rage
to
Bait.
lonely men, which leads to
Wow.
depressed men, which leads to the high suicide rate. In my opinion, leftism at a policy level does a great job addressing the shitty material conditions that in part lead to the problems that men are facing, but then absolutely drops the ball when it comes to everything and anything related to men's cultural issues. Many such cases. And why would a struggling man even want to move left when the left appears actively hostile to them?
The question of whether or not the hashtag online left does enough to appeal to hashtag men has become
God, I hate this guy.
The question du jour. And like, men have most of the money, authority, and do most of the murdering and assaulting.
The average young man in America isn't Jeff Bezos. Also, why did this motherfucker just FBI crime statistics at me? Men do the most murder. Okay?
They like having all of the stuff they don't deserve. They like that. They want it to stay that way because it suits them. Because of the stuff, telling people they're special and deserve all the nice shit that they have, that's going to be an easier sell 10 times out of 10 than like saying, hey, maybe you should have less stuff and other people should have more.
Leftism is when you don't have a lot of stuff. We're gonna take your stuff. You sound like a 65-year-old Fox News boomer's idea of what the left is. Are you a CIA agent? The right is saying to men, you will own a house. You will have beautiful children with your loving wife. You will have privacy. You will have free speech. You will own things, and you will be happy. And the left is like,
they like having all of the stuff they don't deserve.
But don't get me wrong, Republicans will not do shit. The Republican Party will not do shit. The establishment in general will not do shit to help any of this. But the right is, at least rhetorically, offering men something other than nothing or the eternal HR department. Every time this Discord comes up, there's people like, we need a leftist Andrew Tate. We need masculine role models on the left. But the fact is, it's hard for progressives to organically appeal to men because a large part of progressivism is oppressive hierarchies, and
True.
men are oppressors. Making progressivism look appealing to young men is an uphill battle from the start. And although it's funny to laugh at insane people on Twitter, as always, there have been a lot of left-wing content creators talking about men's issues. If you would have told me this would be a thing 9 years ago, I would not believe you, because anyone talking about men's issues back in the day was called an MRA or a pick-me. But lately I have seen a lot of good pro-men lefty content, and I'll put some links to some below. I don't agree with all the points.
Apparently I used to be here and she removed me. I don't know why.
Let's take a break from...
Hello, everyone.
Broadly speaking,
he continues.
Let's talk about some.
Oh, she put Shark Zero here, even though he was one of the tweets she used as a soy tweet.
Points they say, but I recommend watching. It's much better than...
they like having all of the stuff they don't deserve.
But the issue is a lot of this lefty pro-men content, it's always framed around, how do we get them? As if men are just pawns and tools for your personal politics. How do we make the left more appealing to men? How do we stop lonely men from moving to Andrew Tate? Instead of just, how do we help men? And I think that's a really big issue. Both sides seem to treat men as political fodder. Disposable soldiers in the culture war and real war. Anyway, misandry is real. Oh good, finally! And while it doesn't systemically affect cis men, it most certainly affects trans men. Oh. Y'all talking about misandry doesn't harm men, and trans men are right there reading this shit, by the way. I see, now we only care about misandry because it affects trans men. Everyone
True.
stop! It's affecting a group I care about now. I love how the rhetoric just like evolved overnight from male tiers to cis male tiers. And I just have to ask, why aren't you including trans men in your misandry,
Nobody told me how lonely.
I don't know if I believe these videos. I feel like these are bait. I don't think I believe them. I don't think I believe them. That like a trans person becomes like a male or a woman, an AFAB suddenly becomes a male, and now they're like, oh my god, like I feel like it's rage baiting. I just don't feel like it's true. I'm sure there is like a difference in how men and women are treated in society, ease of making friends, all that. I believe all of that. I just don't believe these videos.
Being a man is, we knew what depth felt like before we transitioned. We knew what it felt like to like have people want to hug us and to have people want to talk to us and to have a community. And then you transition and you're just a guy walking down the street that people cross the street so that they're not near you. And friendships are so much harder to build. What's hard is,
like, how often as a guy do people cross the street to get away from you? Now, maybe if it was a trans black man, okay. Maybe I believe him then. But look at this guy. This looks like the kind of guy that would help a grandma into her car, like, after church, okay? Or would help a lady cross the street. You're telling me people are running across the street in fear from you? Get the fuck out of here. No shot. I don't believe this. I don't believe it.
none of this invalidates how real and raw women and people who are in marginalized groups feel about cis white men. All of that's valid. But I also now understand why the suicide rate is so much higher in men.
Welcome to being a man. Here's your complimentary isolation and yellow pillow. I love how even when he's experiencing the issues of being a man, he's like, this doesn't invalidate people hating men. Come on, bro. Men struggling don't want to be lectured about the patriarchy. They don't want to be told it's all their fault. They don't want to be told they're part of the problem because, first of all, they're not. The average 20-year-old didn't build society. They go to work, come home, off to sissy hypno fetish porn, and go to bed like everyone else. I've talked about this before, but a lot of men's value comes from the money they make, unfortunately. Men are natural providers, and if they have nobody to provide for, they get into findom or send random girls on the internet money. I'm just kidding, but the fact is, a lot of men simply feel like they don't have a purpose anymore. Whether a job or a career that's fulfilling and pays well, or a woman or family to protect and take care of and provide for, men are lacking purpose. And a man will crawl through broken glass for a purpose. But you know who does make them feel like they have a purpose? No, not him.
I say that life as a man is exceptionally difficult. I say the most beautiful and the most terrifying thing about being a man is you're born without value. Society doesn't care about you.
The absolute audacity to act shocked that Andrew Tate is scooping these guys up after a decade of lol male tears is insane. Andrew Tate isn't the solution to men's problems, but he is talking to them. The fact is, you did not care about them for years. And even now you just want to recruit them, not help them. And that's why you will fail. And hey, maybe I'll be the Andrew Tate of the left. Men, listen up. Wash your penis. So I guess I'll leave you guys with a question. Why do you think male loneliness has been increasing? What are your solutions for this problem? And are you dealing with loneliness? And I will see you guys next time with a new video. Bye!
Wow. Why do you think? I feel like that whole atomization word. I think we're just pretty. Oh, bro, have I bricked my save? I think we're pretty atomized as a society. I think it's that one. I think the internet's done a lot of things to us. It's probably not too good. How do you fix it though? I have no idea. Do you have to sissy hypno porn? Yeah, I'm about to go load some up right now. I need way more iron. Shut up. Will you play Castlevania on stream? Probably not. Jackson, what do you got? Okay. Daniel-y, what's up?
How it's Moneyman Dan from chat. Okay, how many gift subs do I have to give for you to fire Carantos? Like 100, like 50, like what's going on with that?
I'd say 5,000.
5,000. Okay, how many? If I make a Google Doc and I get how many signatures would I need if I put it in chat? I got everybody to sign it, every single DGGer to sign it. Can we get him fired?
No, it's not gonna. It doesn't work that way. Okay.
Why?
Because it's gonna come down to whether or not you host the show well or not the whims of my retarded fuck fans. They don't even know what the fuck they want to watch half the time. Half you guys are asking me to play Baldur's Gate 3. I'm gonna have 2,000 concurrent viewers playing that for 4 or 5 days.
Okay,
So no,
okay,
I would
okay,
never
okay.
go by anything. You guys don't know what you want to watch half the time. You're fucking retarded.
Okay, I know what I want to watch. Satisfactory. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's good. Great. You're in the super minority, so
Okay,
I already
okay,
know to
okay.
ignore your opinion on literally everything.
That's all I had, but okay, yeah, that's all I really had. But you should really play Satisfactory. It's very autistically ADHD stimulating. I
Gotcha.
promise you.
I'll keep that
It's
in mind.
amazing.
Okay, sounds great.
Okay.
Bye.
All right.
Marshmallow Ruffian.
Oh, hey, what's up, brother?
Hello, what's up, brother?
You know, just eating some ramen and relaxing a bit before D&D tonight. All right, my friend. I have some questions for you. It's quite a lot, so if at any point I'm too much or there's anything you don't want to talk about, you can just tell me to fuck off and I will.
All right, go for it. Hit me up. What do you got?
Hell yeah. I guess we'll talk about... okay, so in one of your recent debates, I don't remember what it was over specifically. It was with Alex
Okay.
and a couple other people. I think Grace was there, maybe. The stat kept being brought up that women are doing worse and are becoming more depressed than men. Not only are they more depressed than men, but they're also declining at a faster rate. I remember, like, within, like, last year, though, you at least brought up points that women were doing better than men. I'm wondering if that has changed in the last year, or where did the
I mean,
stat come
economically and everything, they're starting to make great gains. They're doing better educationally. Some happiness research points to a lack of happiness, but it's very, very, very difficult to measure happiness. And I think of all the like sociological research that exists, that's some of the hardest to like quantify exactly. So I don't have like ultra strong opinions on that. But
opinions on it? Yeah, because I just remember like hearing people be like, women are doing better because they have more significant friendships than men do. So it was just like a rapid turn from what I had heard prior. I was wondering if you had any comments on that, or if you disagreed or agreed with that.
yeah, I don't know. We could spend a day like digging into the follies of happiness research, or whatever. But yeah.
Okay, for sure. The second thing I'd like to bring up is just talking about orbiters and orbiters in general.
Okay.
If you're comfortable with that. The first thing is just some general questions. The tidbits that I was personally interested in.
Uh-huh.
Who is your least favorite orbiter, just of all time, that you've had personally? So it can be from even before I was watching to now.
I don't know. Like everybody has their ups and downs. It just depends. I don't think I'd ever have like an absolute least favorite.
Really? Oh, God, I can think of some that I fucking hated, but that's fair. That's fair.
Oh, name them.
Personally, I really don't like Darius that much. But I mean, that's just my personal opinion. So, I know that people are like saying some redacted names in the chat. I personally like those names just because they were unhinged, and I like hearing about those unhinged names.
You don't think Darius is unhinged?
I think Darius is unhinged, but it's more so like the unhingedness that I just like how I personally interact with sometimes on like the daily of like emotional drama, like relationship drama, not being able to respect your own boundaries, not having any boundaries of yourselves, losing yourself for like people in general, trying so hard to be like someone that you're not, etc., etc. And I just think that's kind of like boring.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah. Actually, another question I had was, why do you keep Darius around? I don't know the lore of Darius, so I don't know how long he's been.
I feel like
in
his
your
streams and
community
interactions
for.
with the Relevant are pretty funny.
I do like Irrelevant a lot. Irrelevant's really cool. I just haven't watched any of his streams, so
Mhm.
I wouldn't be able to comment on that.
They're like a package deal.
Oh, okay. I mean, if he comes with Irrelevant, I'll give him the pass. I really like Irrelevant a lot from what I've seen of him, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then you may not answer this next question, which is who was your favorite orbiter that you've had of all time? If you had to pick one.
Yeah, again, fuck, I don't know. That's such a hard one. I like so many different people for different reasons. It's hard to just pick one, I think, yeah.
That's fair. Would you consider Mooten and Dan orbiters, or would they just fall outside of that category?
I mean, I don't know. It's a hard one, right? I'd also kind of consider them friends too, right? So.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I assumed if you were considering them, I'd assume they'd definitely be up there. And if you weren't, then I didn't know who to guess. Maybe I personally really like... Abba's not really an orbiter, so I can't give it to him either. Maybe Pisco? I really like when Pisco comes on, just because I think he has really strong opinions. And I really like hearing you and him argue a lot, just because I really find that the debates are interesting, at least.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, yeah.
Okay. Who is the most likely orbiter to enact violence on you in person?
I have no idea. If you're gonna,
really?
There's so many people that have been through my stream. If all of these questions are like revolving around specific things related to people on my stream, I'm probably not gonna know like any of these answers. I'm not sure. I have no idea.
Are you sure? Okay, fair. I mean, listen, that's valid. I just assumed you'd have some opinion, considering these are the people that you interact with the most. Like, who, does anyone like strike fear in you? Like, even like a little bit, like make you uncomfortable?
No, I don't think so.
Damn, you're just unhinged, my man. I can't. Okay. All right, my next question to you is stems away from the orbiter topic.
Okay.
How do you think you would have interacted at 24 years old to like the whole like Nick Fuentes and Islam stuff? Like, do you think you would have been able to hold out as well as you have now? Or like, I can't say for myself as someone who's like
to have not
close to that
become
age.
like anti-Semitic or
just like not to like get trapped in like this like red pill ideology, anti-Semitism, or
oh
like,
no, I've never been much
hating
for like
women.
the group idea shit. That's just never been my personality style ever.
Okay, for sure. I don't know if I hadn't been so involved in just like political sides and like seeing you, if I would have been able to. Because there was a point I think when I was like in my early, I'm still 24, but when I was like in my literally 20 years old, where I was I think I could have been absolutely converted in some ways to just seeing that. But
that's fine.
Moving on to, I guess, more specific questions now. Us moving past areas. Awuka's not really an orbiter, but can I talk to you about him in general?
Sure.
Okay, so I've seen a lot of. I don't usually watch your streams, so I don't know how often he's on here. But whenever he's on YouTube, I see that people call him Bad Faith a lot, and I don't think he's Bad Faith.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to tell. I can't tell because he's
just
pretty
disconnected
wacky
from
sometimes.
reality.
So it's really hard to tell if he's
Yeah, I just think he's completely disconnected from reality. Because I think he fully believes, like in a prior conversation to you, you were making like you were doing a bit where you were pretending to be discriminatory, and he genuinely believed it. And I cannot tell. Like I'm fully convinced he may just be like doing an elaborate troll, but I feel like he genuinely just is completely disconnected from any form of conversation that he has because he's so ideologically bought in. And I'm not sure what the reason that he's so ideologically bought in, but
yeah, I mean, like that's possible, but again, it's
consider
so hard to tell with him. That guy's pretty wacky, so it's very, very, very hard to tell.
Okay, and then I think you were talking to Grace the other day, and I was curious as to why you agreed to interact with her and technically loosely her father again, because again, like they're kind of a package deal in some ways. I know you and the conservative man, I'm not sure what his name is. I can't remember. I know you've debated him a couple times. Why'd you choose to interact with her again after essentially blackballing him?
I told Alex that I would do a panel. I didn't know that Grace was going to be on it. He might have mentioned it. I just didn't see it, so I'm not accusing him of hiding or anything. I might not have seen it. But I don't necessarily mind interacting a little with Grace on like other shows. I don't think I would bring her on my stream alone. But I probably draw the line at her dad. I don't think I'd ever interact with him.
Okay.
But I probably, in general, I try to avoid both. But I forgot. He might have mentioned that she was going to have a show, and I just spaced it. But yeah.
And I know you've brought this up multiple times.
Don't worry, random guy whose mic didn't work.
Oh, okay. I got kicked. That's fair. I was talking a hot minute. Another question is, has he really her Grace's dad? I don't remember his name. Ben, I think. Ben Burke.
Yeah.
Has he truly interacted with women, just like in your sphere, like so viciously, or?
Yeah, there's a lot of women that I know that I've talked to that like share detail. I don't think he realizes how many of these people I talk to, but I've talked to quite a few that have said like, yeah, he's DMing me, yeah, he's doing this, yeah, he's really creepy, blah, blah, like quite a shocking number, yeah.
All right, for sure. Like I mean, I believed you. It's just weird. That's all I can say.
But
It's
I don't think he'd
fucking
even
strange.
hide that because like he's done it publicly too. Like I think he's even in like people's like mentions on Twitter and shit like doing it. It's not like he's secret about this at all. So.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Well, that's all the questions I had for you about you. I have some questions about me that I was hoping you could help me with, specifically relationship advice.
Oh, absolutely, dude. You come to the right
Yeah,
place.
I know you're great with that.
Mhm.
Absolutely. Okay, we'll start with the lighthearted one first. So I've been talking to this girl recently, right?
Okay.
And I've been playing games with them online and stuff. And she invited a friend, and her friend is. I get along with her friend a lot better, and I find her friend more attractive. How do I transition to the friend? If that's possible.
Have you started talking to the friend privately at all yet?
No, not at all, because I felt like it would be rude to some
I
extent.
mean, it's rude, but I mean, like, is the main girl into you, the one that you originally liked? Oh,
I
probably
think
if she's
the-
playing a lot of games and stuff with you and talking with you a lot, huh?
Yeah, a little bit. So they're pretty good friends. So I think it's kind of chalked if I try to, and it kind of falls through. So this feels kind of shitty.
Let's see here. Do you think she's interested in you? Like, that really?
I mean, I'm supposed to go over to her house tomorrow.
On your own?
So, yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, we're gonna watch anime together.
Well, think about your future hardcore, because if you fuck this chick, chances are her friend is probably going to be off limits, or you're going to be looking at an
Yeah.
incredibly dramatic situation if you end up,
I think I'll just avoid it altogether. Like, her friend's attractive, but it's fine.
Really? You're just going to give it, she could be the one. You're just going
Dude,
to
listen,
throw it away
no,
just like that? You don't give a fuck about your future,
I'm
her future,
so-
your future together?
I'm so okay with not finding the quote-unquote one as long as I'm in a happy relationship with somebody that I love.
Holy fucking cringe, but okay.
Yeah, it is. Anyways, the second thing is the bit more rough one. So I have this friend. She's one of my best friends, if not my best friend. We've been friends for like 6 or 7 years. Been with me through a lot, etc., etc. About a year or two into our friendship, she told me that she loved me, and I didn't
A year
feel
or
the
two into
same.
your friendship. Wait, when was this? How long ago?
So like, it was like 5 years ago. We were friends for like 7 years. So it was like, I had just graduated high school and was going into college and stuff.
Okay.
And I told her I wasn't interested, but she's still my best friend to this day. But sometimes she'll interact with me, and like we'll have like some banter, or like I'll say like I love you a lot to all my friends. And I'm afraid that she
Oh my
will.
God, bro.
Yeah,
Bro,
no,
what
I
the
know.
fuck?
Listen, listen. It's just the way I show. I just say I love you to my boys, my friends, whatever the fuck.
You're on.
But I
This
do
is
actually
actual
love them.
demon time right now. Jesus.
Yeah, I feel like I'm afraid that I'm mind fucking them in some ways. How do
Yeah.
I confirm that they're not into me anymore?
There. I mean, how long ago was she into you? You said high school. How old are you now?
I'm 24, so it was like 6 years ago.
Does she have a boyfriend now?
No.
She's into you. You're, bro. She's waiting for you.
But bro, they're my best friend. There's something else I could do. They're like literally the person I hang out with the most because I enjoy their company so much.
Oh my God. What do you guys do when you hang out?
They're in my D&D game. I literally DM for this person.
Yeah, but when you
consistently.
say hang out, do you mean in person?
No. This is purely
Oh.
online friend. This is a purely online friend.
Have you ever seen them in real life?
I mean, I've seen pictures of them, but we never hung out in person. They live like 3 states away.
Oh. Oh, never mind. Fuck them then. Who cares?
Yeah, fuck them. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
But probably stop saying I love you.
Why? I would say I love you to you, but I mean, I feel like that, you know.
Yeah, but I'm not like hopelessly obsessed with you, wishing that one day we could be something more than just friends.
Okay, you know what? That's valid. That's valid. That's fair. Okay, well, I think that's about it. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your stream, buddy.
Yeah, be careful. Christ. Hi, bro.
Hello. Let me mute the stream. I'm sorry.
No problem, Bob.
Okay. First of all, I want to apologize for the evil things I said yesterday. You know, I acknowledge what I said violated the YouTube TOS, and I'm not trying to get you banned or anything.
Oh shit, I don't even remember what you said yesterday. What was it about?
If you don't remember, don't worry about it. But
Okay.
why are you dodging the debate with the comic Dave Smith guy on Twitter? He called you out.
Yeah, so he called me out for dodging him. I've had like 5 different people in the past try to set up debates with us, and every single time they do, he ends up they say that he's either busy or doesn't want to do it or whatever. So I've tried to debate this guy literally 5+ times in the past. Like I just got another offer yesterday that I said I'd do it. I posted all these emails earlier, but apparently I one of the emails had information that somebody didn't want, like, so I deleted the tweet. But he told me to DM him, so I DM'd him today, and apparently we're trying to set up something with another large website. So we'll see what happens. But no, I'm not ducking this guy. This guy's a fucking moron.
Okay, so you're gonna be debating him in the future.
Ideally, yeah. I think over Ukraine, Russia, yeah.
Okay. Do you think Pisco is bad faith, or he argues in bad faith?
Bad faith? No, not any more than like I would or any normal person. I think sometimes he can get like a little emotional at a point or whatever, but I don't think he's ever like arguing in bad faith. No.
Okay, I feel like he does, but you just let it slide because he's really good content. I feel like the last 2 or 3 times you talked to him, you were like calling him out for it hardcore, and your chat hates him now.
First of all, I don't think my chat could ever hate Pisco. Number 1. Number 2, I think there are parts where he's like missing the point. But I'm sure he probably feels there are times when I'm completely missing the point. But yeah, I don't like. I mean, like I said, I think he's as bad faith as I am. Like there might be times where I'm being a little obtuse or whatever, and I'm like, you know, not connecting on something. But I don't think he's like intentionally bad faith. If I thought he was, I wouldn't talk to him.
Okay. Well, I don't have anything else. Can I be an orbiter?
L.
No, bud, you're here. Okay. Sex worker with BPD, you're back.
There was a guy earlier soying out about like Congress people doing insider trading and shit, and I personally have never seen any like data to back that up. But what kind of like, I don't know, what's kind of weird to me is that not a single, and maybe Cenk did this, but it feels like the easiest bipartisan legislation to do, where you just make it so that they can only trade in managed funds, and like their immediate family can only trade in managed funds. Why is like no high profile politician running on this? It seems like it like grabbed so many different voters. Like
people just don't understand finance at all. I don't know. It's just dumb. People just don't get it. They just get mad about
Do
it.
you think they would just make like another excuse, like, oh well, it's a managed fund, but they're like telling their aunt's friend's cousin about something.
Something dumb like that, yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, I feel like people have done studies on like congressional shit in terms of trading, and the idea that these guys have like portfolios that dramatically outperform averages, I don't think a single one did. I don't think a single one had a portfolio that was ahead of everybody. So I think I don't even think it's a real problem. So people just stir shit up over it, get mad for a little bit, and then it's just one of those political issues. I don't think it would necessarily be the worst idea though to have people only doing managed funds, if for no other reason, just because it gets rid of the view of impropriety. But
yeah. And I think given that, like, I don't know, your average American, I think, has like they think that like lobbying and like this insider trading shit is like a ubiquitous, like big deal thing in politics. I don't know. I feel like it also targets like the disenfranchised voter that thinks like, oh, well, like my vote doesn't matter because money controls everything. I don't know. It just seems like a really easy grab. And I don't know why, like, it could just be one talking point as part of your campaign, but nobody's really doing it. I think maybe Cenk did, but
maybe, yeah.
Also, you should ditch Karantos as the host of Keeper Kick, because he clearly can't get the attention of any high-profile Twitter account, and so you need to get Cherry, because they're gonna. Someone like Yasuo is definitely gonna respond to Cherry's profile picture and not Karantos.
Think so.
He's like a masked, crazy Somalian guy,
Okay,
and she's also way more organized and a better host.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I'll consider it.
Are you still practicing guitar?
Yeah, I practice looking at it every day.
Dude, just pick it up for like 2 minutes every day. It's like so easy. You know like some stuff, right?
I think I can do all the open chords.
Yeah, just pick it up for like 2 minutes and just practice like cycling through them.
Okay.
You don't have to like do some crazy sit down.
Wow. All
Be
right.
like part of your ADHD cycle.
I'll keep that in mind.
Okay. Have you ever? Okay. Recently, I heard you say that you actually kind of enjoy doing research streams now, which is contrasted to how you felt about them in the past. Do you still feel that way, or?
When did I? No, I generally enjoy them. I think. No.
I think in the past you said like, "Oh, I can't ever research shit because you fucking idiots."
I mean, sometimes
will,
it gets frustrating.
yeah.
It just depends on what I'm, researching, I guess. But yeah.
One thing I tried looking into and I couldn't find any conclusive evidence of this is like there's this notion that like women feel unsafe like walking alone at night, but I don't think the data actually bears out that like they actually are more unsafe walking alone at night. I think like generally men are like the greater targets of indiscriminate violence, and I tried looking for data to support this, and I really couldn't find anything conclusive. It might be, I don't know, it seems like kind of a pointless topic, but if you're ever like wanted to do an example of like a research stream on a topic that doesn't have a bunch of conclusive data, it might be boring because you might just be like, oh well, fuck it, the data doesn't show anything, so we're just not going to make a conclusion on it. But it's food for thought.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
Do you still want to go airsofting with Dan? That's
Maybe.
something
I
you
don't know
thought
what
about
Dan
at
is
all?
doing right now. I think Dan has kind of like disappeared, but maybe, yeah.
All right, that's all I have.
Okay.
Bye.
Love you, buddy. Barrett.
What's up? How's my mic?
It's great.
Nice. You spoke about. Hold on. You spoke about a ton of college courses, stats, history, biology. You're always like, oh, we gotta take some time and do this class.
Yeah.
When is this arc happening? When is this college course arc happening?
After the podcast and after I fuck your mom.
Okay, is this the podcast to help men? You're gonna be the Andrew Tate.
Yeah, the one that JSTLK wants so badly.
One.
Yeah.
Well, look, you're the only one battling Red Pill. Like everyone, Sauce Podcast is like, oh, this guy Destiny, he's the guy you gotta talk to on the left. He'll actually talk to you, etc., etc., etc. You're the man.
All right, well, I'll get right on that. Okay. Anything else?
All right. Not unless there's something that you wanted to talk to me about.
No. Oh, don't spam report people on Twitter. Wait, how are you not banned on Discord? Wait, did you get unbanned in fucking DGG chat? What the fuck?
No, not yet. You're the one that put a time frame on it in your ban. And what is a spam report? Can you explain what that means?
Yeah, when you were reporting Q's fucking Twitter account.
Okay, did you think I looked for his account or?
I don't know. I don't care. Why are you reporting Orbiters of the Stream's accounts?
Because it was retweeted. I blocked them, and then someone retweeted them, and so it was in my feed, and so I just hit block report and moved on. It took 10 seconds of time. That's it. And listen, just because you have a rule against deplatforming doesn't mean I do.
Okay, but you know I'm not going to keep around chatters that are like deplatforming people in my community.
Listen, it was my Twitter feed. He showed up. That's it.
That's fine, yeah, but I'm saying as a rule of thumb, like I would try to excise.
Why did you report it?
Listen,
Why
you know
did
I
you
don't
report
own
it?
Twitter, right?
Why did you report it?
Because it was bigoted. How about that?
Yeah, what was bigoted about it?
I disagreed.
What was bigoted about it?
Does my microphone sound normal again yet?
It's good, Kelly. Hold on.
Microphone
Barrett,
sounds fine.
why did it sound? Why was it bigoted?
Why was Quaranto's head on a controversial movie poster?
What was the
bigoted?
controversial movie poster?
Wait, that movie poster was
No,
controversial?
Steve, hold on.
Sorry, yeah,
hold
go
on.
ahead.
Barrett, why was it controversial?
Okay. Well, first off, you know I don't own Twitter, right? I don't.
No,
moderate
shut the
Twitter.
fuck
I
up.
don't-
You know exactly where we're going with this. Why was it controversial?
I know where you're going with this, and guess what? I don't get to pick what I don't actually own Twitter. I don't ban people.
No.
It's not up to me.
You reported
If
it.
it's
You contributed to it.
Yeah.
Why did you choose to report it? What was controversial
I
about
report
it?
But what does that mean?
Why
If I
was it
report something?
controversial?
Listen, if it breaks TOS,
Why was it controversial?
that ain't up to me.
Why was it controversial?
Like,
Answer the question.
how much power do you think I have on Twitter?
Why
You gotta
was it
answer this first.
controversial? No, I don't. Why was it controversial?
Listen, the tweet's gone. If we
It
can't
doesn't
pull
matter. We're not. Twitter isn't on trial right now. You are. Why was it controversial?
It was playing on race.
Wait. What's the movie called? What's the movie called that poster was from?
I think it's called Black Klansman.
Yeah, and what was the ethnicity of the person who made the poster?
Okay, so are you saying people of the same race can't be racist against themselves?
Wait. Do you know what the movie was about?
Absolutely not. Nope.
Oh no! My God!
Why would a movie? Why would they have anything to do with anything?
It has everything to do with it.
No!
Listen. So this
Listen,
is a good
Linda.
example. I haven't seen the movie. So if I show imagery about
It doesn't
something,
matter
but
if
I
he's
haven't seen
fucking
the
in
context
a movie. It could be like a fucking meme image where he puts a fucking Klan hood on
Sure,
himself.
it's a meme
It doesn't matter.
image.
He's
That's
a black
great.
man.
Oh my
He's a
fuck-
black man.
That doesn't mean anything.
It
Are you
means a
kidding me?
lot. It means it doesn't
No,
carry
it
the fucking
doesn't.
weight that you imply by reporting him.
No, are you kidding me? So is
Yes.
Jesse Lee Peterson not racist ever?
There is a difference between a little satirical memery
No.
and Jesse Lee
Oh,
Peterson.
yeah,
There's a massive
satirical
difference.
memory. Okay,
Massive
if
difference.
Jesse Lee Peterson says something, if he posts that, would you say it's racist?
Absolutely, because it's Jesse Lee Peterson, not a random
Okay.
fucking black
Okay.
orbiter.
Okay, so not Jesse Lee Peterson. Let's change it up. So potentially this
Yes,
can
let's
be
change it until we
a
find
racist
one
tweet.
that, yes, it is racist
No,
for.
no. There's only two people that we're talking about here. I use that one example, so let's go back to Karantos now. So you're saying Karantos doesn't have a racist bone in his body?
Not towards fucking, maybe towards women and fucking a few other groups, but yeah.
Okay. So, you think, I guess, he wouldn't have any kind of racism towards black people. He said black people, they're dumb and slow. He's literally said a Jesse Peterson line before. I think he's probably a little racist. That's me. So, I guess we
Racist
agree
towards
then,
whomst?
Megan.
Towards whomst?
You mean in
Towards
like a
black people?
self-hating way? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, he's a little racist towards black people. I've heard it.
Cite it.
What?
Clip it. Show it.
Clip it? Okay, let me just go through all the fucking Karantos clips.
Well, you were
when
so
he
fucking
comes
ready
on
to hit
stream-
that fucking Twitter report button.
Yeah,
You should
it
be
took a
really
whole
fucking sure
ready
before
10
you hit that
seconds.
button.
It was a retweet.
It doesn't matter how long
here's
it
a big
takes. It
difference.
matters about why you
It
did
does
it.
matter how long it takes. It does matter.
But
how long
doesn't
it
that just mean like black people can't make jokes about other black people? Like,
Listen, racism is colorblind.
I'm so
okay?
confused.
Racism is colorblind. All right. Listen, anyone can be racist.
Okay, you fucking
towards
lib.
Anyone. That's just how it goes. Yeah, I'm a lib. Follow it up. What's the argument? Okay, can black people then not be racist towards black people? That's the next conclusion. that
Do
we're
you think
going
he was
to
being
for an
racist
argument.
towards black people? Or do you think he was doing
Yep.
a little memery?
Yep. The answer was yes. I
Yeah? You
answered
think
it.
that was a
Next.
harmful act towards black people? Yeah? You're biting
Yep,
the bullet
sure
because
was.
you know you were
Listen.
silly for doing it.
Well, I may be silly, but guess who agrees? Elon Musk's Twitter.
Yes, that's the standard by which we should all judge our memery. Good one.
That is the standard by which we're talking about. That's the platform.
No.
Twitter's terms
No,
of
like I
service.
said, Twitter's terms of service are on trial. Like a police
It is
officer,
on trial,
a police
'cause that's
officer
that's where the
can come up
report
to you
was.
and fuck with you for so many reasons, but we talk about whether or not they ought to. So the question is, should you have reported
we
that?
can have the moral conversation, but we need to accept that the report happened on Twitter.
No, we do not have to accept that. At the end of the day, you can report people for
Why
a bunch
not?
of things
I
and
didn't
get them
report
banned.
anybody in
You can
DGG.
report a
I
bunch
didn't
of people
report
and get
I
them
didn't report
banned.
Kick.
And it doesn't.
I
Do
didn't
you think
report
Steven?
YouTube.
So we
I
don't know
didn't
for
report
sure.
Reddit.
We
I
don't know
didn't
for
report
sure.
Kick.
We
I
don't know
didn't
for
report any of
sure
this stuff. No,
if
no.
Steven was
Listen,
banned for
this is important.
transphobia due to Keffels. We don't know that for sure. But it stands to reason that during that interaction, he probably got some reports for, you know, hatred against trans people that was undeserved. But the platform still chose to ban him. Do you think that was an issue? Do you think it's an issue that people reported him for that?
I don't think Destiny's transphobic.
It doesn't matter.
Come up on this.
Do you think that Karantos hates black
Karantos
people?
being bigoted towards you and your memes? The difference between Karantos saying a meme and the difference between Destiny saying a meme is important. I don't think Destiny is racist. I don't think he's transphobic. I don't think when Karantos says, you know, oh, well, Holly, trans people are bad, but I like you. You're okay. You can survive. I don't think
you report him for
Karantos says a joke
transphobia.
like that.
Did you report him for transphobia? Did you report him for the meme that had a black person in it?
It doesn't go into detail like that. You understand? This took about, when I say it takes 10 seconds and why that's important,
matter that it
it's
took
because
10
you just go
seconds.
report, block, and I move on. It's a retweet.
How long did it take you to
Well, wait, what? I'm curious. Would it change your opinion? What if, hypothetically, what if the poster was from a movie that was like pro-black people?
Yeah, that probably would change it, yeah.
Well, you should go watch that movie, buddy.
Well, here's the thing, is it would change it to me, okay? And so I wouldn't report it.
This is what happens when
However-
trigger fingers turn to Twitter fingers. You know what I mean, Steven?
I
Like,
just-
these fucking people out here.
I don't even
like-
understand.
Listen.
Like,
Listen,
have you ever? Do you know who Spike
I
Lee
didn't
is?
see the
Have you ever
poster,
heard
that's
of
the
this guy?
thing.
Wait. Do you know who Spike Lee is?
I have heard the name, and I've probably seen something. Like, I'm terrible with names like that.
Okay, I'm pretty
I'll
sure
hear-
he's
I'll hear
like
a song
known
and I
for
won't know
working on like comedies and movies that revolve around like race relations and black people. This is a Spike Lee movie about a Jewish guy and a
Spike Lee
black guy.
joined.
Okay.
Wait,
Spike
what'd you
Lee
say?
joined.
Listen,
Spike
you're
Lee
given-
joined? Wait, what'd you say?
You're given.
Wait,
It's a Spike Lee joint, not a Spike Lee movie.
Oh, he wasn't the actual director?
No, that's his fucking little catchphrase. It's a Spike Lee joint. It says it on every movie. It doesn't say a film by Spike Lee. It says a Spike Lee joint.
Oh, maybe it's just a studio. Yeah, sure, but it's literally like a yeah, it's literally a movie about a black dude and a Jewish dude like taking down the fucking KKK. Like that's why it was so weird that you reported the fucking poster. Sure, 39. Thanks for the
It was
100 subs.
photoshopped. So any of the context to the movie is kind of changed
No.
when it's photoshopped. When it's
What about when he did the episode that I was on?
What
What about when he did the episode that I was on where he used the Avengers?
Okay, this
Like,
is why I keep trying to say something, and I'm saying it's super important. If Quiznos is on stream, what do? I leave stream. His content, vote with your views. I'm for that. I don't care. I don't report the stream because of it. I don't look for his Twitter to report it. It was a retweet in my feed, and that's why that happened. Okay.
Wait, hold on. It
wasn't
doesn't
like
matter that
I
it was
hunted
buddy.
this guy
Buddy,
down.
hold on.
I didn't try to
Look,
organize
no memes.
people.
Not trying to fucking get you fucking grilled in this moment.
Wait,
I'm a level with you. Hold on. It doesn't matter.
No.
It's very
No, I'm
important.
responding
that
to what you
when
just said.
say,
It does matter.
When you
'Cause
say
you just
it
asked
took
me,
10
what about that
seconds.
episode
no,
I was
when
on?
you
You
say
just said, what about the episode
it
I
takes
was on?
10 seconds.
I don't
when you
watch
say
the
it takes
stream
10
with me on
seconds
it.
and you don't actually know what you're reporting, one, you're
I
dealing
do.
with
I
a
have
black guy.
the
So
image
no,
in
hold on,
front of me.
hold on. You're dealing
Don't
with a
you
black
wanna
guy.
get
So when you see a
unbanned?
black dude making
My
a meme
principle
with the
is
KKK,
always-
you
listen
can
to this.
assume
I
more
stand by
often
my
than not
principles.
that this person is not fucking making a dig at black people. But second of all,
That-
you didn't know the
No, no, no.
context.
We're
So
talking
the
about
10
unhinged
seconds it
people.
took
No,
you
let's
to
take it
report
point by
it
point.
doesn't
Let's
matter.
Let's take it point by point.
Let's
take
do
it
it,
point
buddy.
by point. So we already went through that first point, but I'm happy to repeat it. Okay. So just because you're black, it doesn't mean you can't be racist towards black people.
But it
You agree
does.
with
Nope.
this?
Point by point.
Listen,
so yes,
listen, you
I
agree
agree.
with
No,
this?
hold on.
No, I'm
I
saying
agree.
you
No, we're
already
going
agree
point.
with
No,
this
this
when
is
it
a
came to
fucking
Jesse Lee
sub bullet
Peterson.
A to this. Sub bullet A to this
Okay.
is one.
Okay.
Point one. Black people can be
Got
racist
it.
against black people, but sub bullet A is that more often than not, they're not being racist to black people.
Okay.
When you're
I can
looking at
agree
a
with that.
joke or a meme,
Karantos is
more
not
often
like
than not.
regular people.
Okay, so point two, Karantos is not like regular people. Sub bullet A, where is the existence of proof that you had to believe that this was a transgression against black people by a black person, black on black crime? We know it happens, but we need to see the statistics before you start wielding it.
The statistics of a meme that Karanto said being racist. I'm sorry, I do not have this. I do not have that data. I apologize.
Well,
it is my feelings. Okay.
Well, your
I don't have
feels
statistics
cost
for
someone
the
their Twitter
chances.
account.
Well, it was retweeted, and I do not ban people. It showed up in my Twitter feed.
That
I do
is
not
the
have
that does
the
not
power
count
to
as
ban
plausible
people on Twitter.
deniability, buddy. You are culpable.
Okay, if I reported one of your tweets for some reason, do you think it would get banned?
Depends on the tweet. Did you hateful
depend on the
content doesn't take too many reports to fucking get it. So you contributed to that very small number that it takes for that to get auto fucking nuked.
No, not a very small number. I'm being exclusively blamed. It is my
No, you're not
power
exclusively blamed.
for
We're not
reporting.
none of us are that silly. No one is exclusively blaming you. We are blaming you for contributing to the problem.
Okay, you would be the first among that, and I've had this conversation a few times. But okay, contributing to a problem. I think the problem should be a little bit on the person that has a habit of breaking TOS.
What
little
TOS
bit,
did
you
they break
think?
there?
Wait, do they even have a habit of breaking TOS? Has he gotten banned before from Twitter?
Has he gotten banned? He's banned from Twitter.
No,
Wasn't
has he been banned
from
before?
Twitch?
You said TOS on different platforms, buddy. You wanna invoke the platform? We'll say different platforms, different rules. You violating
Sure.
TOS
Yeah,
on
that's
on
fine.
Twitch isn't the same as violating on Twitter.
Yeah, I understand that. Sure. But also for Twitter, I can just leave the stream. If he pops up on stream, I can just leave, and there's no problem.
And on Twitter, you can just say, "Do not show me this."
I can.
Yeah, you can mute or
Yeah.
block them.
Or, I could do that, and that takes just as much time as it does to report.
do the
and
more
block.
harmful
There's
thing.
a block button in there. No,
with
it's
which
not-
required a
I don't see
certain
it as
amount
harm.
of
I don't see it
cognitive
as harm.
dissonance in order to jump right to the fact that he's being racist
I
when
don't
you
see it
can't
as
even
harm.
cite an issue
I
where he
don't
was
see it as
racist.
harm. Yeah, that imagery without the context of the movie, this photoshopped image from a movie poster with different like text and everything, so it's like it's pretty transformative. That, given from a racist person, a bigoted person, does change the context. Yes.
Okay, I'm done with this guy, Steven.
Jesus.
That's not even like controversial, right? That's been like Destiny's take for things that he says with his friends. If he says the N-word in private, if he says it in private, he understands that the people who he's talking, who's listening, the audience, right? They understand he's not racist, so he can do something that in another context, he might appear racist.
Wow.
Do you
When
report other black
Karantos
guys
does
on?
something-
Wait, hold on. Do you report other black guys
Sure.
when they say the N-word on Twitter?
No, I haven't.
But you have no context for,
There's no-
for their life outside of that. You don't know if they're using it in a racist way.
Okay, so there has to be two things have to be true. A person has to be deplatformable, and a person has to be in my feed. Like I avoid their content, but they show up anyway.
What does
Both of these
deplatformable
things
mean?
have to be true. It means they have to be somebody that derails good conversations. They stay too long on
The
stream.
plot thickens. So you
Oh,
reported him because
derails
you don't
good
fucking like his
conversation.
face.
Listen, you are interrupting me. You want me to explain, and yet you haven't even got me through half the list. Okay, he makes other people not want to join, and it makes people want to leave. His content is saying people are subhuman and yelling, and he is an actual bigot. He spreads misinformation. He likes people like Zerka who attack the character of your friend constantly. And after he loses his paycheck, he's gonna go nuclear and backstab, just like Zerka and other people in the past.
So you did it to protect Steven.
It's all of these things. Like I said, both of these things
Bless.
have to be. He's not actually protected for that. I said both of these things have to be true. Both, not one. Both. He needs to be in my way, like on my feed, retweeted. So I avoid him, but he shows up anyway. And he has to be deplatformable. If both of these things are true, and deplatformable was the 8 things that I just listed.
The 8th. Holy shit.
Well, at least you're
I
thorough.
I am. They have to check a lot of boxes here. It wasn't.
Wait, did you?
random,
Hey,
it
did you have to?
wasn't spam.
Hey, did you have to unblock him to be able to report him?
No, like I said, he was retweeted. I don't hunt his content down. I haven't reported the YouTube. I haven't reported the Kick, the Twitch, any of these other things.
Yeah.
Steven, you use Twitter more than I do. Is that all doable? You'll see the retweet and you can block him without having to unblock and all that stuff?
No, if he's blocked, you won't see any retweets.
That's interesting.
Why?
No,
Oh, because he's saying that he blocked
at the
him.
same time.
Oh,
Yes,
so
someone
you blocked
retweeted.
him after reporting him.
No, it's
if
all
we-
done in the report function.
No, that's what I'm saying. But from the sounds of it, I'm pretty sure if we were behind 5 minutes, you're gonna say you had him blocked, but he still showed up anyway, and then you reported him. Steven, that's what he said, right?
No, what? Someone retweeted him. I never followed him. I don't follow the content. I never interacted with his Twitter in any way.
Hold on, you guys go ahead and talk. I'm gonna watch a VOD real quick.
Uh-oh.
You want
Enjoy.
me to call you bold? I don't know why.
Bald?
Bold.
Yeah, I can call me bald if you want. Bold?
Valid. Does my mic sound
sorry.
better now?
I
I
don't
gotta
know.
make
mic
like and
sounds
listen
fine.
to
Try
it.
screeching and we'll find
Okay.
out.
Do a really loud anime voice. Everyone in DGG will love that.
That no. I don't know how to do the noise of the way that I talk without like it's not like premeditated.
Look, chat.
Okay.
This is what happens when an unstoppable soy meets an immovable soy.
Well, your mic is coming in clear.
Okay, that's cool.
Good job, K-Dog.
I had to restart my computer 8 fucking times. The Scarlet drivers are worse than a computer virus. I don't know why they're so hard to get rid of.
Yeah, there's something special.
If it's really hard to get rid of certain drivers, there's probably like an uninstaller on the website you could download and just, or like from a different website that'll be like, no, uninstall
I
this.
got rid of them
McAfee or
eventually,
whatever.
but it, like the computer was like forcing me to use these drivers after I've uninstalled them, and then it wouldn't show the microphone up, and then I had to keep restarting the computer. It was, yeah, I don't know. It's just dog shit.
Damn.
Don't recommend.
Wow.
I was this close to just throwing it in the bin.
Jeez.
GG. Why is Lycan taking so long? What's
He's
he
grabbing
listening
a
to?
grabbing a
popped
quote
in.
from this guy, I
Wait.
think.
That's
Yep.
not what I thought you were gonna
I was
say.
right. Hold on. So
Alright.
he says,
Oh,
I rewound back.
Let's go.
About fucking 18 minutes, and here's what you say. I'm gonna read it as I hear it. And you say, because it was retweeted. I blocked him, and then someone retweeted him, and then it was in my feed.
Ooh. Uh-oh.
It might have been. I might have said something like he blocked him. I blocked him because he was retweeted.
Nope, that's not. I literally just quoted you verbatim. I wasn't annotating or anything. I wasn't abridging it.
Well, I meant.
Oof.
I feel
Ugh.
like other people have.
Jeez.
I feel like I've said this. He was retweeted. He was retweeted. How would I block him and then block it?
That's. I'm just going off what you said, Brother Bear.
That is what you said.
So this is also what I've said. I've never interacted with his Twitter in any way. Someone retweeted it, and then the report and block function takes 5 to 10 seconds to complete. It's all
Soy
in
to the
one
power
button.
soy.
Next,
This guy
next.
started well, but crashed pretty hard. Nice try, bro.
I'm just saying. I think you should.
let me-
I think
let
you
me-
should
let me
just be a
clear-
little
let me
more.
clear what I said
I
then.
think
I
you should just,
apologize.
learn your Twitter safety rules, and I think you should keep that finger straight and off the trigger until you're ready to fire.
Weaker.
The Twigger. No.
Twigger. I
Sorry.
think Twigger is what.
It's listen. There's.
We should
I will
probably
say
stop
there's
saying this,
absolutely
okay?
no one else. Soft day.
Yeah, if you mess that word
So-
up, Barrett might
oh.
spam report you on all your platforms, so careful.
You say spam report, but literally it just showed up in my feed. Like there's literally nobody else that meets my qualifications right now for deplatforming. Okay.
Hey Steve,
What?
I'm having a conversation with Riley. What is
I blocked him, I blocked him, I blocked him, I blocked him, I
requirements
blocked him.
for that gym player?
What?
The
gym player.
Gym player.
1,000 pounds combined on your bench press over your bench press, your deadlift, and your squat.
Okay, can we do like a showing for that for you, like in let's say 2 weeks,
Yeah, sure thing.
like a trial one? Thank you. Okay, cool. Awesome.
Why, are you almost there, buddy?
I feel like it. I'm I didn't think I could do much, but I realized that I'm like actually pretty strong. I didn't do like athletic stuff as a kid or whatever. But that one like period where I started watching a lot of anime and I was doing the One Punch Man workout, I feel like because I did that for like 6 months to like a year, I'm like, I just like had a lot of stuff like deep down. Now I'm getting like listen, I don't know my number specifically. It really keeps track of all that. But he's saying I could probably get it in like 2 weeks if I tried hard enough.
The One Punch Man workout. You're gonna lift 1,000 pounds by running 3 miles every day.
Well, it was first off, it was 6 miles every day, and then it was 100 push-ups, 100 squats, and 100 sit-ups. But that's what I did for a year, yeah. And I did other stuff too, but I don't really remember it. I just kind of picked up weights. I didn't really know what I was doing.
You actually ran 6 miles every single day for a year?
Yeah.
No, he didn't.
I did. No, I did. Legitimately.
You
I was on my
absolutely
Instagram.
did not.
I did. I
You did not.
Dude.
I know you didn't.
There's
Derek.
no shot. I used to fucking run a lot.
Dude, I'm not lying. I
and
probably
there's
missed.
no
Wait, hold on. Are we being
Well, I'm not.
pedantic,
What do you mean?
or,
No way.
or are we drilling him because he said every day? It could be like he did it like mostly 4 to 5 days.
Maybe I
for a
missed like
year.
1 or 2 days because of like a vacation or something. But I definitely did like majority of. How many days are there in a year? Like 300.
365.
Like I did at least 278 at least.
Okay, that's reasonable.
Yeah, so I probably missed like 20 days total out of a year, but I definitely did it for the majority of the year. I was like 270 pounds, like, and I'll be honest. What?
No shot.
What? I'm being serious. What are you trolling? Why are you saying no shot?
Sorry, keep going. What were you saying?
Okay, never mind. But yeah, no, I did do it. Don't fucking lie. Don't fucking gaslight me, bro.
Be careful, babe.
No, not one of your bitches, nigga. Someone told me that someone was talking shit about me.
Yeah, this Barrett guy's gonna spam report your shit.
He's gonna spam report my shit for what? Nigga, you got a Princess
I'm
Peach
not.
profile picture. You need to be reported, bro. Isn't she like 16?
Damn.
Isn't she a child?
Princess Peach is 16?
Isn't she?
She's not like nude in the profile picture. She's wearing like a wedding dress.
Yeah, but her boobs are like in the shot. Very. You get what's going on, bro. Stop playing. What do you want? What's your issue with me, bro?
Picture of Peach. I
What's
don't
your
have any
issue, bro?
Destiny,
Okay, do this overhead.
Destiny's trying to farm some drama.
Nah,
right
I checked my. I know someone messaged me and I checked my mentions and there was a lot of mentions of you having a Discord girlfriend for 6 years or something, and then
Discord girlfriend. Bro, I don't even have Discord downloaded. What? Who is saying shit?
Okay,
People talk
you're
so much shit.
Okay, this nigga's memeing. All right, I'm gonna go back to working out.
I know I'm not. Ask Rudier. Ask VBax. Ask Shave Dog's ass. Who wants to be unbanned, by the way?
Listen, Barrett, we just want you to be a good, member of this DGG society.
Yes, and I have been for many, many, many years now.
Yes, but hate reporting is a major
it's not-
transgression.
It's not a hate reporting. You're morally loading that argument. My argument is deplatformable, and
Your
they show
argument
up-
for deplatformable is terrible.
Sounds like a dog.
Sorry, my dog is shaking in the little.
Oh, like a
chime
musical
thing on her neck.
instrument. Jesus.
She's just shaking and scratching. So you can argue with my deplatform position if you like. There's literally only one person that has ever met it so far. It's pretty stringent.
It's that stringent. Only one person's ever met it, and Q managed to meet it.
Nick Fuentes
Yeah.
didn't meet it.
I never saw a retweet.
Oh my god.
I never saw a TOS breaking retweet. Yeah, it's stringent, okay? Oh my god is right.
So, you don't want to get unbanned then? I feel like you're doubling down for nothing.
It's not for nothing. These are my principles.
What
I
is
will
it
stand by them
for?
and I will argue them. What is what for? What is principle for?
Okay.
What are we fighting for? Is it that are you doing that meme?
No, it's
What am I
just,
fighting for?
how does this benefit anyone? I don't know.
I mean, our debates about platforms have been arguments for ever.
No, but like, this doesn't benefit you, right? You're not gonna get unbanned and everyone else is gonna be annoyed.
Why are they all gonna
You
be
know what?
annoyed?
The good thing about principles,
You seem annoyed that people are getting banned
Good thing.
because they're getting reported. Or whatever it is you guys feel. I don't know. One way about it.
look, it's blocked. I did. That's it. It's been my one report forever. In fact, while people were reporting my stream, by the way, I didn't report anybody in return, even though they were literally Giga Chad. I reported them. Here's the email. I got them banned. I didn't report other people's stream in return. It's principles, okay? One person met the standard.
Oh. Anything else, buddy?
I mean, do you agree?
Nope.
You disagree? Did I win?
Nope.
Hey Destiny, a typical subscriber who loves your
What parts
music
you disagree
content.
with?
Would love to chat about composition and style sometimes. I love the way you
Do you
play and
disagree
discussions you have with people
that-
like Gina. Best Splash Mock.
He's ever derailed the conversation.
I've derailed conversations. I derailed this conversation.
Yeah, true.
Same.
No, you're actually, in fact, you put it on the rails, as a matter of fact, because you went right into arguing. My favorite thing.
Call me Ruby, baby.
That's a nerdy joke.
Kelly got it.
How about Sapphire? You get your own gem. Sejin, did you want to argue?
Oh, fuck. I'm gonna regret this. Okay. But I think what you did is cringe, but I want to ask like a question.
Oh shit.
What is your perception of Q?
Q is the potential for really good content, and he needs someone to put a governor on him so that throttle can be controlled. But overall, is he worse than any other orbiter that's ever come in and
The
saw every
DGG
chance he
Council
could
votes to
jump
publicly
in, clout
execute
chart,
Barrett by hanging
disrupt,
and
make it
evisceration.
about
The
them?
court has now
Absolutely,
adjourned.
absolutely not.
May God have mercy on your soul.
How do you feel about his personal views on things?
Homeboy has a little bit of bigotry in him.
A little bit, or do you think are you memeing when you say a little bit, or do you?
No, I mean I don't watch enough of him to know all this shit, but I know he's he's made some anti-women jokes. I know he's made some. Actually, that's really the only ones I can think of.
How do you
Jokes? You haven't seen him make them.
What would you make if you had to make an evaluation on his
Wait, hold on. What's the angle you're coming from? Because if are you trying to justify the reporting on Twitter?
No, I don't think that can ever be justified. But
Okay.
where I'm coming from is I was thinking about this the other day. As there's a lot of people that watch Destiny stream, and Q. I think people hate Q more than I think I've seen anyone else while I've been paying attention to stream.
You
And
were not here during the live era, if you think.
that might be true.
True.
Yeah.
That is.
I
true.
wasn't here
I don't
a
think
whole
so.
lot.
But to what you're saying, Sejin,
He
is
is
that
still a man.
something I felt for the last few weeks is that I think he's getting an irrational dose of hate because I think a lot of people can see the content potential in the dude and know that if he could chill the fuck out, get the show on track, and was a little more selective with where he came in and how long he stuck around, the guy could be a fun addition to the stream. But
Do you think
Steven's had
that
way
people
more
don't
bigoted
like him?
people around?
Okay. Do you think that people don't like him because of his behaviors?
Yes.
Or because of his espoused beliefs?
Because of his behaviors. If you look at all the threads on Destiny's subreddit, 99% are entirely about his behavior and not about his beliefs.
I think I would disagree a little bit there. I think that people are more likely to make posts about his behavior because of how they feel about him personally. And I think that when these people that spend a lot of time and basically have watching stream as a part of their schedule or their regular routine, that when they feel powerless to get this guy off their screen, besides not participating in something that they regularly participate in, then it's incredibly frustrating experience for those people.
And there have been a lot of orbiters that have received this. Brittany used to get this hate all the time. Lav got this hate all the time. I don't
Moot
know if
used to
Max
be
ever
super
did.
hated. What do you mean?
I've had I've had a
people
small
don't
share of it.
remember how bad it was for the girls. It's because we had the anti-misogyny arc, right? So a lot more threads were getting suppressed and things were getting deleted because they were more unhinged on the basis of yeah. So there were less hate threads, for example, than there are for Q now, but there was additional reasons, right?
I'm not gonna pretend to know because I wasn't paying too much attention. during that period of time. But I think like the frustration that people voice is more to do with like his personal character, and then when they feel a loss of control on their ability to like regulate his appearance or something like that, then it gets unhinged, and you can probably expect behavior like mass reporting, even unjustifiedly.
So you can expect people to report. I mean, not everyone as stringent as myself, but that's why voting with views
don't jump on
is
this
super
bandwagon.
important.
Wow.
It's consistent. It's consistent. I said it. Like if you want to watch like good gameplay, when Destiny does play Baldur's Gate, it's coming soon. Everyone should watch it because then he will see this is what people want to see.
Barrett, are you black?
He will continue.
Jesus. Oh no.
I could be.
Uh-oh.
Are you?
I'll say that much. I'm not white. I'll say that much.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, how do you feel about use of the N-word?
Oh no.
How do I feel used about the N-word? You know what? I think I would love to talk about slurs with you. The N-word with the soft A is totally fine to say. Totally fine.
Okay, he bit the bullet. I got nothing then, I guess.
I'll add a little bit more to it. Maybe give you something to argue with. If you say it in a racist context, it's less about the word and more about what you say.
Damn, your dog seems pretty racist.
Disagrees.
Just because you like brought up black people
Yeah,
in the N-word, he's already
she
like
disagrees.
triggered. Uh-oh.
Yeah, you saw a video of her before.
There are two types of people who hate few people that have seen the shit
yeah, but you
he
can say
said
something
about
that's
certain
racist and not have a
minorities,
slur, and
women,
it be more
etc.,
racist
and those
than
that have recently
saying
interacted with him. He has dumbed down his actual
Brought up
beliefs as
a
of
long
recent
time ago,
TBH.
there was a teacher
Still don't agree with the report.
that got in trouble for saying the N-word, and he lovingly, in the most white way possible, explained the difference between soft A N-word and hard ER N-word. And I think the logic of it is perfectly fine and consistent to say. You know what I'm talking about, Lycan?
Yes, we've all seen the Boondocks.
It wasn't the Boondocks, but
No, they
might have done a parody
memed it
of
on the
though.
Boondocks. Boondocks.
Oh, did they? Okay. I know it from the OG content. But yeah, so is there any part of that you disagree with? You want to add to?
I think
You're trying to get me in a gotcha?
I think that black people have experienced a significant amount of damage through that word, and that they tend to find white people in particular, but very often non-white people, saying those words to be offensive. And you seem very, very concerned with racial sensitivity when you went and took 10 seconds to immediately report Q for a meme that was done by a black person, no less. So I would say that it would be very fair for someone to be a little less charitable to him or to you than you were to him, considering the circumstances.
Yeah, so if Q says something like, these N-words are, short or whatever, okay? It's not racist towards black people. However, I can quote him and saying something like aggressive, like these baboon-lipped monkey apes, going off like that. That way more racist than the first thing I said.
Yes.
Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay then. So it's contextually racist, and that has to be important. So.
But does that change the way that
he's
someone's
black,
going to receive
doesn't
it?
matter.
Like, do you think that every black
Yeah,
person getting upset with
absolutely.
it is looking really at the context, or do you think that there's a good deal of the community that looks at it and says, this ain't cool?
Does everybody look at the context? Hell no. People are dog shit at looking at the context of things. People are very superficial, and if you're trying to get me to say some people won't understand that racially, textually, loaded things from a white person and a black person are going to be perceived differently by different people from the audience. I mean, that's basically what I was saying earlier about the N-word in private arc. That was kind of a large, important point of that arc.
Gotcha. Well, I'm going to go take a phone call. This is perfect timing. So Barrett, I think you shouldn't have reported him. It was 10 seconds, but I think that you were being a little uncharitable, and I think that it's very clear that the majority of this came from you not liking the dude and wanting him gone, and liking ain't liking that. So, you guys all have fun though. I'll talk to y'all soon.
Take care.
Wow.
Destiny, you don't have any argument about deplatforming, platforming. You used to be okay with deplatforming based on misinformation. What happened?
It's too hard to figure out what it is. You should probably just Empire 17. I've seen your joke like 750 times. Thank you. It's just too hard to decide what misinformation is, and you should probably just combat it instead of trying to just ban it. Unfortunately.
I think that's to be. I mean, it's probably my last. This is probably my last thing, I guess. I think the topic's dead. There's no direct arguments. But I think that's a little bit harder to quantify. That more harm is going to be if you have something. When I say I'd love to see the stats, or if it exists, I actually do. That banning misinformation is less effective than actually just trying to combat it and argue against it. Like if people do community notes, for example, if Facebook, Twitter, all these companies, if they actively hey, this tweet's misinformation, etc., or ban these people, I think that has had a better effect than just the marketplace of ideas. If it is a marketplace of ideas, just like the real market, there should be some level of regulation to it.
Okay. Wait, say that again? Sorry, fuck me. Oh, I think community notes and everything are good, sure. Did I miss some other part of that? I was reading I got a new quest.
No, I mean, that's basically it. There shouldn't be free speech absolutism when it comes to even ideas. We can ignore direct speech, fire in a theater conversation. But if you're going to say something that is misinformation and just ban it, I think that has a greater effect in the end than
yeah, but who figures out what's misinformation at this point? Would you want Twitter, headed by Elon Musk right now, to be banning misinformation?
I don't, but that's a want thing. And at that point, it's a little bit more complicated, because although I would want that, the issue would be with the platform and who is regulating it, as opposed to it being regulated at all. I think the community notes is actually a pretty good idea. Did Elon Musk come up with that, or his Twitter
I doubt he came up with it. It was probably something that was already in the works.
Okay. Well, I'll say in his defense, that's a good idea. That's leaning towards a more ideal place to speak. Maybe I think. Okay, this would be my last comment, because I was expecting more argument. Government should just buy Twitter.
Wait,
Elon Musk.
Real quick, do you think a 24-year-old and an 18-year-old having sex is immoral?
It depends on the circumstances how the 18, 24-year-old met. If
Tinder.
18-year-old is out of high school on Tinder, probably fine.
Okay, someone in chat really wanted to know that.
Okay. Yeah, if you guys want to, send your arguments my way, instead of having to, have Destiny answer all your life questions, my DMs are open, by all means. Yeah, but I think Twitter should be bought by the government. If it's going to be a public square, I think that's fine. Elon Musk has a large loss in Twitter, and in fact, didn't you say he's paying you? I don't know how he's making any of his billions of dollars back with Twitter.
Well, I mean, I'm a premium tweeter, so it makes sense why you'd want to give me some money.
True. I think there's a lot of subscribers to your Twitter too.
True.
money making zeets. But yeah, it should just be sold to the government, be regulated like a government public square. There should be like some kind of panel where people are deciding that the internet is the place where people are talking, and there should be a lot more advanced policy for situations like this instead of it just being like Elon Musk one day, you know.
Wow. Okay.
Well, yeah, cool. All right, enjoy your. I don't want to say vacation. I know that's a trigger word, but what are you going to do?
I guess for 4 days it legitimately is a vacation because I'm hanging out with Mel on her birthday, and then I'm going to LA to do some more shows, and then coming back here.
Nice. All right, man.
Have fun. Be careful.
Easy.
Wow, K-Dog, what's up?
I was gonna ask something, but the conversation went on so many tangents. I'm trying to remember what the fuck it was. Sejin, say something. Whilst I try and remember what the fuck I was gonna say. Is he still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
You say
First
something.
up.
I need to remember what the fuck I was gonna say.
Shit. Just kind of joined to ask that question and then just wanted to listen. Steven, what do you think about Corantes?
That's I don't answer questions like that. Give me something more precise. What do you mean?
Okay, what do you think? Okay, I'll just ask some direct questions. Do you think that Corantes is bigoted?
Yeah, probably to some extent, I'd imagine.
When you say some extent, do you mean in some aspects, or?
I don't think he like actually is like super hates Jews. I think he's probably super anti-Zionist. He's probably somewhat sexist, but like how much or less, more or less than like any average like, you know, Muslim guy from the Middle East versus or gamer or whatever. I don't know. It's hard to say. I'm not sure. We'd have to have like a serious conversation try to break that down.
Do you think he's homophobic?
As much as any religious person, maybe, but he also makes a lot of gay jokes about himself, so I don't know. It's hard to say. He makes a lot of gay jokes about himself.
Do you think that he's one of the smart people?
I think he's decently intelligent, yeah. I'd say that.
What about his ability to express himself makes you think that he's intelligent?
I don't know. Anybody that's capable of grappling with like religious philosophical ideas, having conversation with them, we're probably going to say they're decently intelligent.
Do you think that he has a good ability to engage with religious thought?
Yeah, because given he's what, isn't he like 23 or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I'd say so. Can you give me an example of when you thought he had some profound understanding of anything?
Profound
religious?
understanding? I don't think he's had a profound understanding of anything.
How about a good understanding of something?
Yeah, I don't know. Never mind. I don't think any understanding or knowing things to me isn't like what intelligence means. But apparently, I use some like really amorphous concept that nobody else understands. I don't think he has. I don't think he's profound. I don't think he has a super good grasp of anything. I just think he is able to like entertain like conversations that are like of relatively complicated nature, and then go back and forth on those types of things. But if you're saying like, can he do like calculus or has he memorized like the Quran? No, probably not. I don't think so. But I don't know. I mean, he's probably just dumb. I guess. I don't know. I don't think I could have.
I mean, he said he's a programmer, right? Wouldn't being bad at math be kind of making that a bit difficult?
I mean, I don't know if he's an actual programmer or not. I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, yeah, he could just be memeing. I have no fucking clue.
I've only done like basic coding before, but my understanding is to deal with everyday stuff, you don't need to know anything about math, really.
It depends what kind of programming it is, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's probably going to super depend on where you're working. If you're doing like some complicated financial fucking database management or some shit, you might need to know more versus somebody that just does like UI, UX work or something. Maybe, I don't know. But I imagine it's going to be super dependent on your job. Or for some video game stuff, or depending on what engines you're working on, math might be important. I don't know.
Do you think that when Corantes hears what other people are saying, that he understands what's trying to be conveyed to him?
Generally, yeah. What do you mean?
Like oh geez, I can't remember the details, but it was a religious talk. He was talking about Islam, and I can't remember. I would probably have to like look at the VOD, but it seemed like when people were pushing him on to engage with what they were saying, it was going over Caranthus's head as to what the actual meat of what they were saying was.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you remember the topic?
Fuck, no. But we don't have to go over that right now. Kelly, did you think of your thing, please?
Yeah. I was gonna ask, like, are people actually pissed off at me just helping a bit? I haven't really been doing that much. But, like, I think people have this weird idea that I'm just, like, spending hours and hours doing Q's job. It's not really the case. I just made him make a Discord, and then I contacted a handful of people. One was my idea, because I just thought Ice Poseidon would be funny. But, like, otherwise, it's just easier for me to do it, right? Because my Twitter is bigger and it's verified.
Wow. Sounds like some
It's not-
influence you
I'm
should
not,
charge
like-
for.
Yeah, but yeah, but I'm not doing any of the organizing. I'm not like nailing down days or making up questions or whatever the fuck else it is that gets done. I'm just like, it's not a job because I can do as little as or as much as I want, right? There's the difference between volunteering my time and having to do something.
Wow.
But you seem kind of pissed. I don't know. So now I'm like, does everyone just want him to fail because then that's funny to watch? And maybe I'm not sure.
I think people want him to. Well, I think a lot of people think it's funny if he'd fail, and I think a lot of people want him to fail.
I think if he's gonna fail, he's gonna do it regardless of whether I message a few people, right?
Yeah, but the
Like, if-
perception of helping people when they're on their way down, when they want to see it burn, is kind of
It's bad to help people. Jeez, is that what we've become?
No,
I don't
no,
think
no.
it's
I would
bad
disagree
to
with
help
that.
people. I think the issue is people are saying you help somebody who's getting paid a decent chunk of money to do the job. So it looks like you're getting taken for a ride. That's what it looks like. And not the kind of ride I take your mom on.
Well, he's not asking me to do anything. A lot of it has been me offering, right? He didn't ask me to help.
If he asked,
I offered.
if people offered to do his whole job for him and he still got paid, would you find that contentious?
I mean, there's plenty of industries where people do free work because they want to, one way or the other, right?
Damn, okay. Kelly's my next
There's a lot-
employee.
Fuck's sakes. Am I an employee if I don't get paid? No.
You're about
It's
to
just
be. You're
doing
about to be
things
the
for
star
fun.
employee of DGG.
He's gonna make
You're gonna be my most
he's
valuable
gonna
worker, Kelly.
Pay me somehow. I don't know how you're gonna pay me. You're just gonna like send a pigeon over here with some cash strapped to it. Anyway, no, it's like, does no one remember like hobbies and just doing things because they're fun? Like, am I losing my mind here? I don't know. Talking to people's interesting. And I like the concept of the panel show itself, right? And I know that everyone has more fun being like praying for his downfall so they can either snipe his job, but for me it's kind of like, why don't more people just do their own shit? So for me it looks kind of I don't think any of these people would actually get their own thing going and be consistent with it.
True.
But if they keep saying, I'm gonna take Q's job when he fucks up, then they can kind of copium behind that. Because if they were gonna do something, they would have done it by now, right?
Damn.
True.
K dropping the hard facts.
But also I'm saying that to maybe like bully other people to do things. Because I like the panel shows and I like there being more content that's consistent. So it's like, I don't know. I just wish people put the energy that they put into praying for Caranthus's downfall into just doing something. Like, I'm not even, like, everyone's like, oh, it's simping, or friends, or, like, I'm not friends with Caranthus. Like, I barely had, like, a handful of conversations with the guy. And I don't approve of him saying devil snow bunnies.
Demon
but,
snow
like,
bunny, it's demon snow bunnies.
whatever it is. But it's no worse than Wes coming in and calling me a stupid whore, or Darius calling me a bitch, or any of the other orbiters that come in and, like, use sexist insults at me. It's like, whatever, like, I'm kind of immune to it at this point, but the idea that Caranthus is any worse than the majority of them is just kind of weird. It's like you don't like him because he's annoying. You don't really care about anything he says.
Well,
Just like me.
hold on.
Like, I am really annoying. I don't think anyone really has a huge issue with anything I've ever actually said.
Do you think that Wes shares some of the bad or the same? Sorry, let me start over. Do you think Wes shares the same bad qualities that people see in Quarantas?
Wes came into the Discord as I was talking to Destiny.
The thing with
saying,
Q
"It
is
would
much
be
like
really
many young
great if we
Muslims,
could
but
get a
applies to
Discord
all
for
Orthodox
people."
religious
He
people.
came
He spouts
in
the stuff
and
he
said,
heard from PPL
basically,
like
you're
Mohammed
a
Wijad. He's not
stupid
well
bitch
versed in
woman,
religious
stop
stuff in
speaking.
reality.
Like, what do you know
This
about
is also
this?
why
And then
when
a few
pressed with
minutes later
struggles.
conceded that, oh, actually making a Discord sounds like a good idea. So yeah, he literally came in, said I wouldn't know anything because I am literally a woman, and then insulted me. So yeah, I do think that's just as bad.
I agree with that one. Do you think? What about the other aspects of Quarantas? Like the other claims that he's either racist or homophobic. Do you think that Wes and Darius both share those as well?
But the thing with that is, like, it's weird. Again, like, I think it's weird to say Quarantas is racist. You could say someone's self-hating if they are genuinely, like, very derogatory about their own race. That is pretty weird. I don't really know. You guys know more information about whatever the fuck this is about. I don't know. As for homophobic, he seems more like he's closeted gay than homophobic. But I don't know if that's a bit or what. I assume it is. So yeah, I don't know about homophobic. Question mark. Like, I'm not saying none of this is without criticism. Obviously, like, plenty of this you can criticize. It's just apply that criticism equally to everyone else, right? Not just to the people that you find annoying.
Damn.
Do you think? I feel like people do, but
no.
Do you think that
They
they're
don't.
like? Do you think people, like, proportional to like his behavior and time on stream? Do you think that people hate the other two people less for the same things?
I mean, people were recommending Wes and Darius take his job as suggesting that they are better at those things. I'm just using them as example, by the way. Like, Wes and Darius aren't the only ones that do this.
Uh-oh. Darius
I'm not,
about to
like,
come in.
picking on them.
Uh-oh.
No, please. Last time he just screamed and spoke at me. I don't. It's not an attack on Darius. It's just an example. So, like, if people are actively recommending people that do the same thing as a replacement, then they're obviously not, like, critically thinking, are they? They just like those people more.
What if Mr.
They
Moon
find-
took over? Do you think that would be better or worse?
I mean, I wish that Mooten would do something. I think he could do a cool show with Destiny. I don't know why he doesn't.
Do you
Or
think
hasn't.
Mr. Moon would be better at running the show?
I don't know. Maybe. It's hard to say because has Mooten never run a show?
Damn.
He's been on a lot, but I don't know if he's run one before. And that's not as an insult either. I'm just saying I don't
Kelly
know.
Jean
I
coming
have.
with the big disses.
I don't know. I mean, if you guys know, then
Do you think Quarantas is doing a good job at running the show? If he had to give like a 0 to 10 scale, what grade would you give him?
I would say that some of the shows were ran better than others, right? That's accurate. Like, some of them started on time and all of the people were there and there were
Some
more
of them
people.
started on time.
Some of them were late. Some of them were lacking in people. Some of them had themes, which were cool, and then others were kind of like a bit weak on the questions.
So what
I
would you put
say,
the grade at?
well, out of 10? Or
Yeah.
like a letter number? I'll give it like a 6.
6 out of
like
10?
passable. Yeah.
Oh, a 6 out of 10 is passable?
Yeah. 6 out of 10's pass. It's just not like amazing. There's like room for improvement, right?
Okay.
I
And
look
would
like a
you,
retard if I was like, oh yeah, it's 10 out of 10.
if you were Quarantas' teacher and they got a barely passing grade, what would your notes be for improvement in the future? Like, what skills should he develop?
Sorting out a schedule in advance. I know that can be a bit difficult with Destiny's schedule changing a bit sometimes, but this time around people have had a few more days notice than they usually do, which is good. But yeah, people need a bit more notice. They need also, like, if not topics, at least some idea of some of the questions is usually quite nice. Or at least the theme of the show and things like this usually helps a bit. Just having a little bit more information. But there is a Discord now, so at least people can like talk about the show and what have you if they want to in advance. But also it's like it's a schizo shit show for the most part, right? So it's not like a heavy politics panel where people want to discuss themes and stuff too much in advance.
Do you think that...
But it's mostly the communication, the organization. If he's gonna be late, he needs to let people know. He can't just let, like, 2 hours before Tuik was shit. That loses him a couple points on its own. Yeah, that's bad. Canceling last minute, or at least like if you've got hit by a bus or some, like if there's actually an emergency, then you need to let people know it's an emergency.
Okay. Taking like your evaluation of his current organizational skill, behavior, and your general understanding of him as a person, do you think that he has the ability to consistently improve on those areas?
I mean, he doesn't seem so functionally retarded that he's incapable of learning. No. So yeah.
Well, that's not really what I asked, right?
Well, you can only really let time find out whether he cares enough to improve at those things. Like, that is not something I can know because I don't know him well enough. But he has the capacity. Whether he has the motivation, I don't know.
Do you think if... And I'm using Mr. Moon as kind of like a nebulous replacement, as like a just another person that is, I would say, more normal? Do you think that Mr. Muton has more of the skills right now to handle something like this over Karantas?
I want to say that Muton just hasn't been around much lately, and it would be really nice if he was around more lately, but it's hard for me to say that someone could be dedicated to something when they're not really around that much. But maybe that would give him the motivation to be around more. I mean, I literally said to him, like, it would be cool if he did his own thing. Like, we'd all like to hear more from Muton. And from Dan, and any of the others that, you know, everyone really likes.
Yeah, I think maybe Mr. Mitten is a bad example. But what I'm trying to get at, what I'm trying to ask you is, do you think that there are other people that have the abilities that Karantas are lacking that
Sure,
could improve
but,
the show?
Sure, but if this was any other type of sort of job, right, you wouldn't expect that a hostile takeover is okay. Unless you're like part of the British monarchy several hundred years ago. Like, it's not really normal to like come in and demand somebody else's job unless they've been fired. So until he gets fired, it's like I could sit here and speculate that there could be someone better, but it's not very ethical to be like, oh, this person's going to be better, let's just get rid of the current person that's doing an okay job. Because that's not really, I don't know, that's kind of weird to me.
What about that is weird?
Well, there's a lot of people that have a lot of jobs. Like, if I go in and say, oh, I'll be better at this than this person, can I have their job? And they're like, yeah, that's not how that works. Because that's fucked up. I don't know. Like, do I need to explain that? In any other industry, in any other place, that would be fucking weird.
I think it's a little weird. But I think it's a little different if people view the current performance as lackluster.
Yeah, but that's like up to Destiny to decide, right? It's up to Destiny to like fire someone if they're incompetent. Otherwise, we're all saying that Destiny's incapable of managing his own staff.
Ooh.
And we're saying that he's a man-child that needs everything dictated to him.
Wait,
He
are we
can't
talking about
figure out.
what?
We're talking about Karantos.
Oh.
Everyone's saying, like, I'm saying that the way that people speak, they're trying to protect you from Karantos and such. I'm saying it makes you sound like you're a child that needs to have his staff managed for him.
True. God damn it. Okay, tomorrow we'll finish this game. I just have to rebuild my ship and then I'm done with it. Okay. Alright, well, what else? Do you have anything else fun for me? I need to be done with this
No.
fucking game, okay? This was a mistake, guys. Listen, the next one we do is going to be like Terraria. That doesn't require as much brain power, I promise. Okay.
Dragging another caller.
No, I'm leaving, okay?
One more. Come on, for the road.
Well, no, I stream tomorrow. Shut up.
Alright,
Bye. Okay, love you. Bye.
Good night.
Okay, I love you guys. It's been fun. Rubber and a cappuccino, cappuccino. I might come back later tonight, but don't hold your breath. Or do. All of you should actually. Never mind, I changed your mind. Hold your breath on that. Be careful. Bye.